someone that the Obama and my office, for example, let this brother, one of them marries the daughter of the brother, who marries the marries the valid marriage. Well, what happened? The brother who married the niece now died, and so his brother the wife of his brother, his own daughter. So he's not allowed to marry his daughter. So therefore, he can't. Well, because of his no protection, he's not even relevant to at least the best school. So that if the parents are fall through a job offer, then he goes to them. However, there is a case where someone, the one law, is involved with someone who is not it's not a case where it's not a case like that, but rather it's a case where there's only an answer who actually only gets the mother for them to get married. So in which case, you're not told good people, but you're a mother, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, no one will be because they're not allowed to get married to their mother. So you can't say that therefore, force their community we're saying this is a different it's a mitzvah, you can make over. The ones that you want to because he's talking about the shmiyah, which they're governed for them, which are basically people who are similar to the Torah character. So what is a good example of that? Shmiyah might be if someone marry his grandmother. It doesn't say the Torah you can't do that. That's the Torah said, you should marry your grandmother. So that's shmiyah, that is a secondary paragraph. So therefore, if someone's brother, and they do not share a mother, someone's brother married his brother's maternal grandmother, and then the maternal grandmother tells the person at the mother. So the problem is, they're not allowed to get married. They have to be their mother, they're not allowed to get married. Therefore, they say, okay, so that's the kind of that's hard to project because there might argue the rule and so why do you call it the truth? The myth of the truth and the covenant because this is something that's coming from the covenant. So that's what we call it. It's a mitzvah. The mitzvah that comes is a mitzvah from listening to Chazal. Okay, so that's one thing how we feel not people. It's a kedusha, whatever it's a kedusha, is a thing from one of the Gadol. It's a kedusha that you have someone that you have who's and she died, and the wife falls to the brother. By definition, and I told so therefore, we say that is the answer is what? You might ask, I think that both people are talking about brother. You know how to what is my mother and Jesus I felt so I got to that, but I can't that because you would say that you should why? Because that's the problem. And yet, so the guy said, rather not to be because we're afraid that if they do give something, they'll do be a steal. So therefore, it ends up even though the Liza is only because Rabbanah didn't want to apply as a Dokalota says the reason is not supposed to people get to the Rabbanah, so both get to the Rabbanah, and therefore you have to do Talit. So you can't say it's like a regular case of Erba because they're really looking for Talit because this is only Erba in Rabbanah. So I'm going to open another crucial concept, but I think that's the case of different people. If I tell you the rules, why they call it even the spirit doesn't reveal what I have as the thought to their God. So that you matter don't get to the time. Okay. The Tanya Allah, we learned about this, and you look up Master, the Master, no. That may reveal it with things like Shmiyah why do we call it? Mother? Because that's not the gospel. What I love, that you can make it be up. You can't be anything like that. The thing, grandmother, someone else, yes, how do you not have to look about it? And that's how you have to do that. The minute you make it so that I mean, for you to have that Kedusha and mitzvah because that's just that you have the things right here. So when you think about the Kedusha, it's a Kedusha on this one. So that's why we call it this. What we have a look at things on a very technical level. Because that's what we have in Christ in these like all the different things, and then some procedures. And we have the kind of putting why do we call it this one? And the truth is, they know what you when you know it's not hard to not taking Allah, right? You start talking about um, why it is. So because you got master, and say, oh, you do it, which kids go into the which go into the mitzvah. Also, it's the fight, but at the end of the day, this is the basic of what you tell yourself. What's the problem with that? The thing that's going to stand there, that is not functioning like they love it. That you doesn't work when someone is just ultimate by love, but not by courage. They said, you don't the guys up. And if you're going to say that the unit of Yeshiva cheerleaders, you know, hold them in Yeshiva, that very love is not so good. Yes, but I mean, love is not Yeshiva, because I mean, you can tell me that I mean, love is more than Yeshiva, but just like I mean, Yeshiva doesn't think of that. And so, like I said before, the kind of treatment class when they come into the supposed to do, and the kind of treatment are not going to come into the so there's a person fell, but he fell that his daughter became into Baba, there's no that he couldn't make it. Why? Because the Israel treatment is not broken. But according to Yeshiva, this is not broken because I mean, love it. Like, for example, Mother of Mother, why is it now? So he was not arguing with the basic halacha and our mother of Mother should do the mitzvah. But why should the mitzvah? Because the mitzvah is not broken. Like that, so that's the question. It's on the picture. You don't know. Like the Yeshiva. Like the Quran. The rest of you. They know that all that Yeshiva was doing when it comes to today, I think when you talk to the Yeshiva, but it wasn't coming all the time on the basis of Allah. And he would give them grief because he had something that Yeshiva that had life. It's not how he would be. Therefore, there would be no need to do something. There's no need to do something because to do this now. Okay, fine. So we now have what we have. We have our focus. We have a discipline. And the only guy has a relationship with his mother, but not his father's wife, he is contained with inappropriate marriage. And Hannah said, no, regardless, even if his mother, the wife, when his wife was his father, the only guy has a relationship with his mother, according to the that's what I'm going to say. The other gets us honey to the son that he's not that when the different came, he brought his teaching what was going to the next other. What the other says in the kind of evil one. And the only guy that has a relationship with mother has a relationship with his father's wife. Okay, so we now resolve the difference with our different right. So now the question on the rest of why what is the reason that he said that the old child from mother and not his father's wife? I don't mind what that is. I'm not buying it. That's all the other one said. His car key. Because he wanted to have the shit. That's what he has to have to do the job. Okay? He says as follows. At the puzzle, there's two children that you need by a father and wife, which is as follows. The puzzle is saying, from John, the heir of the father, the heir of children, the heir of your mother was the Yala. You should not uncover his small Jesus. Mother, which is on the earth, look how I am on God, do not reveal her heir. So this is the culture that is written by someone, this is his mother. Next one, the heir of this, the fellow of the Gala, that the heir of the one, the father, you should not uncover heir of the people, is the heir of your father. Right? So there, it's someone who is married to the father, it's not discussing whether it's his mother. Okay? And he said, so he says the interest is well. Like I said, every people was valid. So mother, that you and when someone has a relationship with his mother, it's only if the mother not enter as the wife of his father. You might say, well, that's the Rothschild, and I've done everything to the people of Gala, everything to the people of the next month, that says that the Arab of the wife is the father cover, it is the Arab of your father. If it's the Arab of your father, you should pay the rabbi to the high and get the high to the people. That say that that he's only Gaia for the wife of his father, but not for the mother. If you're saying impulse, tells you only for the mother, and when I say everything because but that's not only the wife of the father. In order to have some quick thing, and the people, he ate others, I hustle for my father, I hustle for my father. So he says, but here's the problem. So you're going to end up the process follows. That one person tells you you're only tired for your mother, but not your father's wife. And the other one says you're only tired for your father's wife, but not your mother. And you say, okay, just like each day, one talks where he was married, and one talks where he wasn't married. And the wife and her husband was not generally married. You're not in both cases. But the problem is, if you have with them, what happens in a case where it's his mother and it's the wife of his father? So we're going to end up in a case after Emos innovations of it, after Emos of it, given his mother is not, he was born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, Messiah. Cases of it, same, according to his wife of his father, is not his mother, also Messiah. But, in case of mother, husband also married his mother, Messiah as well. And he wouldn't be time at all. That's what the God is doing. So you have one husband that tells you, but it's only mother, but not wife of father, and only wife of father, but not mother, he's in Messiah. But if they were the mother and the wife are not married, but that can't be. So it must be that inside you and every the people who are not the reason to it. And the second part is still above and not up to inside. Moreover, if you're learning in the Gita, that kind of stuff, what is our mother, you are going to do the market safety. Ella, I would try it for the teacher breaker. But you could not be able to try it for the teacher breaker. It's part of it, you're going to see what a lot of others are going to see. So, when the teacher talks about whether how you know something, someone has a relationship with his mother. But anyway, so when you say, what forward are going to do? does not support shit in hair. So, is here. This is close. So it's like all the time. They offer carry gold. Hopefully, Baltimore now. Chamada family.
So you live that's okay. Well, how did you find out about me? Oh, okay. Was it this baby or something? No way. Okay. If I may ask, was it recent that I sent you that? Okay, so you are. No, you're good. Not at all. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you for that. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 1 piece. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My shoots go back to the pandemic, which they have the foundation of the kingdom of the both have you received the Truman Show on television from Big Brother? Okay, so you have a lot of knowledge on the you understand what you understand. Okay, well, that's essentially what I do. I have my entire life on camera. If you didn't know this, the economy's magazine stated in 2018 that the U.S. makes $100 resource. Data has overtaken the trouble with $100 resource operations. And I have more data or company than I've ever which may make me an influential person someday. Is that happening? Of course, I know that leaders like to have cooperate with them already. Make sure to go generate power. And most importantly, what should we start charities and philanthropic organizations? How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about other things we have to work, like ending more people with using technology such as adding contrast maps for greenhouses, starting greenhouses, on vertical carbon cloud seed. I would help end world thirst. Excellent. I want to help end world thirst. Sponsored by cryptocurrency that is about $100 billion worth of leverage. And one of the things that we do is we grow developing nations like Nigeria and spreading it across culture. I advocate for the lifestyle program, most importantly, desalvation. The comfort signal to how do those things sound to you? Excellent. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got 2,000 people in there, so I'm sure a lot of people that what I do. I talk about other things that help the world, and I think that the world will interesting. It's like anti-gravity, it's like quantum computing, fast, like I don't know if you know the extinction of the false, but essentially the first extinction took place in 2003 at the Peregrine Islands, which is a boat located in Raven Springs, San Antonio. Fast forward to year 2021, the company known as Texas has gas on Islands. They've been evolving for the next 3 years, eventually to introduce the blue line, simple, rising Asian alpha services, going well. Additionally, after they introduced the word medical, they introduced the Japanese tiger by the government. And some people really interested in this the icon. And I talk about other things that specifically create things like license technologies. So we go across the other type of things, which I think is probably about 800 using oxygen therapy, how much stem cells we have, going to create one. My body starts to break down. That's the next part. And again, this is how we do it. So if you like, maybe you can take it back. Violent ability, not violent, which where we scan the brain, computer again, with your consent. That's a CAT scan. I'm not going to the later download. I'm trying to say, yourself, or not, whatever you want to do. It's essentially something else. Maybe just take a picture, to give your own credit. What you got?
Well, I can tell you this much. Have, I already have this for their so, so I would not take the money out, but I certainly would be okay with my life being not necessarily cut short by the short term that my changes.
Excellent. Well, that's why I say to people that it's with your consent. I don't know if something you're talking about, but that gives you a breakdown of what I do. You should know I'm always here for you. If you ever need something with me to speak, you need support. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view in the future. I'm here to just give people hope. If there's anything you ever need, of course, I'm here for you, okay?
Yeah, that's good. Want to say, for me to have anything much to say after your introduction. Yes, much. I love you, brother. Once again, I appreciate this. They all pretty much have how do I say that? You know, I don't have
That's okay. I love you as well. Go on, take on the day. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here for you, okay?
okay, well, what are you up to right now?
I'm just watching. Well, actually, it's, so it's coming up. Um, and also a podcast that I'm watching that's basically commentary on another podcast. So I'm kind of just the one is called 10 Minutes of Shot and Shots. And this one here is just the documentary.
Great, great. I just appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. That's true. Yeah, just it's dot Yomi DAF space YOMI and then Sanhedrin. That's SANHEDRIN 51, and it's Rabbi Shmuel Silber. It's SHMUEL SILBER, BER, not BER. Hey, if I may ask, and I know you don't necessarily remember, do you know if I maybe sent you a direct message on it or have to repost something that you had? Would you? Yeah. Rabbi. That's funny. Yeah. If you want, I can just turn it off. Okay, I mean, you can just do that one. You can what I was seeing. So, what do you do? No. So if you do that, that'll definitely put it again. You won't be able to hear anything. Okay. The one that says Trevor still have to do is do an exclamation point. It's like Terry Rabbit. Okay, so the one that says Rabbit around here, you have to click on it and scroll down. Sure. Are you on? Yeah. Yeah. You move that up and down, and then I'll bring the other one. And in the meantime, if you can find out from how you how to set it, again, much appreciated. All right, here we go.
Profane herself. So the Gemara says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was Michal Shabbos. Maybe the Gemara is telling us that maybe a last coin gets a straight even for just desecrating Shabbos.
You got it, my friend.
Yeah, but once again, against us, morality, if you lose, it's like about again, a profanation. That occurs, that is right, the profanation, profanity that occurs as a result, ultimately again, of immorality. The sin shows that that's what about it. Right? Because the Gemara says, Yachol afilu maybe it's about even if she's single. You just say, oh, Nama kan aviyah, whenever I love aviyah. So once it says over here aviyah, and it says in the second pasuk, Ma'otzi etzanara al pesach beis aviyah uskalua. Just like in the first verse, it's talking about which means immorality, where there's a husband involved, right? Again, maybe not in the sin, but at least in the sin. Afkan's nus in sekas habal. So it's over here again, there's nus in sekas habal as well. All Eno over, over Aviyah, LOTS cover other. Maybe when it says Aviyah, it means that when it's a mass coin subject to straightforward wedding, when she commits adultery maybe with her father, right? Maybe it's only ancestral adultery that's problematic. To show that he, Nicholas, Havi Omer, called Adam Amar, when it says, that's ultimately again that comes to adultery with anyone. Okay. So let's say, so how many in the kind? So what at the end of the day, what do I come out with? So the Gemara says, sorry, how many in the kind of the it says over here, it says the second pasuk of the just like over here, it's it's immorality with a connection to a husband. Avkan's laws and say that's about. It says okay, iman lahalon na'alon biyarusa, avkan na'alon biyarusa. So here's the difference. So remember again, the Torah speaks about the idea ultimately again of a nara, a bas is a nara, right? But let's see that's a nara, that's a bisavia. So we're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second pasuk to whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Sreifa. So maybe we're preparing psukim. Just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a nara, which of course is a particular stage in her physical development, and she's an arusa. So to about Sreifa, she'll only get Sreifa if she's a nara, and she's not arusa. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? How do we know the Sua Bogeres? I'm sorry. After Nara Bihimurasa, Nara Bihimsua. How do I know that she's an Nara, she has the Sua, or Bogeres? The Arusa, she's a Bogeres, right? She's an adult, full adult, and she's an Arusa. Or Bogeres Bihimsua, or Bogeres is a Filu Skina, even if she's a much older. How do I know that if she's a Bascoin who commits adultery, she's subject to Sreifa? Tamalomar, Bascoin.
Did you find out how you found out about me on Twitter?
Whoever Surah she is, and now Bogeres and the Surah and her Usa, it doesn't make a difference. This is a punishment handed down to a girl who is a woman who is a Bascoin who commits adultery. So what's Bascoin is? So Bascoin, top of the 51 it will say, Amy Ella Shani says the coin. So what's interesting? The Gemara assumes over here that a bas coin, the fact that it's referring to as a bas coin, maybe means that she also married a coin. Like maybe it's a bas coin married a coin, she says the coin. He says the lady, when you smell, the only kochobia, the chalal, the nanzir, the city. How do I know that the truth is this unique halacha of the bas coin of the adultery and be subject to streifa? How do you know the halacha of Isa? No matter who she married, that she's subject to straight up. How do you know that? It was like, if you look at the list here, the list is very interesting because who's included in this list? So obviously, again, according to Israel, but also Psul. Even in the city, right? I'll tell you that a lot of stuff. Well, I don't everything like that, but one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it's frustrating, not necessarily from my side of talking about have retention over all the details of that. But when you pick up like these pseudos, remember again, one of the things about books and we had is doing so, Kiddushin Kosik the Kaibei Rabbi. That if you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does the Kiddushin work? So there's the famous Makner Shiva Rabbi Akiva, and Akiva holds Kiddushin and told the Kaibei Rabbi. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if you're only prohibited to by Allah, that you keep says marriage does not work. We don't constitute that way. We want Kiddushin in the Kosi B'Chagin Lisa, right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Tries to marry a man's wife, it's not going to work. But if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or the sin, or a challah, it's a lot. It's every moment during the marriage, there's a prohibition. But the marriage itself works. So how do I know if this woman is married legally, but nevertheless, again, she's a bas kohen, she's subject to straightforward. Tabalama, bas ish kohen, ava ish in a kohenes. So I say, interesting enough, because this halakha applies to a kohen, even if she herself is not a kohenes. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status, even by marrying out of the color, or ultimately maybe by marrying in the building. Okay, all of the straight that's what she's very for the work, just like we saw before. So we need to have this week, with straight up. So that's what it's called. Dafka in the last coin. In the woman herself, it does not apply to her nowadays. She's killed, right? There's also that penalty, but he doesn't get her release for penalty. do not get straight. So this is what we saw before the halacha. So this unique punishment, was not for her, and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else. Not for the bar. It's like become a straight bar. Yes, so it's a very interesting statement from him. He says that we'll just read it and we'll have to see exactly what he means. With her father with straightforward, and with her father-in-law with skill. So the Gemara says as follows: so you understand, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means. Relates to this about the Shabbos. So you always say, I read for it. She just violated Shabbos words because remember, it was a rush of the possible people referencing his Kubas, each Kohen, he's simple motion of Hulu, right? So I have thought that even if she just profanes Shabbos, she's subject to straight law. So the Gemara says, I think from Shabbos, Shabbos is not secure. Almost everybody knows that Shabbos is right? Shabbos is not straight law. So I'm talking about the front of the ship. Straight for couple of function, straight for Italian. So it's this is fascinating. You also just need to introduce something dramatically different because in general have a totally different way punishment system, right from the water. Because these kind of spiritual pedestal, since they have additional resources, the interest in everything is much higher than alcohol. And since how often might say that the additional resources, that perhaps even for any other which carries a death penalty, how often might say that she should get straight up, but then she gets straight up, and therefore even if she is the Shabbos, she should get straight up. Kamash Mulako, Kamash know that straight for Dafka in adultery and not by anything else. So mother back there. So much not so the most society coming out with as far as also so again. What exactly much not actually that's actually right parts. Much not the huge Shabbos, not the Catholic of the Cavus, let's so we say so let's understand the harmony that the might just put forward. You might put forward the harmony that maybe a boss called Shabbos, she gets straight from. That's the harmony. Like this is kind of a so many Krishna it's also which is a high level of sympathy and the Shabbos she gets straight from. The harmony was for who? The harmony was for the women. A boss calling, she gets straight from Shabbos. So the happiness only a boss calling and not Kohanim. But why would he suggest straight from the Shabbos for a boss calling and not straight for the Kohanim Muslim Shabbos? It's very interesting. Each day in the Shabbos, the Rabbi he gave himself, he gave in the lowest day of Shabbos, the Rabbi, the straight path. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle of dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. I think I heard that word. Early dispensation, because again, Kohanim remember opportunity to offer karbanos on Shabbos. So we already see that Kohanim have a different Kohanim have a different relationship with Shabbos. Obviously, again, it's up to keep Shabbos, and obviously, it is this type of dispensation that they have for Avada that obviously only applies to men, doesn't apply to women. So I know for maybe how long on the base again, maybe only the deal of street for like Rosh Shabbos should apply to her, not to them. Kamash will work out. Kamash will again for Chol Shabbos. The penalty is always skila for everyone. Doesn't matter Kohen or not Kohen. But Yochel as a community, I'm going to put that part out. So Yochel, I feel it New York. I'm going to thought that even if the last going to say maybe she should be subject to straight for adultery, which the image is holy, that's sin. That's a litmus. It says this. So maybe it's going to work out. Probably Kabbalah Puyo, Shmolu Shekishos, Asa, Soda. So as I mentioned, also holds that even two single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes a woman into a soda. Now, that's not it. He's using soda as a descriptive halakhic term, right? Soda means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. So, what the years when the Muslim holds that halakhic, even single people, like engaging in a sexual relationship, he's prohibited. He's prohibited. Oh, and Rabbi, LLC is collective. Or maybe it says Aviyah. Maybe there's one of the parts that says Aviyah, ultimate thing as well, is to go ahead and see that maybe it's ultimate incestual adultery that is punishable by Sreva, but not by other men. There's the Mercy Elamite, which is instead of Aviyah. So the Mercy is really talking about because we're doing a case where she was Messiah, she was innocent and still with another man. She had this with her father. That's the case where I talk about. So when if that's the case, my name is Kohen, after the bas Yisrael, that's the case. Then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a bas Kohen. Similar to what applies to the bas Yisrael. The other Yitzchak Parati, Asya Heina Heina, Asya Zima Zima. Let's say we get Zima Shava, Heina Heina, and Zima Zima. And Zima Zima. So it's ultimately again to compare the penalty for a bas Kohen who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a bas Kohen who commits adultery ultimately is Sreva, so to the punishment for incest is Sreva as well. That's the Gemara wants to suggest. So therefore, again, we're talking about that she committed adultery with her father. So that doesn't make a difference if she's a bas Kohen or she's a bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be Sreva. Which the advice is it's you still require to try. So I would have thought, before that, I can do it. I might have thought that the box is coming to exclude this issue of lava. So the Gemara says, you know, that that's going to have a from since the Torah over here, since the Torah is, and then some of the Bibles going to have a strong, much more longer, much more less complicated. Outside, but it's too much more longer. So last coin, the other cheese is a color. So what's the interesting once again, we want to look at that now, we just dissect the price of the original form. So it's simple for last coin, I would say it's interesting because the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does last coin mean? Last coin means the door of a coin is what? Marital coin. That's like the default understanding over here. So the Gemara says last coin, in the other cheese is the coin. I only know that she actually married coin. He says that maybe in Israel, you know, we go about it. How do I know that if I'm again, she married anyone, right? Israel, calling Israel, even someone to enough to come up to. So how do I know that this is the same halacha? Or she can do adultery, she's subject to shakara, but it's still Christ. Now the Lomar, that's ish coin. Therefore the passage says that's ish coin. Even if she is no longer a Kohenes, you shouldn't fight. Even if she's no longer a Kohenes, let me go to one second. You shouldn't consider the rule that having blood that's called you. I understand. The title of Kohenes, who is the title of Kohenes bestowed upon? It's bestowed upon someone, a woman who's the daughter of a Kohen. Now, why does that status change? It's a fact of biology. She's born to a Kohen, right? It's not the Kohen. And she did that's going. Let's say this would be if I'm going to let's say a man and a woman, right? A man could abdicate his career status. So you have a man who is a Kohen, but if he marries someone he's not allowed to marry, he abdicates that status. And he can get it after for Mesa. He's like, I don't know about last Kohen, but I think that last Kohen is sort of married to a Kohen. Last Kohen is not a Kohen, depending on who she's married to. So the Gemara says, assume you can Kohenes with Kohen. Say further, does the pasuk itself say they're talking about a Kohenes who's married to a Kohen? Of course not. Tell that I would have thought he said Talmudinos Amrachmana. So the Gemara says, I would have thought when the pasuk says as follows, what are we talking about over here? Abbas Kohen, he sit on Liznos. He sit on Liznos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. The Gemara says, what I think from it? How do you mean? The Kamas Kala Hashta. That's when the act of Znos, so as if the relationship started now. Al-Ha, keeping the Kamas Kala the time of the color. I would say the baby, let's say in the case was, let's say for example, Rothschild was married to a Mamzer. So I would have thought like this. When the issues in Rachel's relationship, right? In her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she's still under the couple, she wants it. Right? You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's a problem, there's a break in the marriage already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only time that this straight thought for adultery of us Kohen is when quote-unquote this loss, the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I would have thought that I want to myself. She's not this straight thought under those circumstances. because after all we said, so ultimately, again, in the last one, we'll marry each Zad the father, a strange man, meaning not a Kohen. Even Shenival on the Basel, not Basel. Because look at what the so once a Bas Kohen has a relationship with a man who she's not allowed to marry, ultimately that compromises her status. The Gemara says, "We're leaving Yisrael Nami, if I leave Yisrael as well, the Shabbat is having to do that." And the Soros of Imri again, and this is very important. When a Bas Kohen marries a young Kohen, what happens to her Kohen status? What happens to it? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now, again, it depends on who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's not. She's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi, and the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't do truma. But should her husband die without, right, should her husband, she doesn't have children or divorce without children, then halacha makes it she goes back to her father's home. But the point is, we see that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who's not a Kohen, for the duration, at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly young, she's compromised for Kohanic status. Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, that's right, because maybe Yisrael not with the Shabbat itself, you know now. The person says, if you're married to a Levi, or to Yisrael, so when she's married to him, she can't do Truma. But those guys die, like husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and continue Truma. What do you see from here? If she was married, she's not allowed to eat Truma. To which the Gemara said, therefore, I would want to see in the Srifa. So I said, see, what's happening? This is fascinating. It might say like this. I might have thought that the only time there's Srifa for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps it was a type of halakhic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why was it compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no srifa. Come on, slow on. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halakhic issue in her marriage, let's say she married a miser, right? And so if that's a real halakhic issue, that's a real problem. And not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit, that's a halakhic problem. Even in that case, where there is a pre-existing marital condition, marital issue, halakha l'maisa, if she commits adultery, she's still subject to srifa. Incredible. We don't come there. I'll say all this stuff is in there, but there's the side now. Consequently, since it's like the offer of truma, so I say this is so interesting. Listen to this. A last coin marries Israel. So it's called Rachel. Rachel marries Reuben. Rachel comes from a Kohanic family. She married out. Right? She married to a regular guy, living in Israel. So what happens? So she's with Reuben, and what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. That was a non-Kohen is not permitted to eat truma. Okay, generally, now we're talking about shogeg. Now, what's that look like generally if you go ahead and you eat truma shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is carrot and chodesh. You have to give that principle plus an additional fifth. So listen to this. First mention is these are the offer of truma. So Rachel is about it. She married a guy named Reuben in Israel, and she accidentally eat truma. Which was it? You can see that by the way, right? It's such a it must have been a case that didn't happen too frequently, right? The girl would look like a home, comes back to her parents, right? They're not her parents. There could be truma that's out. She eats truma. So what's that about? She did have a is. And Shalom says, I carry the image Shalom says a Polish, and the stuff of Israel. Shalom says, Talmud is as follows. She only has to pay the carrot, and she does not have to pay the additional fifth, and she's killed by slave. Whoa, what just happened over there? Okay, so there's a lot of information being packed into that blank. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the white lines, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi shows as I carry the table of the Lord is what we want to see jetzt noch. Wenn wir schon uns das auf die Sonne this is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows: the Gemara says that our local she has to pay principal. Why she has to pay principal? Because stole something. She doesn't want to. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? What's the thing about her? The other thing is the fifth. Interesting, she doesn't have Zab status. Why not? Because if her husband, she can get back with her, it's interesting, so she's chayav. As for the theft, she has to be principal, doesn't have to pay the theft. What does it mean that she's chayiv srifa? So she's in zinsa. Okay, calm down. If she commits adultery, then she's chayiv srifa. Because again, she's about person. You remember what you see from there. Really, you see from the first of all, the din of Bas Kohen by srifa is that any Bas Kohen irrespective of who she marries. Interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her Kohen status, right? Kohen actually is Shuma, which she only has to pay. Karen doesn't have to pay Chomesh. Now, the reason that I'm absolutely now, again, all of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. Legal marriage is to an Kohen. What happens if she's in an illegal marriage? She married himself. So what's that about? The Shalom is Karen Chomesh, and I'm saying she pays Karen and Chomesh. Why? Because remember again, what's happened up here? When a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, what happens? So I'm saying she takes on Zona status. As Zona status, she's forever precluded from going back into the Kuna. Once that happens, she's a Zara. She's a stranger to the Kuna. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she adds it, then it's Truma, it's Karen and Chomesh. Karen and Chomesh. And interestingly enough, Umisasa the Chelek in Rabbi. Wow. But the Rabbi says also she no longer has a status of a Bas Kohen. Because she no longer has a status of a Bas Kohen, if she commits adultery, she just gets the punishment for adultery, which is and not straightforward. Incredible. So we'll say that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? No highlight, but I'm saying what is Ramir's position is if Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses her Bas Kohen status. And it manifests itself for us in two ways. Number one, if she accidentally commits Shula, she's going to have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not sweet like the Bas Kohen, but rather Chelek, like a regular adulterer. Become sick, become woman. Zu Mishon is careful of Chomesh, and he says in Shefah, become disagree. The Chachamim say that Allah even if a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her Bas Kohen status. Very interesting. And therefore, Allah if she accidentally eats Shuma, she's going to go to the audience, she has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately, again, she is judged by straight from. So we'll say, is that not incredible? What a fascinating yes. Essentially, does a Bas Kohen, can a Bas Kohen compromise her Bas Kohen status?
Yeah, so that's the priestly task of the 12 tribes within Levi.
Okay. So, I know I could go.
We have enlightenment to you. We have three types of Jews. We have Cohen, which is the descendant of Abraham, who was Moses' legal brother. And then we have Levi, who are the descendants of Abraham. Jacob, then Levi, Judah, which is basically of Jews, broken down into somewhere between 5 and 7% is different uh, and 20%. You know, that line, can trace the relatives, Judah. So, the Levites, but not all Levites from the Jews. There are quite different variations of the laws that I'm opposed to. Basically, being a Cohen gives you like the responsibilities in the community, and also the community Well, there are some differentiations to that order, depending, as generally how it goes. Um, there are other languages like Kohan and Playing and to marry virgins, they had to marry widows, convents, the, just the especially prior to the temple in terms of the sacraments, I should say. Or the, I should say, order that, so to speak, who can enter certain areas. Um, the idea of the slaughter process, ritual slaughter. So basically, what this is is a page for of a 2,700 page book for collection of books attractive that's going on the topic and this discussion. Um, essentially, the goal of the class daughter. So basically, like, I think he was saying something along the lines of like, if, let's say a daughter for one reason or another, because of a violation of the law or something may happen, that she keep her status as a daughter woman, that can create some issues in terms of there are certain country laws that are not something portion that's given to her that we or that her family that's how they so like basically in times of the temple everybody had a role and the priestly class that they can't be farmers or basically that so how are they going to get their food? So there's something like which is basically a portion. So he's basically talking about what happens in a situation where the daughter of the client no longer has some connection to the United States. Is she still
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, just to clarify, now, of course, I I grew up in a Christian American, so obviously there's a lot of things quite different at times. But I'm guessing the Truma is essentially where the concept of time originated.
correct?
And time is just some translation from the I suppose.
Yeah. So it is like don't believe that German, German, it's the romance this is a language. But there's not direct. I sure that's so it's 10 stands for 10.
Very, very okay.
that would be
So many leaders really
I understand.
Pierre says yes. Yes, but she marries someone illegal. She compromises her life's police status.
Um, but yes, it's basically tied into certain types of enterprise and process is necessary. But yeah,
Yeah,
such
that's right.
so
Social justice. I come to understand that it is actually one of those abused concepts that the church has been like that the church has been abusing. And, like Christianity and other faith, but I can tell you this much. I know that there is very much knowledge. I have large energy right now.
it's okay. To just give you an idea of the difference, just to close on the offer. So tithe is from 10 times. GMO generally is under 1.66666%, 2.5%. Think that like Jewish people, you give them more than 2%. And so they didn't have the ability to give very much good. Just to believe it.
But also, it's not a place to sell them without them. Just a question. Does the offer still go to the dollar and destitute? Interesting. Years.
Yeah, so so the traditional sense, we would find that the farmers were either of the farm or the poor destitute, basically people that could care of themselves, landowners, so that they could partake in um, fruits of so in modern times, many of these have been replaced with Jewish Free Home Association, some Scottish yeah, just in general. There are what safety nets, not yet, but potential what these safety nets do not exist. But generally, I don't know what this. Pardon me. Thank you. These was replaced by the edge of the field. And also my point is you didn't have to do certain confidence or exact. Yeah,
Today,
yeah, so we
oh,
hope that
sorry, hold on a second. Sorry, somebody.
okay.
Oh, I haven't seen you. I was just getting Okay. Okay. It does see a little bit of that. Yes. But thank you, Rabbi. Yes, thank you for explaining. I actually need to go ahead and go. I think I get it.
So take care. Please make care.
چون accidentally shot the cat and collage and it's going to show the kind of aspect of how many saying what's the best color all the best color can't compromise that status and if she accidentally show up how about myself anything of college I can argue she will always be punched by straight up fascinating so the other pleasure and the other goes like the ones are all the SIB of the straight up that's kind of the schema the realist says with your father it's straight up with your father it's schema what is that? That's something that's going to help. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So you might just give me a idea of the idea that's coming out of the canal. So you're talking about how she commits a relationship with her father. It's a straight father. If you go to the father, well, it's schema. So what's the other thing? I know you must call it. If you're talking about someone's explaining, it's talking about incest, and then it's teaching the father-in-law, that does not vary from that content. What else? Rather than get back to the first point, how can you best Litros reformy Nikolausistiwa. Was there's a lot of incest. Incest has to be more than this reform. And if you look at the vote of all, ultimately you see it. That's across the board. Across the board. Ever has a deal with just like that's very much oh interesting. No, you need to like this. Whatever you need to like this. Whatever you says, sorry, but the laws says that Havina means she's in the domain of her father. Chana means she's in the domain of her father. What does that mean? When is she in the domain of her father? What is that? Innocent. And when is she in the domain of her father-in-law? So the assumption was about the since she's been in with her parents, so we assume that becoming to move in with her in-laws, right? Her husband's parents. So we also want to suggest that I'm for myself, essentially when she's in Abusa, it's straight up. It's straight up. And when she is in a sewer, it's ski up. So what is okay? Kima, whose opinions is alive with each Rabbanon harming the sewer, that's in straight up. For all of stuff, right? Crazy Rabbanon, they hold on with the sewer gets straight up, and after that, Rusa, you can fish how Akas and Rusa, but Akas the sewer is straight up. And she has again, fast going with again, I'm so the sewer, how about that? I see it straight up. You can be Shmal, and it's a Shmal. Arusa, not just the straight up, the lower sewer. And Shmal says, all from here again. Again, Arusa is opening up Shekinah Sewer, as Chana, Chanafu. So you guys, this wants to show such a music in this. Charlie Hardy should have been a Kaki Azar Shamishna. Let's say, here's how to reach the Mishnah. You know what? Rashi is 500 mother Sabia, straightforward. Kimona Ravisa, she calmly straightforward. So essentially, any kind of a punishment, right? Any kind of punishment with her father would have yielded a punishment, but if less than that straightforward, you go to Suat Mechanic Power. All the Baskoni Remisas Adia, he was in some idea of straightforward. So essentially, he was like this. And Koshu Manta Remisas Adia. And you know, the Lord, actually, a lot of the father, the Suabas Israel, the Suabas Israel, the Chanek, because the people in the Suabas Israel, the Chanek, how come means that's Adia is straightforward. So the father actually, that's the father is straightforward. Koshu the mother means that's Adia, anything that would have step above. Had she a relation with her father, what is that? Harusa Bas Israel. That gives her Harusa Israel, the one of the skiva. Harikama over skiva. But how come these are Tana skiva? So here, with the more like ultra, the father more than the skiva. Okay, that's going to be enough. You be the man, you're not going to be into what's talking about. That's what the Rebbe says. a statement of Mabel and Mata. I'm not really a reading this as a case. I'm the Oma Kevin Schmo. In reality, I love the Mesa again. But only Kevin Schmo. Then Kevin Schmo said, Schmo is the one that says that Slipa is meant for a din in the Hamsa and not for the Sua. Dr. Zul is to say, as I know, here shows Adia the Slipa. That's Hamel, Michamel, the Skilot, the whole other method of it's easy to explain. And Shmuel looks like this. Shmuel says the way to interpret the statement of Christ is as follows. As I give you pictures of the means, and that's according to which adultery if you give it to the father. What does that mean? Arusa. What's the punishment for Arusa? Punishment for Arusa? Absolutely is straight up. Basically, Arusa is straight up. Okay. Es Hamel means she has adultery with her father-in-law. What's the punishment for that? That was where it says the skiba. Now that's an explicit custom. That's a skiba. And for every other act of adultery, what do you get? Credit. So it seems to be very Shmuel, there's three constructs in the adultery model, right? There's bas kohen, who commits adultery as a rusa. That's sreva. There's a woman who commits adultery with her father-in-law. That's skila. And then there's every other case of adultery, which is chenek. That's his model, okay? So let's just explain this. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Because essentially what you're saying is, it means that the girl is sitting going to her father, but Eshana means that she committed adultery with her father-in-law. So the Gemara says that doesn't make sense. Either both mean adultery with the respective individuals, but both mean in the names of the individuals. So that's the Surah Karusa, the Lord holds, and then the Surah is no different than the Arusa. Not Arusa, Chad, Yaka, Baskira, Baskira, just like that. So, you look for Baskira, so move from one step higher in punishment. Fraud, Baskira, this way. But after the Surah, Chad, Yaka, Baskira, and the Chenek, Baskira. Okay? Incredible. So, once I saw again, the Lord is up in the meaning, and I love the way it's essentially what we do over here. Is in the case of the Baskira, we always look for one level of severity and punishment. So whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by yourself, normally again she gets give up, and again, it's up a lesser, but maybe the ship and holds that straight from the highest level. So we'll take her again from skill to straight up. Back to Suaz, she'll get Chenek, then we'll go up from Chenek to skill. Okay? That's what I'm going to hot eat the ship and the straight up, right? Right, so let's say if Rabbi is in the alley, it's like other expressions are as a bit of a skill, less Hamala is straight from. Again, with her father, it's skill, with her father was straight from behind the Kama as Habila, still for the Hamala. And that ultimately, again, which we said, as Habila, the Gemara just implying or the righteous system, the other is Russia. Okay. I'm not going to decide. I'm not keep it short, not in the street that you also have. The other fathers, again, has not been said in the Bible. So it's easy to I'm going to say, it's a little shit. So I said, this is fascinating. So watch us, whenever you have to go, it's not this is very nice. You have a lot of says well. So I'm saying, the fathers have not been said in the news of the Bible. Okay, so then the Gemara says, essentially this is focus on Yeshiva. Now what does this mean? So the Bible is saying this Halacha is when we put it for the Messianic era. Now what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, so Yeshiva, Rashi says, Halacha Yeshiva, Yeshiva, you also Mashiach. It's one Yeshiva, we said, so it's like this is fascinating. So the Bible seems saying this, why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, he says absolutely no repercussion and identification for now, which is always fascinating to me. You want to say something like that. Consider like how much time we spend on these actions that we are not to be actively right. But again, the answer says right now we have no ability to administer a death sentence. And remember again, that sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires Sanhedrin. So we need Mashiach. So again, it was a collection of some people. Something Mashiach. This is a halacha which will apply when Mashiach comes. Mashiach comes. Rabbi al-Yasha, Shchitas Kochmo Disney. What was that Mashiach? So Rabbi is if you say that so much, so why do you even touch him? Like why do you go there and not come up? all the stuff I don't grab was someone says, I'm not listening to the Shiva, I'm not Jewish to Kabbalah Schad. So I say, ultimately, I kind of rather what we have over here. We have over here to learn and to receive Schad. That's why we went Kabbalah, that's why we went to one dialogue, talking at me. So to over here again, by openly, by this entire discussion, Jewish to Kabbalah Schad, I say, this is very funny, because if you think any of that's actually like a city, and go into ourselves, what are we doing, right? What just, and we're going to see the bottom line of this little bit, we're not just a few moments, but again, it's almost as if it's something, something that you struggle with something, it's very important to if someone else is struggling with it, and this makes you might be struggling with it, say, oh, I'm not good, so it's interesting, this is exactly, this is coming out of the product. So again, you have a real thing saying, Kevin, what do you do? What is very interesting, or notice how the Shiva, teacher Isis, you're talking about, spend so much time focusing on things that are not actually living, but will be the future. So why do you do that? Trosh and the Kabbalah Schad. As we see from what there's so much sense, like how should Pshat be the mercy? How Pshat is the Gemara say that Allah Lorisa is a value to learning. It's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Like, you can't like make the decision of this. Okay, so you think that Mr. Haskell, that we're not so much about death. It becomes a life of full experience, recognizing of a life. I got you. Like this is just giving you to do such a stupidity. Like they said, it's that kind of 5:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun. Right? And then what happens? And you listen. I gotta live. But in a general idea, sometimes I would say we do things and we're not sure about the relevance of it. It may not be a lot of people, but even if it's not a lot of people, there's a power to engaging in Talmud Torah. Right? Torah is not just about gaining information so that you know how to operate it. Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning operates me. If I see in the natural come to see the Gemara, I become a different person. Right? I emerge. I'm not the same person. I'm born to learn. I have no idea. I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information, but I can tell you one thing. I am absolutely a different person than I was an hour ago. That is an unequivocal, indisputable truth. I'm different. That's George the Kabbalah Schad. Just learn. So I said, we translated George the Kabbalah Schad as learning and reward for learning. No. George, the reward itself is in the act of learning. George, just learn. The Kabbalah Schad, you are seeking reward. What's the reward? That's something in this world and next world. The reward is you become a different person. I'm someone different now. And because I'm someone different now, I say, what is the greatest around the world? The greatest around the world is when you feel good about yourself because you feel that you are engaged in a life of self-transcendence. When I feel I'm just pushing forward to becoming the best person to be, that is the greatest schad. So when it's Jewish, sometimes it's just about learning. The Kabbalah Schad, the benefit of becoming someone different, the benefit of becoming someone holier, habits to be the Aramaic time. He says something very beautiful. The Rabbi says this, he said, if you're not right in church, the Kabbalah Schad, he says also as far as he says, sometimes when you learn something, you learn about something that's not yet in fact, and it's going to be in effect one day what it does is it engages with it, and it keeps a total desire for what it's going to be. So the Aramaic time says, when you learn about things that are only going to happen in the Messianic era, what does that do? It makes within me a desire for Mashiach, and it makes within me a desire for a Beis Hamikdash. The desire for the Sanhedrin. That he says, Slave Allah Ola Masai Esya David Oldspot Raso Slow Yakasura. Naksham Bakwa and the Fatnas Hasman and his eyes the kind colonists people that so this is sometimes more Joshua Kabbalah sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now. But when I learn it, is within this desire to have it. Okay, so I don't know about me as a basic. Like if it applies as much. So you also is about Kabbalahs, or you say Kabbalahs in the morning. And for that, I can't wait. I can't wait to be able to open my Kabbalahs. I can't wait to look at this. I can't wait to see the morning before. I can't wait to walk with my family. Open the Rothschild in distance with people buying station. I can't wait for that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't yet apply now, or a desire for what is going to come. So two circles for Joshua Kabbalah. Number one, the act of learning changes us, even if it doesn't give me concrete information from my life operating system. So George, learn as much as you can. And I'll start reaping the benefits of becoming a different kind of person. George Kabbalah, at the end of the day, learn and awaken within yourself this desire for what is going to come. Awaken within yourself a desire for what the future holds. Incredible. So he says, how do you know? Okay, you're meant to say. As I'm meant to say, so he said, neither when he meant to say his house. Why do you have to go ahead and please think about the halacha follows, the halacha follows so-and-so. Because a Swedish right now, halacha covered. So it's up to bring to your phone, so you have to bring so what I'm going to say, and what you says, something like that, no, it's not like all that, I'm sure. It's not the other base, it's going to see for these laws. And now, the other side goes to the other. So John says as follows, John says, the boss called me, like, he said on his nose, so I tell you about and she's a herb, so it's really strong, right? So now there's a research, she is subject to strength. I talk about it again, so I think it's too long. You say it's not, she's not research, and it's only the Suman Kamabon, like, Hashem, the FS, Asians, right? Most humans cannot eat fine FS. How you have to be fine FS? Everyone was the general rule of non-FS, right? Adulterer is adulteress. It's like customer service keeper. That's like the straight from. Torah removes the Basisol, says Basisol who's from the schema, and Basco the straight from. Not to show that that's Basisol the schema, and Musa, the Lord is sword. And to show that that's a Basco the straight from, and Musa, the Lord is sword. Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out a Basisol to let Musa, and Musa Basisol is subject to schema, so it pulls out a Basco, it's pulling out a Basco and Musa. And it's not there, Musa is subject to straight from, and not for the sword. Right, what's up when you pick up I mean you up in this sentence, I'm gonna make up very good so I'm gonna this sentence over myself if I pick up an answer tomorrow, should I have myself? That's hard. Correct. All right, Jabosai, good morning. Good morning. First of all, thank you to Rabbi for the weather advice. Thank you. Yeah, Jabosai, just know that text gets sent out. So the times at 5:22 this morning. Wondering what Ari is doing at 5:22 this morning. He's preparing the coffee. We all go in, Baruch Hashem, we take and we enjoy it. It's wonderful. We understand that I really this Mahadi's not here to see Hashem event, but this tremendous stress that shows his heart when he does it. So make sure that when you see him, that you give a tremendous thank you, not just for the weather updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. Ari, on behalf of the entire share, thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. We really, really appreciate it. The weather update this time, also just the coffee every single morning that sent us to us. Thank you for it. Thank you for it. Also, we also thank our Talmud sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei Hey. All right, Tulsa Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shomer Joshos this year as Nizifus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Datomi sponsors for today, Malki Roslu, in honor of Josh's 40th birthday, Mazel Tov, and our Datomi sponsors today, Friends of Josh Rosenwood, for his, the Friends wrote special birthday. The wife wrote the actual birthday, right? So yeah, 40, the child. For Josh, I'm going to have the entire show. We wish you a tremendous birthday. Great to be here of growth, of hatzlacha, of bracha, of continued tzedekis. Kol mashalos nibech lekova meves. Mazel tov. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us start. Of course, we're going to get to how we're going to Shalom and the Karavan, so the soldiers, did he be successful So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. An interesting topic filled with just a lot of at times random information, but really interesting ideas. Remember again, we're still steeped. It feels like a little bit. On one hand, it's interesting Gemara. On the other hand, I thought this yesterday. It's very heavy, constantly being involved in death, right? And just these are death arguments. So as we mentioned before, I think when we started this series of skila, so sometimes being around death is a powerful thing because being constantly around death can be actually life affirming. I know that sounds like but sometimes when like all you're doing is death, and I said, Baruch Hashem, I'm alive. I'm here. It's a good day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of him. And it's time to decide what you want to do with it. And Baruch Hu so sometimes again, spending a lot of time with death reminds us how much power we have in life. So with that, let us begin. So we left off yesterday. Wait, tell me where I am. Rabbi Shimon. Good. Okay, so let's do this. Rabbi Shimon. Okay, one person talk. One person talk. Tell me where I am. Good. Perfect. That's a Rabbi just gets to it. I'll just tell me where we are. That's it. Good. Let's go. So good. We answered the fellows. Hi, Rabbi Shimon. So what's the position of Rabbi Shimon? So there are two rules set by Baskin. One second. Baskin and Baskin. So these two rules set by Baskin and Baskin. So the overwhelming ambiguity in all of this is here's what we know. A Baskin is adultery subject to a different type of death penalty. What's the challenge? The challenge is we have two psukim. One pasuk says skiva, one pasuk says sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is what? So Shimon says, Rabbi says, see that these two rules apply even to Abbas Yisrael. Yet by Abbas Kohen, whereas the Heaven over here, the Torah removes Abbas Kohen of Yisrael from the general penalty of Yisrael, and Abbas Kohen Arutza from the general penalty of Arutza. Let's take a quick look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over Yisrael, Arutza Abbas Kohen Arutza Abbas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines left before it gets wide. Arutza Abbas Kohen Arutza Abbas Yisrael is still the straight up. So generally an Arutza would get skiba, but Abbas Shimon says Abbas Kohen, because not choosing Arutza, will get straight up. And the Slam is on the skiba, the Chenek is straight up. So Lamandi Pansha straight up the Mura. And again, by Slam, so regular married woman who is going to Chenek, Abbas Kohen, ultimately again will get straight up. We'll get straight up. So by the way, this all feeds into Rabbi Shimon's law. What's Rabbi Shimon's premise? Rabbi Shimon's premise is that, remember, Rabbi Shimon argued on Tanakh in the Mishnah. According to Rabbi Shimon, according to Tanakh, what's the most common form of Nisa, most common form of death? Skila. According to Rabbi Shimon, most common form of death? Streifa. And remember again, so much of what we see with Rabbi Shimon's opinion is really forged in this whole Bas Kohen discussion. Because since we see that Bas Kohen is holding out in the normative framework of punishment, and ultimately, again, giving something different, and the different thing that she's giving a streifa indicates to us that streifa is a different kind of orders. The word says, just like in the Torah, hold out, a basically in the a regular case of us to be not here. So when it pulls out the rule of a bas coin a russo adultery, a regular Aruso Crystal, it's supposed to be that. Here you see also what's the Chomra, how much you get straight from. So here you get 3 points from the I zoning the Subas and the Frau zoning the Subas is shown. The zoning Arusa and the Frau zoning Arusa was like, this is very interesting. It's what we're on. But yet, let's say, zoning comes. So let's say, Rothschild is a bas coin. She's about to marry. But it doesn't matter what Ruben is. It's not a very nice exception. Witnesses show up and they say, we saw Rachel commit adultery. Then it turns out that they lie. Or I should say, another sin of consistent belong, let's get to the first thing. You know, that's why you want to use them, you are with us. 18 Solomon. You must say, Germany, what's the punishment? 18 Solomon, what's the punishment? Right? Kasha Solomon, reciprocal punishment. Here's the issue. Even though a Bas Kohen gets a unique punishment for adultery, like Sreifa, that's unique for her, 18 Solomon do not get her unique punishment. Instead, 18 Solomon get whatever a normal adulteress would have gotten in that scenario. So especially how we'll see the drasha for that just a little bit. So again, the unique punishment only goes to the Bas Kohen herself, does not go to her 18 Solomon. And again, the Torah says, okay, if you look at Rashi, the first white line, so many Mishravas doing the crowd, so many Mishravas. So the Chenech should also have plus of Ella or so in the Tagtal. If Sid, sorry, love, so much. Only she gets rid of. Only she gets rid of. The 18 Zolman will get, they'll get punished, but they get the punishment for we'll call normal adultery, which would be Chenech, strangulation, and not Srikha. That's it. Okay, so let's go back to it. We're saying we are going to base 50b, 3 lines into the white lines. And if the brother of a Kohen will commit adultery, Yakala Fidu Filula Esa Shabbos, so it says, Mashal has trade. Basish Kohen, he said, the brother of a Kohen will profane herself. So the Gemara says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was Mechal Shabbos. Maybe the Gemara is telling us that maybe a Bas Kohen gets straight up, even if just desecrating Shabbos, Tamalomar, with his nose. Yeah, when the Pasuk gets in the word, ultimately against nos. Morality. If you look into this, nos the Torah is talking about again a profanation that occurs. That is right. It's a profanation or profanity that occurs as a result, ultimately again, of immorality. It's in. Shows not talking about that. Right? The Torah says, "Yachol afilu kiri." You want to maybe it's about somebody even if she's single. She's a home family. Never allow no Rabbi. It says Rabbi, and it says in the second pasuk, "V'otzias hanara pesach base Abiyah uskalua." Ma'ala Allah shnos in the Tzika Sabal, just like in the first pasuk, he's talking about shnos in the Tzika Sabal, which means morality, where there's a husband involved. Right? Again, maybe not Nishtul, not Nishtul. Africa is shnos in Tzika Sabal. So it's over here again. There's shnos in Tzika Sabal as well. Oh, El Omer, Oh, Adiyah, El Ozias Kala Adam. Maybe when it says Adiyah, that when it's an ask for something straight away, when she commits adultery, maybe with her father, but maybe it's only ancestral adultery that's problematic. The Shomer here, the Chaleles, Adi Omer, called Adam Adam. But it says, the Chaleles, ultimately again, I can speak to adult. Okay. Oh, so what says so how many in the kite? So what at the end of the day, what am I coming up with? So the Gemara says, so how many in the kind of the Nemar kind of the other it says over here, it says the second pasuk of the man had all this most now, just like over here, it's morality with a connection to a husband. After it's nos in Zekas about okay. Iman la'alon na'arot yayimsa. After na'arot. So here's the so remember again. The Torah speaks about the idea, ultimately again, of a Nara, a Bas Kohen is a Nara, right? But Osio is a Nara, so we're trying to apply everything that's stated in the second pasuk, whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Sreifa. So maybe if we're comparing Psukim, just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which of course is in her physical development, and she's not a Rusa. So to buy Sreifa, she'll only get Sreifa if she's a Nara. She's not a Rusa, which the Gemara says. How do we know? How do we know the Sua Bulgaris? I'm sorry. After Nara in Kurasa. Nara in Sua. How do I know that if she's a Nara, she's not a Sua? Or Bulgaris. Yaruska, she's a Bulgaris. Right? She's an adult. She's an adult. And she's a Rusa. Or Bulgaris in the Sua. Or Bulgaris in the Skina. Even if she's a much older woman, 79, how do I know that if she's a basketball player, she's subject to Sua? Salamar, the Bas Kohen, if it's already used as a more generic question of Bas Kohen, to tell us whoever is the Bas Kohen, whatever Surah she is, a Nara, a Bulgaris, a Sua, and a Rusa, it doesn't make a difference. This is the punishment handed down to Israel, to a woman who is a bas Kohen for this adultery. So whereas bas Kohen in, so bas Kohen, top of the 51, I will say, Amy Ella should be states the Kohen. So I was here's this interesting. The Gemara assumes over here that a bas Kohen, in fact, it's referring to her as a bas Kohen, maybe means that she also married him. But maybe it's a bas Kohen married Kohen, Amy Ella should be states the Kohen. We say to the Levi, or the Israel, or Obey Kochavim, the Chalel, the Cholol, the Mamzer, the City. I don't know, the truth is, this the unique halacha of the bas Kohen for adultery and being subject to srifa. How do we know that halacha of myself? No matter who she married, that she's subject to srifa. How do we know that? In other words, I was like, if you look at this, the list is very interesting. It's included in this list. So obviously, again, going to Israel, but also pursuing. Even in the sin, I said, by the way, I think that God was not my favorite. Well, but one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it is frustrating, not to necessarily for myself, I have attention over all the details of that, and on the journey, we pick up like those next thing. So it's never again one of the things my books had is to this day, Kiddush and Toast and Chayim Rabbi. Right? You can marry someone who you're not allowed to marry. Doesn't think Kiddush work. So the thing is not going to keep it that you keep a whole Kiddush and Toast and Chayim Rabbi. Try and marry someone who's not allowed to marry. Even if you're only prohibited by Allah, that you keep a sense of marriage doesn't work. We don't we hold Kedusha and Toast and Chayim Rabbi. Right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Tries to marry another wife, it's not going to work. But if if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or a single or a lot, it's a lot. Right? Every woman during the marriage, there's a prohibition. The marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married illegally, but nevertheless, again, if she's a masculine, she's subject to certain code. So I think interestingly enough, this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Kohenes. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the daughter or ultimately again by marrying the daughter. Okay, keep it straight. But the involvement of the straight response is very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halacha, this unique punishment of sreifa for a bas Kohen who is adultery is dafka a din in a bas Kohen, and right in the woman herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, he's killed, right? He's also the penalty, but he doesn't get her unique sreifa penalty. So the Gemara says as follows: so he is sreifa paying keep his sreifa paying all of his sreifa. That's my line. Keep his sreifa paying someone out of his sreifa. So again, she gets sreifa, but ultimately, even someone do not get sreifa. So again, I was saying, this is what we saw before the halakha of myself. This unique punishment was not for her and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else. Not for the Eden, not for the baller. The answer of the list says, that's not become a sreifa. That's not so Rabbi makes a very interesting statement over here. Right? He says that with her, now we'll just read it and then we'll have to see exactly what it means. With her father, it's sreifa, and with her father-in-law, it's skiva. So the Gemara says as follows: So again, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means. Remains to be seen. The Gemara says, I would have thought that even if she justified the child whatever again, it was like washing right? Profanation. So I might have thought again, even if she just fulfills Shabbos, she's subject to Sreifah. So the Gemara says, I feel Chol Shabbos is bas. Right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that Chol Shabbos is Tefillah, right? Chol Shabbos is not Sreifah. So it's Amrava Hamani B'Shem. Who is the B'Shem? So Amar Sreifah Chamura. The B'Shem holds that Sreifah is more common. It's not like something now. So what's easy to do? You might have thought this thought was very interesting. It's not like something now. Hold on, but after the book, that's from Rabbi maybe so sinceros, Tidam Sreifah. This is fascinating. Gemara suggests that maybe with the Torah introducing to be something dramatically different. Maybe the Torah introducing to be that Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment. Right? Why? Because this point of our approach on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvahs, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since Halacha said, again, they had what they call mitzvahs b'seres, they have all these additional mitzvahs that perhaps even for any Avera, which carries a death penalty, Halacha again, she should get strifa, they should get strifa, right? And therefore, even if she is Mechalo Shabbos, she should get strifa. Kamash Malam no, that strifa is dafka in adultery and not by anything else. So the Rebbe is like, so my shna, so we must decide that from what as follows. So also, so again, what exactly? My shna, look at actually very fast. My shna meaning today, that even Shabbos probably yachmul up in the caves just last time. So it's like, just understand the happening that the Gemara just pushed forward. Much before the happening that me, a bas kohen, the fellow Shabbos, she gets straight up. That's the happening. Why? Because this kind of have so many additional mitzvahs mentioned as a high level of sanctity, and therefore the Shabbos she gets straight up. It was that you know this by the way. The happening was for women. The happening was for women. A bas kohen, she gets straight up for Shabbos. So the happening was only a bas kohen, and that could it. But why would you suggest straight up for Shabbos for a bas kohen? And that's straight for the Kohanim. What's the Shabbos? This is very interesting. He gave in the lower Shtaya Shabbos the Gafah, even the straight. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle of full dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. This is interesting. Kohanim have a minute of Kohanos on Shabbos. So we already see that male Kohanim have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right? Now, obviously, again, it's not to keep Shabbos, but obviously, there is this unique type of dispensation that they have for Avodah that obviously only applies to men, doesn't apply to women. So I might have thought maybe Halacha L'Maisa again, maybe only the Bill of Sreifa that Bill Shabbos should apply to her, not to them. Kamash again, Bill Shabbos, the penalty is always Sila for everyone, doesn't matter Kohen and non-Kohen. Good. Yachal Afilu New I'm going to thought that so Yachal Afilu New York. I'm going to thought that if the Bas Kohen is single, maybe she should be subject to streifa for adultery, which the Gemara says, well, this knows Siv, it says Liznos, it says Nos, which the Gemara says, maybe it's Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Lazar, Hanoi Habala Kuya, Shalolush Yishus Asa Azora. So Rabbi Lazar holds that even two single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes them into a zona. Now that's not it. He's using zona as a descriptive halachic term, right? Zona means someone who are calling is not allowed to go. So the point up here is Rabbi Lazar holds that halacha even single people, right, engaging in a sexual relationship is prohibited. He's prohibited. Oh, in Omar Abiyah, Allah holds yes kalatam, or maybe it says Abiyah. Maybe the reason why the pasuk says Abiyah ultimately is what is to go ahead and say that maybe it's only incestual adultery that is punishable by Sreifa, but not by other men. So which the Gemara says, "Alamayni, which is in Savarka." So the Gemara says, "What are you talking about?" In the case of the given man, she was Mizana, she was innocent, with another man. She had mixed with her father. That's the case we're talking about. So the Gemara says, in the case, my area of Bas Kohen, after the Bas Yisrael, I mean, if that's the case, was a blessing, then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a Bas Kohen. Similar to what applies when she's Bas Yisrael. The Amar Rabbi Yitzchak Baratimi, Asya Heina, Asya Zima. We'll say we consider Shabbat Heina and Zima. So it's ultimately again to compare the penalty for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery ultimately is Sreifa, so to the punishment for incest is Sreifa as well. That's what Gemara wants to suggest. So therefore, again, we're talking about if she committed adultery with her father, so then it doesn't make a difference if she's a Bas Kohen or she's a Bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be Sreifa. Which the Gemara says it's true. No, it's still required. Why? It's not like I would have thought crowd out for being the Rabbi. I might have thought that the Pasuk is coming to exclude the position of Rabbi. So the Gemara says, one of us can move us Israel, since Torah over here, since Torah is letting this halacha by Baskin or Bas Israel, Kamash Molando, Kamash on Baskoin in Baskin, I'm sorry, Kamash Molando. Good. So Baskoin, any other Shmis is the Torah. Once again, we're circling back there, we're just dissecting the price of we mentioned before. So we said before Bascoin, I will say it's interesting, because like the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does Bascoin mean? Bascoin means the daughter of a coin is what? Married to a coin. That's like the default understanding of it. So the Gemara says Bascoin, in the Elishim sees the coin. I only know that she actually got the coin. And he says the Levi, the Yisrael, the Obi Kofav, the Cholol, the Nasser, the Lamzir, how do I know that if I'm again, she married anyone, right? Yisrael, coin Levi Yisrael, even someone illegally, Cholol, the Nasser, the Lamzir. So how do I know that this is the same halacha? Or if she could do the Bojish, she's subject to straight hair, that it still applies. Lomar, Bas Ish Coin. Therefore, the person says Bas Ish Coin, Af Aptish Ina Kohenes. Even if she is no longer a Kohenes, we should. Fine, even though she's no longer a Kohenes, the US is what's happening. Mishum de Is, not Bas Coin, how is it? The title Kohenes, who is the title Kohenes? It's still the It's talking about someone, a woman, who is the daughter of a Kohen. Now, why does that status change who she marries? In other words, it's a fact of biology. If she's born to a Kohen, right, her father's a Kohen, then she's a Bas Kohen. We'll say this would be the fact of, let's say, a man and a woman, right? A man could abdicate his status. So you can have a man who is a Kohen, but if he marries someone who's not allowed to marry, he abdicates that status. He could regain it afterwards, but the Haisa, he's absent. But a woman is a Bas Kohen. Why don't you think that Bas Kohen is going back to a Kohen? Bas Kohen is going to a Kohen, depending on who's married. So the Gemara says, we're still needing Kohen, but it's furthermore. Does the pasuk itself say we're talking about a Kohen as he's married to a Kohen? Of course not. It's not like I would have thought he said something of Rahman. I would have thought what the pasuk says is follows. Who are we talking about over here? A Bas Kohen, Kisechal Lisnos. Kisechal Lisnos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. What I did for them. How do you mean? That's when the act of nos, so if the inappropriate relationship started now. Even the kamaskal of the kemame kara, also, but maybe, let's say in the case was, let's say for example, Rothschild is married to a mamzer. So I would have thought like this: when did issues in Rothschild's relationship, right, in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she's to the phone with the mamzer, right? You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's like there's a problem, there's a break in the marriage already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only point that this straight for the culture of us point is when quote unquote this the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I'm gonna thought that I'm off on myself. She's not subject to straight under those circumstances. Because after all we said so ultimately, again, if a Bas will marry, gives out the news of parliament, a strange man, he's not a Kohen. Even should live on the Basel, there's also a lot of myself. Once a Bas Kohen has a relationship with a man who's not about to marry, ultimately that compromises her status. Yomar says, the lady Yisrael Nami, but by lady Yisrael as well, but Shabbal based on that. Mr. Remember again. This is very important. When a Bas Kohen marries a non-Kohen, what happens to her Kohanic status? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now, again, it depends who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's done. She's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi, then the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't do tshuva. But should her husband die without, she doesn't have children, or divorce without children, then halacha l'maaseh she goes back to her father's home. But the point is, we see that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who's not a Kohen, for the duration of, at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, that's right, because in the Yisrael Nami, Shabbal based on the Plus, it says she's married to a Levi, or to Yisrael. So So when she's married to him, she can't be truma. But if those guys die, right, her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. What do you see from here? It's not this we see kapein halacha. We see from here that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat truma. To which Gemara says, therefore, I would have thought, well, see the straight. But Shabbos says, see, you know what's happening over this? Is fascinating. Gemara says like this. I might have thought that the only time there's straight for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps what it was some kind of pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why would it have been compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no shrima, even if there was some type of pre-existing condition. Let's say she married a Matzah. Right? And so if that's a real halachic issue, that's a real problem. Right? Not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity, but that's a halachic problem. Even in that case, where there was a pre-existing marital issue, and vice versa, she's still subject to the sweat. Incredible. We go to America. Also, all this stuff is America. First question, it says the Israel, the Aqua Truma. So I say, this is so interesting. This is this. Last point, marries Israel. We call Rothschild. Rothschild marries Reuben. Rothschild comes from Esther, had a family. She married out. Right? She married to a regular guy, to a regular Israel. So what happens? So now she's with Rabbi. And what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. The person at Allah is, remember, I'm not calling a star, is not permitted to eat truma. Again, generally, is not, we're talking about the shogeg. Now, what's the halacha generally if you go ahead and you eat truma with shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is karen and chodesh. You have to pay back the principal plus an additional fifth. So listen to this. First question is these Rabbi Achla Truma. So Rahal, so that's going. She married a regular family in Israel, and she accidentally ate Truma. Which was it? You can see that back there, right? It's it must have been a case that didn't happen right? And grew up like a lot of time. Comes back to her parents, right? There could be Truma that's out. She eats Truma. So what's the halacha? The halacha is the Shalaka says Karen, I know Shalaka says Komesh. What says Talof is as follows. She only has to pay the Karen, and she does not have to pay the additional fifth, and she's killed by Sreifa. Whoa. What just happened over there? So there's a lot of information being packed into that one. Take a look at Rashi for just a minute. So Rashi says over here, you can see the white lines, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi Mishalem says Karen. The law of Zora he Horel Urui Laxra in Yomus by law is very interesting. So the verse says as follows: the price of the halacha l'meisah, she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? Because she stole something. She doesn't belong to her. She doesn't pay principal. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A Sarah, non-Greek. Interesting enough, she doesn't have Sarah status. Why not? Because if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. So interestingly enough, so she's chayavas for the fifth. Therefore, she has to be principal. Doesn't have to pay the fifth. What does it mean that she's chayav straight up? So actually, it's insa to take out that number. If she commits adultery, then she's chayav straight up. Because again, she's a basket. There's a number of things you see from here. Really much see from here for herself. Within our basket by straight up. Instead of any masculine irrespective of who she marries. Interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her Kohanic status, right? The Araya, she only has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chodesh. Good. Next. Mises Echamil Absurd now again. All of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is for an ongoing. What happens if she's in an illegal marriage? Random answer. So what's the halacha? Mishalem is Karen of Chodesh. Then I both say she needs to carry out so much. Why? Remember again, what's happened over here? When a class marries someone, she's not allowed to know what happens. So I both say she takes on Zona status. As Zona status, she's forever precluded from going back into the kingdom. Once that happens, she's a Sarah. She's a stranger to the relationship just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats Truma, it's Karen, and Chomesh. Karen and Chomesh. And interestingly enough, the Misas of the Chenek is Rabbi Meir. Wow. Rabbi Meir says also she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen. Because she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen, she commits adultery. She just gets married to a person for adultery, which is Chenek and not straight from. So we'll say that is the position Rabbi Meir. So again, what's the highlight over here? Okay, I'm saying, well, what is Rabbi Meir's position is that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses the Bas Kohen status. And it manifests itself for us in two ways. Number one, if she accidentally gets Truma, she's going to have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not straight like a Bas Kohen, but like a Chelek, like a regular adult. The Chum say, the Chum moment, Zuv Zuv Mishlan Asker V'lo Chomesh, and such and straight. The Chum disagree. The Chum say that Allah Chum myself, even if the Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains the Bas Kohen status. Very interesting. And therefore, Allah Chum myself, she accidentally gets Truma, she's going to go ahead and only have to check to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh, but when she commits adultery, ultimately, again, she is judged by Srifa. She wants to say, is that not incredible? Well, what a fascinating focus. Essentially, does a Bas Kohen, can a Bas Kohen compromise her Bas Kohen status? Rabbi Meir says, yes. If she marries someone illegal, she compromises her Bas Kohen status, that manifests itself in the fact that she consumes Truma accidentally. She'll have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she'll get Chenek and Srifa. The Chachamim say, once a Bas Kohen, always a Bas Kohen. Can't compromise that status. Therefore, she accidentally uses Truma. Allah for myself only carrying a Chomesh, and for adultery, she will pay Srifa. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes back there. But Elazar Omer Esavi of the Srifa, let's come out of the Skiva. Elazar says, with her father, it's Srifa, with her father-in-law, it's Skiva. So what does that mean? My Esavi, let's come out. What are you talking about? So the Gemara says, let's come out. So we're talking about if she commits adultery with her father, it's a Srifa. It's adultery with her father-in-law, it's Skiva. Or I understand. I hear you Bas Kohen. Then again, if you're talking about sources, if you're talking about incest, and then religion of the father-in-law, that halacha does not vary from Bas Kohen and anyone else. Rather, again, my hear you Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael Nan. Ita B'Srefa, Nek Halos B'Skila. What says halacha? Incest has to be murder, is Srefa, and the legal relation, mother-in-law, ultimately is Skila. That's across the board. Across the board. Hello. Oh, interesting. No, what it is like this. Or Amir means is like this. Rabbi Elazar says that Avina means she's in the domain of her father. Chamel means she's in the domain of her father. What does that mean? When is she in the domain of her father? When is that? Erison. And when is she in the domain of her father-in-law? Yisur. The assumption was like Erison, she's living at home with her parents. So Yisur will be coming to move in with her in-laws, right? Her husband's parents. So those are ones that suggest that so essentially when she's in Arusa, it's Sreifa. And when she's in Sua, it is Skila. So what is it? Okay. Kiman, whose opinion is this aligned with? Ikarabanon, Habi the Sua, Yatsal Sreifa. Although Arusa, right? According to the Rabbanon, they hold that the Sua gets Sreifa, not in Arusa. Ikere Bishimin Ha'amar Achas Arusa, the Achas Nisua, the Sreifa. Bishimin holds again, possibly whether again Arusa or Nisua, Abachal Maisi gets Sreifa. The Ikere Bishmal, the Bishmal, Ha'amar Arusa, Yatsas the Sreifa, Above Nisua. Bishmal says all the time, right? Again, Arusa is all because of Shepin and Nisua. Eschamel, Charek. So what's the Shashu? Who's speaking this? Shalavad Mishnah Yossi Rabbi Chanina. Kat Yatzah Shamish. Let's say, here's how to arrange the Mishnah. The Olam Rabbanon. In reality, Rabbanon, Bachi comments to say, Koshu, but Matami Misa, Savia. So this is Rashi. Rashi says that Rashi is 5 lines of the Bible. Matami Misa, Savia. Straightforward. Omer Rabisa, she Kalam is straightforward. So essentially, anytime you have a punishment, right? Any time that relations with a father would have yielded a punishment that is less than straightforward. He goes to Suat the Father. Bas Kohen Misas Avia Kimasinsa Avia B'Straightforward. So essentially, Torah says like this: anything kosher l'mata misas avia, anything ultimately again that would have been a lower punishment, actually committed adultery with their father. Umani, what's the example of that? Bas Yisrael. The Nisua Bas Yisrael, the Chenek, because the regular Nisua Bas Yisrael will be the Chenek. Hacham misas avia b'straightforward. So therefore, again, had she been adultery with their father, would have been b'straightforward. Anything that would have been a step above had she had relations with her father. Remind me, what is that? Arusa Bas Yisrael. That's the case of that. Arusa Bas Yisrael. Arusa Bas Yisrael Ba'alos. A regular Arusa, okay, also, when he says Tanah, this so it's over here with when we're adultery with her father-in-law. Okay, that's going to be a deal. Meeting the Mala Lamata, going to be able to live talking about. That's what the Bryce says. It doesn't say the Mala Lamata. I'm going to give you a review. It says it's like days. I'm going to review the Olam Kadishma. In reality, Allah again, we're going to Kadishma. Right? Rabbi Shmuel says, Rabbi Shmuel is the one that says that Sreifa is only for a din in Arusa and not for the Suah. What does it mean to say? Es Abiyah, Birshus Abiyah is Sreifa. That's Chamea, Mechamea, B'Siva, the whole other. Okay, this is interesting. Shmuel holds like this. Shmuel says the way to interpret the statement of the Bryce is as follows. Es Abiyah means Birshus Abiyah, which means the last point with adultery with the name of her father. What does that mean? Arusa. What's the punishment for Arusa? The punishment for Arusa ultimately is Sreifa. Last point, Arusa is Sreifa. Okay. Es Chameha means she has adultery with her father-in-law. What's the punishment for that? That looks like that. The Gemara says skila. Yeah, that's an explicit puzzle. That's a skila. And for every other act of adultery, what do you get? Chana. So it's usually according to Bishmuel, there's three constructs in the adultery model, right? There's Bas Kohen, who commits adultery as an Arusa. That's Sreifa. There's a woman who commits adultery with her father-in-law. That's Skila. And then there's every other case of adultery, which is Chenek. That's his model, okay? The rest is as follows. It doesn't make sense. Essentially, what you're saying is, Esabihal means that the girl is in the domain of her father, but Eschameh means that she committed adultery with her father-in-law. So, for essentially, that doesn't make sense. Either both mean adultery with the respective individuals, or both mean the domain of the individuals. So, it's Rabbi, the only book Rabbi Shimon take us out of the Muslim, the Surah Karusa. The Muslim holds that the Surah is no different than an Arusa. Just like in Arusa, you move from one step higher in culture. After this one, okay? Incredible. So the others of the opinion that Allah is essentially over here is in a piece of us going, we always move for up one level of severity in punishments. Whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by Arusa, normally again she gets skila, again, Rabbi Moshe, but really, of course, Rabbi Shimon holds that Sreifa is the highest level. So we'll take her again from skila to Sreifa. That is so much more like get Chenek, we'll move her up from Chenek to skila. Okay, that's good. And you know, Rabbi Shimon, this Sreifa, right? So rather than Rabbanan say, Rabbi says, in reality, it's Rabbanan, as Abiyah is skila, less Ramah is Sreifa. Again, with her father, it's, with her father-in-law, it's Sreifa. Behind the Kamar, as Abiyah, Sircha Ba'al Kafir. And that all which we said, as Abiyah, if the Gemara is just a point, or the Vice is just a point, the Lord of flesh. Okay. Amr of Nachman Barabor. Amr of Nachman, sorry. Amr of Nachman Barabor. Amr of Halacha, Kiddushonach, Rabbi Mishmit, Rabbi Yosef. The halacha follows ultimately again, as Rabbi said in the book of Yosef. This is fascinating. So watch this. We're gonna button up this sugi right now. You have to hold on nice as well. So the Gemara says the halacha follows as Rabbi sent the name of Rabbi Yosef. Okay. So that the Gemara says, who cares? Essentially, Yosef says, focus on Yeshiva. Now, what does this mean? So Rabbi Yosef is saying this halacha is only permanent for the Messianic era. Now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Focus on Yeshiva. Rashi says, halachas kishiyavo, yom Mashiach. It's Trifano, Sheshivu Dalam, he says, it's Nikoman. So it's fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef seems to be saying this in Hebrew. Why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, this has absolutely no repercussion on identification for now, which is always fascinating to me. The Gemara said something like that. Instead of how much punishment is that may or may not be at paper. But again, Rabbi Yosef says, we right now we have the ability to administer a death sentence. Right? Remember again, death sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires a base Hamikdash. So we need Mashiach. So again, it was a Rothschild so beautiful. This is a halacha which will apply only when Mashiach comes. Mashiach comes. So Abai says, you can say that somewhere. So why do we learn touching? Right? Why do we go ahead and learn anything about kabbals? Right? After all, again, anytime the Gemara brings up or goes into that matter, Tumatara. Right? Why even bring up these sugis at all? Luchasala Mashiach is only relevant for Messianic era. So why bring all this stuff at all? Rabbi says, all this stuff says Shiva along Rosh the Kabbal sky. So they will say ultimately again, rather what's the avod over here? The avod over here is to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn Kabbalah. That's why we learn Tumatara. Achinami. So to be here again by this entire discussion, Rosh the Kabbal sky. This is very affirming you. Exactly affirming you. After the last 2 days, we're talking to ourselves. What are we doing? Right? And we're going to see the bottom line of this school. We'll do the numbers. No, but again, it's almost as if sometimes it's something you struggle with something. It's very affirming. If someone else is struggling with it, but this makes you might be struggling with it and say, no, I'm not fixing. So it's interesting because it's exactly this is clear on the Gemara. So again, you have Rabbi Yosef saying, Kevin, what do we do? What do we do? It's very interesting. What are the Lochas of Shiva? Two Shabbos is talking about. We spend so much time focusing on things that are not yet on the future. So why do we do that? Rosh the Kabbal sky. Learn and receive reward for those. Shabbos says that Hashem Shata is the Gemara saying. Hashem Shata is the Gemara saying that halacha l'maisa, there is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. In other words, what do I do with this to like this? So we take a look at our skill that we can learn so much about that. Because the life of focus, it's recognizing I'm alive. My gosh, life is such a precious gift. I need to do since already 6:59. Right, I said this last time at 5:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun. Right, and then what happens? And then I gotta live. But in a general idea, sometimes of us we do things and we're not sure about the relevance of it. It may or may not be a lot of people. But even if it's not a lot of relevant, there's a power to engaging in Talmud Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information so that you know how to operate. Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes. Learning uplifts me. When I swim in the Yam Shel Talmud, see in the Gemara, I become a different person. Right? I emerge a different. I'm not the same person. But what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot make one piece of information, but I can tell you one thing. I'm absolutely a different person than I was in Africa. That is an undeniable, indisputable truth. I'm different. That's Drosh Mikabel. Just learn. It's also the chest and it says, emphasize learning the reward for money. No. Drosh, the reward itself is in the act of learning. Drosh, just learn. The Kabbalah said, you will receive the reward. What's the ultimate reward? Listen again, this one to the next one. The ultimate reward is person. I'm somewhat different. And because I'm somewhat different, that people say, what is the greatest thing in the world? The greatest thing in the world is you feel good about yourself because you feel that you are engaged in a life of strength. When I feel that I am just pushing forward and becoming the best version of you, that is the greatest schar. So therefore, the Gemara says, Drosh, sometimes it's just about learning. The Kabbalah schar makes the benefit of becoming someone different. Reap the benefit of becoming someone popular. Happens to be that the Ermayin Chaim says something very beautiful. The Rabbi says as follows. He says there's another part in Drosh the Kabbalah schar. He says also things as follows. He says sometimes when we learn something, and you learn about something that's not yet in fact, and it's going to be in effect one day, what it does is it awakens with an anticipatory desire for what is going to be. So the Ermayin Chaim says when you learn about things that are only going to happen in the Messianic era, what is that? It awakens within me a desire for Mashiach. It awakens within me a desire for a basic Mikdash. It awakens within me a desire for a Sanhedrin. The Rabbi says, Sneim alov lomar, Mosai eskel likdabek o yispar thalasos lo nefasirach. goes on, "V'nafsham bachla b'hem femdas hazman, u'mishabis l'kayim kolavisos kulum b'rega echad." Suppose sometimes what Joshua Kabbas is sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now. But when I learn it, it awakens me this desire to have it. Okay, so I don't know about Misas. I think it applies that much. Also, you also use about Karbanas, or you say Karbanas in the morning. Like, my gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait to be able to offer my Karbanas. I can't wait to be able to put something in the dish. I can't wait to see the glories of the Mikvah. I can't wait to walk with my family over the hills of Yerushalayim and see the beautiful Maya Shlishi. I can't wait for that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't yet apply now, it awakens an anticipatory desire for what is going to come. So two yisodos in Rosh Hashanah. Number one, the act of learning changes us, even if it doesn't give me concrete information for my life operating system. So Josh, learn as much as you can. The Kabbalah reap the benefits of becoming a different kind of person. Or Josh the Kabbalah, at the end of the day, learn and awaken within yourself this desire for what is going to come. Awake within yourself the desire for what is incredible. So you must say, okay, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. So he must say, rather what he meant to say is as follows. Why do you have to go ahead and make this statement? The halacha follows so and so. The sukkah is shmei. The halacha gomer. The sukkah is a pretty straightforward sukkah. I can do so, but okay. The Gemara says it's pretty simple. The Gemara says so. The Gemara says so. All of a sudden, coming out. Well, Sanyo ubas shkoin kesi from his nose. Now, Rabbi Arusa custom adapter. So Torah says this part. Torah says ubas coin, right? She's getting his nose. Torah's talking about a nara, and she's an arusa. Right? So a nara is an arusa. She is subject to streifa. Atar the nara, the arusa, you're saying it's nara, she's an arusa. Maybe it's only a suah. Talmud ish asher yilafes ish Israel. Most yimas and oifa and oefes. How you have to open oifa and oefes? Everyone was included the general rule of oifa and oefes, right? Adulterer and adulteress. Motiak asabas shom skila. Bas koefes streifa. Torah removes the bas yisrael. Says the bas yisrael puts not to the skila. And bas koefes streifa. Makishotzi akasa the bas yisrael the skila arusa below the suah. Makishotzi akasa bas koefes streifa arusa below the suah. Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out a bas yisrael and arusa. Arusa bas yisrael is subject to skila. So when it pulls out a bas koefes, it's pulling out a bas koefes arusa. Whereas that arusa is subject to not to the suah. Let's not pick up. I'm reading off the mid-sentence. I'm going to make it longer. I'm not going to get confused tomorrow. So I'm reading off the mid-sentence over here by Zolomon. But I'll pick up the rest of it tomorrow. All right, so that was another great day, everyone. All right, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this mini show today. Our annual Commentary sponsor is actually facility by the French Shop of Eretz Yisrael. For dedicate all the children drug shows this year as it's just for the solos level of all of Israel. I got 20 sponsors for this morning. In the Duke, and literally the other powerful ball players. Grandfather, Moshe Mendel, then Zed, and Zippo Rapo Yoko Merit. A lot of times on the show, and the family in the couple of months as always. We thank you, our in the source of our precious actions. We have the 12 that shall continue to bring them home the shovel and the carve. And the next one is successful with the soldiers. Well, there's one below being successful, but home not safety there. What's in that? So fascinating technicality for a coach should be so good. So remember again, Yesterday we had musicals. So we came up with the new parak. And in the parak, again, we had an interesting focus in the Mishnah about the severity of the Arab results before different types of death penalties are based. So anyway, from this kind of come on Rabbi Shimon. Come on, the order of severity from most severe to least severe is schema, straight for Arab, and Rabbi Shimon that the order is straight for schema, and Arab. So then we already began a discussion regarding in general when you want things out of order. So how much, right? How meticulous is the world to particular order to give us well? So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to say. You know, it says, but last 15 minutes of Chalitza, right? So 4 nights up from before it gets wide. So once not this is Chalitza. Now, again, interestingly enough, one of the areas where everyone agrees that the order is really not specific is the area of Chalitza. What happened with Chalitza? This that was actually fascinating. But it says Chalitza. What is order of Chalitza? That mentioned, with the trigger warning, as we'll be focusing here, right? So, for some of us that might be a little bit but again, the answer is what is the order of Chalitza? What do you do to the case? So, so I'm going to just listen to the case. Women married to Rothschild, women dies without children. Women has a surviving brother, Shimon. Shimon has a mitzvah on evil. Shimon doesn't want to be evil. He does not want to marry his sister of Rothschild. So what happens? They come to base. The man beat them. You don't still want pizza and get us that. So Beis Din gives Shimon a proper pizza for Shimon. Right? For Shimon. Should Shimon marry her, not marry her, right? So again, Beis Din says should be evil, should be chalitza. So Shimon, the color of Zikniah, the deep way love. The Yumeres. So she said, Rabbi said, my brother-in-law Shimon does not want to marry me. Okay, you know, that's why I remember. Look up after the death talk. He says, I don't know. But we actually have to now, all of this would take place in Hebrew, much like I mentioned, even if that, of course, was not their first time. Okay, so you can change it very much. You can ask him, so then Rothschild, sister-in-law, would go ahead. So he wants his head. What happens to Rothschild? So Rothschild would come. They reached the island, they picked him up, they had to keep him. So that the Chutz hour, she would move the shoe. She would be up to the front up, and she would spit from the window. Look how you have to be there. There had to be enough spit, like saliva, that it was visible to the judges themselves. Once of Amra, she would go and she would say, Kaka Yasser Ish. This is what Shadchan, the man who does not want to go ahead and refill his blood hole. The Nikra Shmot Yisrael, and then they would call the brother-in-law and this Chalitza out. Like that's the Chalitza. Mitzvah's Chalitza, so now the proper sequence for Chalitza is, or you actually see, the proper components for Chalitza are Korah, Koreh, he needs something, or she needs something. Cholatzat, she removes the shoe. Roketes, she spits. Mikora, and she needs something else. How do you know like much for us in the US, it's like, but it's exactly what you just said. You just said what you just said, but you just said it in a shorter form. So exactly how you contribute. You like much for God, must make sense exactly what you just said. How much for God, mitzvah. What you use when you're always saying as follows. Now that follows the order that was just espoused to the Mishnah, and the order that he himself just went ahead and viewed, that is the preferred order. That's the preferred order. However, let's say the first thing she does is she removes the shoe. Right? Well, the first thing she does is she spits. So she reverses the order. What's the love in that case? That's what don't worry about it. It's fine. So again, as much as there is an ideal order by Chalitza, if you just see, however, I said the order is upended, the mitzvah of Chalitza is still 100% legitimate. So it's like a sense that why is this conversation over here? Because remember, what we're fixated on over here is that the Mishnah is taking order. And here in the Mishnah, the order is meaningful. The Gemara is suggesting that in general, whatever the Mishnah is, so this unchecking unless you don't necessarily create a defined order. For example, Chalitza, where the Mishnah gives you a list of all the things that happen, but yet again, it's not necessarily giving you a point is, you should make the chalitza and kick off, or the kick off the chalitza. But he went ahead and he took off the shoe first, and then he spit, or he spit, and then he took off the shoe. Masha Asa Asuri. What's done is done. What's done is done. Well, I think that's all it's never going to happen to myself. There's a perfect example of what there's an order that is listed, but the order is not in sequence specific. In other words, if you end up doing something different, how about what I say, you are fine. We're not thinking about this example. Let's say, for example, another example, let's say order is specific. What's an example of order is specific? Listen to this. This guy, Kohen Gadol, is Shabbos Rishon HaKif. A Kohen Gadol wears 8 different vestments. The head yoke and backbone. A regular Kohen only wears 4. What are the specific vestments? What are they behind clothing? Ksonis. Ksonis is a tunic, a coat. A tunic. And with Messiah, the pants. And it's nefex, which is the hat. Athlete, a belt. So those are the 4 basic things we wear behind clothing. It's not a great level. Kohen Gadol wears additional clothing. Let's see, Kohen Gadol wears choshen, a breastplate. 8-fold. Eightfold can be translated as like an apron. Maybe it was a garment. It was a garment that went underneath the choshen. That really tied it back to the Kohen Gadol. So that actually is interesting. Rashi Parshas Shulei Fitzalma. Rashi points out, he says, when he tries to comment on what the 8-fold was, he says, I'm not sure exactly what it looked like. Rashi says, my heart tells me that it's like the Hebrew like garment and that the French was really by the clothing. So it's interesting also, just a way to tie it back. And Rashi is like, my heart says to me. This goes back to yesterday's daf, right? Everybody yesterday's daf, like, I have no idea. That is your night, so next thing that. So Hashem, that's trying to sometimes people speak in Torah have an understanding of different things. So that she says, in the Russia, people that the heart tells me the heart tells me that the mind and it's not an intellectual thing. It's a heart thing. I'm speaking to so it's such. I'm too big. My heart tells me that it's like the apron that the French women wear. It's incredible. Okay, sits is the gold plate. It's over the wall against his forehead. There's not enough space between these. It's left as starting down at 20 where this sits, which said Kodesh Lashem. Good. So that those are the 4 basic garments of the Kohen. Additional 4 called accessories of the Kohen Gadol. You look at that, you actually never told me what the side is interesting. How do you know that you have to put your pants on first, right? Well, for life, right? But in general, right? How do you know that you have to get away the Kohen gets dressed? The first thing he puts on are the side. So the verse says, Shneimar v'michvah sevat, you are the son of. The pasuk says again, the mitzvah sevat, again, the pants made of wool shall be put on his flesh. With works of one second, that's the case for Torah. My time acting source. So second, that's the case. Then why does the source come first in the past? In other words, here's the interesting one. But before it says, how about myself? You have to go and ask them what on. The Kohen has to go and put on. So this is by after this. Like I never did the kid, but the Kohen says, how are you just supposed to go ahead and put on your pants first? But the difference is that you have the sorrow. What's the drush over here? The sorrow is the first thing that comes onto your flesh on the side are the pants. So I said, okay, I hear that. But if that's the case, we want this sodas mentioned first in the pasuk. And how the pasuk begins, sodas by kodesh, yivash, and you can say back, you have the sorrow. So the sodas, which is like the timid, that's mentioned first in the pasuk. We get the nourishment that you can sign up first. Silence head. And to make that sign up, you put up first in what? And also have to make the final thing. Mention that first in the pasuk, and you mentioning sodas first. So what's the shot? The time of my time of activating sodas, very simple. I'm sorry, the time of my time of activating sodas, that's therefore when discussing the various clothing of the Kohen. Why does the time of mention sodas before the sign? It's very simple. You show the activated crop. Because the sodas comes first in the pasuk, so the Tana is actually mirroring the order of the pasuk. So the pasuk talks about sodas first, and the Tana talks about sodas first. Even though we know if person requires the purpose of the sign. Ukra, by time activate. So again, so we ask more so the question. So why not the person put Xenos first? Right? Why not put the nucleus in that people of the sun why not on the side? And then not the Xenos. It's a good cash out, which the was shown to the Chassi Kufa artifact. So that's actually very difficult. The sign only covers the bottom part of your body. The Xenos covers the entire part of your body. So therefore, you then get a garment and it covers the entirety of the body. Little Hashivas, little Beggar, that covers part of the body. And if the alt gets Hashivas, it is mentioned first. So what's like, yet, Halakha Maisa, how does Halakha Maisa? The first thing Kohen puts on in the morning has to be the Mikveh side. And again, here, just to point out, there's never a careful word or a specific has to be the Mikveh side, and then afterwards the other vestments. Why is stillness mentioned first to be us if the sign is first to be put on? Ultimately, again, as the sign becomes part of the body, stillness covers the entirety of the body. It was that's really interesting. If you think about this also, it's this fascinating idea of human visual muscular everything. Sometimes in life, when we do like different, when we want to advance ourselves, or whatever happens, right? You're stuck a little bit, and you want to figure out how do you get yourself out of your current situation? From an emotional perspective, from a spiritual perspective, and often there's this, like a little bit of this unknown about where should I start? Like, what should I do for myself to move myself forward? So if you think about it, there's always like two different approaches to change. There's a Messiah change and a Xenos change. Messiah change means choose something small and localized. In other words, don't necessarily start looking for something that's comprehensive. If all I need to do in life is a little tweak, like Messiah, it covers part of the body. It covers part of the body. So maybe it's just a little tweak here and a little tweak there, and just small adjustments, singular, that can make all of the difference. It's like a person wants, so let's change. What's Xenos? Xenos is something that covers the entire body. And sometimes to get myself out of where I am, change has to be something much more comprehensive. Something that covers the body in its entirety. Something that really, again, you're not going to move to the other side of the world. Something that really just changes. It's like a paradigm shift in my life. So which one is right? Should you make a sign change? Or should you make a Xenos change? What's the answer? What's the answer? Yes, it is interesting. Because the Torah gives incredible precedence to both. Because on one hand, the first thing mentioned in the pasuk is Xenos. That's the first mention in the pasuk. Because sometimes I like to absolutely need a comprehensive paradigm shift in order to move yourself forward. So it's nice to put your pasuk. Yet again, practically, what is the Kohen instruction first to say? That first every single morning, with the Messiah, with the dance, small localized change. So either a paradigm shift, a comprehensive change, or a localized shift, as a Messiah change, they're both available to us, and we will human life. We need to determine which type of garden change we need to affect. Tremendous to say. The mother's like that. Skin is straight up. Eyes just straight up. Stand up again. The topic of the Mishnah was the severity of use of this. Now, I know some of you may be thinking to yourself, what is odd knuckle death, right? The death penalty is more common. Dead is dead. Right? The dead is dead. So what does it matter? So of course, what matters, and you'll see this explicitly later on, towards the end of the dot. Towards the end of the parasite, towards the actual end of the dot. That's right. But towards the end of our shir, I should have said it like that. Towards the end of our shir is, I'll tell you what matters. It matters in the following case. A person commits two activities. Liable to two different death penalties. The general public is when you're kind of like killing the traveler, in the continental times, you do two things. You have dual liability, one financial, one capital. So you get the capital liability, but it dispenses with the financial one. Simply in terms of death penalties. When you do two things and you incur two death penalties, you get the more severe of the death penalties. As such, figuring out which one is more severe is actually a practical consequence, not just academic. So that's the picture of the case. So now, we are not going against the Rabbi. So once again, just to do our orders. Kind of common sense, severity, straightforward, straightforward. Okay, story, burning, again, we haven't seen what slavery is really beautiful. Any reason that we've really gone through, it's possibly there's a scheme of the other thing. We will look at the grand it's burning herring, which is death by sword, the Pashas beheading, and friend strangulation. That's the kind of camera. Maybe Shimon disagrees on 2 points. Maybe Shimon holds straight for skiva, so he puts straight for in front of skiva, and he puts chenek, strangulation, in front of herring. Okay, so 2 points on this kind of camera and Rabbi Shimon. Okay, here we go. So this schema will say, really, actually, going to flow pretty seamless. This schema says as follows. Schema says, skiva the word is straight for. Skiva is not coming straight for. Now, why is skiva not coming straight for? Because it should keep going to the guy and let it go hard. So what's this interesting enough because who gets skiva? Skiva given from the guy. The guy is one of the last speakers who curses our country. And all of them are disastrous. So these are considered to be major infractions because of the rebellions against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, one of those that had curses Hashem, Chesed Shalom, one of those that had Zara, he gets skiva. So the fact that skiva is given to these individuals for this type of evidence indicates to us that skiva is more common than straight up, supporting obviously the position of Kabbalah. Myself, what's the big one? Why do you think these ideas are so similar? To keep pushing the other hypocrite. Because again, the act of cursing God and worshiping the Torah are acts of direct rebellion against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So because of that gives them your severity. I did have a since it's the opposite, straight from the straight from the why checking not the last coming which is stuff. Because again, it's interesting, that how much of a say about the big service with her on this case. Torah speaks about to get off the door of a Kohen that commits adultery. She is giving a mercy of straight off, which is interesting because generally again adultery is not punishable by straight off. So we'll see she gets a special punishment of straight off. So the fact that she's still without the fact that the past Kohen commits adultery, again we'll have to discuss is this a previous is it a restore, or we'll get into all of that. But the fact that she's still back that punishment of straight off indicates to us that straight off is more common. Or my chumrah, what's the chumrah here? Shakib the Challah as Asabita. Because again, when the pastor of the Kohen goes ahead and commits adultery, not only is she committing a tackle against herself, but she is how best to like the example, right? She's humanly unbelievable. The same, right? Okay, she right, but it's also like truly in the father, right? The Kohen has an exalted status of a Klavisel. His child does something terrible that not only is a reflection of the child, but it will be a reflection of the parents. They have the next special going to page. Shekeh. לכמה סביה, כמה וכמה אנחנו on שהנוהגים בקודש נוהגים בחול, honor שזה יום, honor שזה יום. So I want to see that this trend more back on the parents when the child does something like this. In fact, she's singled out for straight off. When it does that straight off, we'll have a top of blood. Kasami Rabbi. So Rabbi on the other hand, so remember, so that is proof to Rabbi Shimon. So what to do with the fact that the brother of a Kohen committed adultery singled out the straight off, or they do that type of blood, Kasami Rabbi, and we still get to the straight off from the other side. So Rabbi hold it, we stay old. That is what we see. By only the Suah, we subject to straight off, and not another subject to the Rashi in the Suah. As Kohen, let's say the Suah, Bas is strongly fair. The straight off. Aber so the Bas is strongly skill, but let's say Bas Kohen, so interesting enough, but Arusa Bas Kohen, we say it is Arusa Bas Israel. Right? The only difference is from the Suah, Bas Kohen, Bas Kohen is a Suah commits adultery. So normally, when I'm talking about punishment for adultery, for a Bas Kohen who is mad, who is in a Suah, who commits adultery, the penalty is going to be straight off. The Akira, one of the Arusa, the Skiva, and as if it were singled out. And Arusa was going to Skiva. Shmalino is Skiva from there. You see from here that Skiva is more common. Okay, Skiva from one side, next to the murder's life. Skiva is more common than Sadi, for whoever gets Sadi is death by the head with a sword. So the Martishi king, he killed the Gandhi, over the common. Because again, you see that skill is a punishment given to someone who curses God and worships idolatry. In my Qur'an, what to think about these two interactions? Kidamina, as we said before, Shadim Koshet, Yadon, Me'ekar. You're looking at these things, Adinos, that should rebel against the Ribono Shalom. Other rabbis, it's just the opposite. Sign Qur'an. Ultimately, the energy more Hawaii. Shakim Mutar, La'an Shek, New Damascus is a city which has worshipped idolatry. That was the entire city was wiped out. And how is it wiped out? Ultimately, it was cited by sword. So you see, the fact that sight is a punishment for any God is to indicate to us that sight is no cover of my chumrah, and ultimately, what's the chumrah of the God? Shekin Mamona Avat. Because there was a idea of God, what he destroyed. What he destroyed in the God? Everything. Everything is destroyed. And therefore, that's the whole idea of God. And therefore, sight should be the most common. To which the Gemara says, Pirate, Aza, Pirate, Aza, Cross, so tell me, which one is more severe? Clark Hamadia or Clark Hamadia? What's it? One who incites everyone to worship Avodah Zarah, or the one who goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah himself? Who's worse? How do you know, right? Clark Hamadia, I didn't see the inciter, right? The one who bows and went up to much is like, he's worse. And then, you know, the time you know, like, he every time has to skill up. And get the inciter, you're right. The Uridakas itself is wiped out by Scythe. But the inciters, the leaders, they are kept out with schema. So again, who's worth the inciter or the incitee? And the answer is the inciter, of course. And yet he's punished by schema. So you see that schema is more conventional. Also true in the social hospital. Remember, there's a general cloud that says whatever is true by God, whatever is true in negative, is only one true positive. So you see from here that one point cites others to level desire. Others that level desire is clearly held with the protected culpability of the ones who worship Avodah Zarah themselves, which makes sense. So if that's true, the negative, Allah is kind of a fellow. If a person encourages or quote unquote to incite others to do good, there's something else that you forget that you have the incredible ability to go ahead and get other people excited about doing good. Each of us has the ability to do everything in the positive. And when I push myself and I engage in dynamic and beautiful spiritual growth, others see that. If I can onboard others, it's a tremendous influence. And if you see that these disciples of all these other accountable, Allah has kind of become those who encourage their friends to go ahead and do even better. You gain even more slack for the meetings that we themselves perform. It's incredible. Someone goes out there. You know, like that skill up and the kind of skill is not from the kind of she keep it in it and the gap from all the coffee. But all of it's club. So the skill is not from the kind of because it gets skill is given to those who worship about desire, or to those who is consequent from my chumrah. What's the chumrah of guidance? And all the others go home, keep out the lesson step before, should be kosher, not no vinegar. You have the active person that you have to watch the chumrah. Represents a direct against the benchmark. It's just the opposite. That cover, strangulation should be more covered. Why? She can be done, but not get argued that even though, wow, let's say it's his parents. It's his parents, it's his father or his mother. The penalty for hitting your parents is chronic, is revolution. So maybe you see from here that chronic is more common than schema. It might hold that. Again, so what I was like, what's the chumrah of hitting your parents? Or what's the severity of that act? Shekay Bokash Kavekar, the full Dalacha. It's found. Because the covenant I give to my parents is compared to the covenant I give to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Right? You know? And so keep short. So again, the Torah equates the covenant to parents, ultimately related to the covenant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, perhaps, see, and therefore, Dalacha is going to be with your parents. You get credit. So maybe credit is very similar. Maybe credit is very similar. The words he actually says every year, good fight. This is like this. So the Akiyah Kola Arusa, so the Akiyah Kola Arusa Basisrael, with love and seals. Listen to this. So now, since it's a Rabbi says, the Akiyah Kola Arusa Basisrael, with love and seals Basisrael. So the fact that the Torah has the state from the Arusa Basisrael, who knows the coincidentally, from the Arusa Basisrael, from Chalek the Skila, and also from Chalek the Skila, or the fact that Arusa who commits adultery gets a different penalty than a Nesua who commits adultery, and it moved from Chelek to Skila, right? So again, Shlamina Skila Kamura. Essentially, the says like this: the fact that there's a deviation of punishment from an Arusa to a Nesua, right? General adultery is punishable by Chelek. They get the Arusa commits adultery, going to get the fact that there's deviation, led us to imagine that Skila is going to be more common. Okay, straight like a word beside. Straight thought is more common than side. Burning, it doesn't actually mean burning so much, actually both red. Let's point out the fault of the individual, which we'll talk about. Street fight is more common than side, and death by sword. Why? Shaking the past confirmation is inside. As well as I love for myself, the daughter of a Kohen, commits adultery. She is judged and grieved from straight up. She must be mindful of what's the severity of her act. She can however as Sadia, because she profanes her father, like she rules her father through her everything. The other Rabbi suggests the opposite. Saif Hamar, or Saif Hamar, she can meet people and she can adapt us. Because again, the people in your examples, as we just mentioned before, are wiped out by Saif. Michael, what Hamar made that us, she can put them about, because when you destroy them, that's what you destroy everything. And that Rabbi, so you have a idea of the schema, and then I give the circle. So the positive use Russian idea like schema, this is what again. The Kohen, who goes ahead and commits adultery. So it says, I'm here by schema, it says, let's wait for so just like again, when it says Avia by schema is more tiny than Sayyid. Avia, I want to be straightforward, Kamura be Sayyid. So to the idea that it says by straightforward, and you can say like straightforward, more common than Sayyid. Okay. What's a straightforward? Kamura is there. So straightforward is going to be more common than Kamura. Should be equal as conditions in some. But yes, as we just said before, straightforward. Food is given to our class code to go ahead and commit adultery. So again, the fact that she sings out for this punishment indicates to us that it is not follow. In my chumrah, what is the chumrah? What is the severity of a class commits adultery? Kidama, as we said before, because she embarrasses humilities and profanes her father. It's just the opposite. Come on, she should be the more why she can meet him and not the other people. Because again, Chenek is punishment for your parents. You might know what's the severity of the act of striking his parents. She can look at cover a local. Because ultimately, again, the cover of parents is the cover of that condition. Which we know from the Akira, the syllabus color, the syllabus service, and this goes back to what we said before. The fact that a Yeshua, right, a bas color who's fully married, right, with adultery, gets a different punishment than a regular married woman who commits adultery, and it changes her from chenek to sefer. Right? Normally, the punishment for adultery is chenek. And if a bas color, a Yeshua, goes ahead and commits adultery, she gets a straight part. So what does that show you? Shnaida, straight kamura. That shows that straight part is more common ultimately than the chenek. Okay. Sayyid common the chenek. Sayyid is more common than chenek. So the ones that Shakim, Newton, Ma'akim, Dachas. Because once again, people here in Dachas are killed by Sayyid. I have a chenek cover. Thank you, right? Shakim, Newton, not your other people. Because that's a shkeva straight from your parents. I said the Gemara, my Chomot, once again, what's the severity of the parents? She keep put us to the parents, it's the best of the kind of Shmarako. I feel lucky, partially with your talk, the Ekar object, the everlasting Gemara says, we consider to be the supreme infraction. Supreme infraction is a rebellion directly against the infraction of Shmarako. And one of those others, that's the Rabbi, because there's Shmarako, and other than others are. Those extensively view that the supreme averos, and the fact that those supreme averos are punishable by what? By skila, indicates us that skila sits at the top of the Nisas Bixing pyramid. Okay, the Shimon says also, it's one of them that that's not a couple. The Shimon comes along, the Shimon up and blood. Shimon says, number one, Sefer is more common than skila, and number two, Chenek is more common than Chenek. So Rabbi Shimon's model is Shrefa, Skiva, Chenek, Chenek. Same thing, the model. Shrefa comes on this. So Rabbi Shimon says Shrefa is more common than Skiva and Chenek. She can make no about punishments inside because this is a punishment for the daughter of a Kohen who is adultery. Once is my chumrah, what the chumrah, I must be severity of this act of a bas Kohen who commits adultery. She can be Chamelas as Aliyah. She's profaning and demeaning and denigrating her father. I know that's the first line, that's why I have a skill camera. I see the skill is more common. Why? Second why life. Shaking the little guy that's all over whatever that's going to happen. Says again, that is a punishment for one who curses Hashem or worships idolatry. And my chumrah, what's the severity of the act of the father for the whole together? These are very simple. Potion, shaking, you don't know your baker. So the work says, never had to do it. So Shimon Tane. The Shimon was refugees. What did Shimon say? The Amar. So the Anas, the Surah, he also said the straightforward. so people look at the general by adultery, whether a woman is in a result or in a sewer, when I saw the act of adultery is punishable by slavery. And you can ask her that one of the Arisa Bas Cohen, but the fact is, Torah goes ahead and singles out a Bas Cohen is in Arisa, right? It's adultery. The Chlal Arisa Bas Yisrael is still in slavery, and singles her out from or distinguishes her from a regular Arisa Bas Yisrael. And switches her punishment from still to straightforward, Shmani goes over from it. But that person says, which is wrong. The Rishin's entire thesis kind of rests on Arisa Bas Cohen. She is singled out from any other construct of adultery, and all the other punishment that she was given is straight up. It's straight up. And then she was able to see from here that she was like that. It's interesting that she was brought up. Why is it that an Arisa Bas Cohen would be singled out for the worst punishment? So it's interesting to think about the students have been every day. Someone she's a Bas Cohen. That's why so from a Kohanim are held to a higher standard, and the children are held to a higher standard. What's interesting is this is the Mishnah we'll go into this tomorrow, the next day, which is it almost appears that adultery by an Israel is even more severe than adultery by a Surah. Right? What's the logic? There's almost like a heightened morality because an Israel has never shared with her husband, which means she has not had an intimate life yet. So this idea that a woman who has not yet experienced intimacy with her husband is already out and about, doing adultery, almost seems to be that. And you can see it more because it's interesting. Because the Mishnah's model is Arusa Bas Cohen is the most severe punishment. And the punishment that she's getting, ultimately, is going to be straight from. Okay, and therefore, that much better, we should be straight on top of the straight to come over the fair, straight to come over the fair. Why? She can make the Bas conscious because it's getting to a Bas Cohen, we go to that way to go to right from the left to come. That's because she murdered her father. I don't know. Come on. I'll say the Fennec is coming wide. She gave me the knock off the email. The Fennec is what you get for striking your parents. And my program, she gave me a phone number for Kasha Moko, the book is called on Moko. Because again, the kind of parents is compared up with the kind of Shmoko, the kind of parents, the parents, the kind of Shmoko. You got the appointment, so that's kind of one, so that's the sum of kind of what's very far. So finally, the drama removed. And the Surah Bas Cohen, from in general, the Surah Bas Yisrael, right? Generally, the punishment for adultery is Chelek, and yet in the Surah Bas Yisrael, the Surah Bas Cohen gets a straight part. Shnabino, straight for Chamileh. Good. Straight for Chamileh and Saif. Ultimately, again, straight for is more common with Saif when you go to Shikhi. You have a Bas Cohen, she's in Surah. Because there's the punishment for a Bas Cohen commits adultery. And my Chullah, he then gets the scenario that the actual Bas Cohen commits adultery. That's what he said before. But how about for myself? I love her, she prefers her father. I don't know. Saif Chomer, Saif is more common one. Shekinitan and Shekinitan and Dachas. Because ultimately, when Dachas is wiped out, it's Saif. Omer Chomer, that's the Chomer. Shekin Mamona Pahad. Because ultimately, again, all the property is destroyed. This is where it says, Amit, the people is a car. What is worse? What is worse? What's worse? The one who is the insider or the incitees of the base of the owner, you see, obviously, the inciter. Like the one who incites others to say is obviously worse than the one who collects the idea himself. Maybe you might say, the Kabbalah, extra person, the Kabbalah, extra common insight, straight for Kabbalah, the manual, which is more common inside. Straight for is more common than it. Therefore, here it's Saif HaKal, contribute over the Saif. Skila is more common with Hayat. Why? Checking with them in the back for all the other Hayat. He doesn't use punishment for the body and for one of those and worships idolatry. On my Chumrah, what's the Chumrah? What's the Chumrah? He doesn't know the most actually said before because she can coach it, you're not going to go. It's Allah for myself. Such a person is acting on the rebellion and getting back to the spot. I don't know about that. Because it's the opposite. It's kind of common. But it's very usually even worse. Why? She can't either not get other people. Because that's the person needed to strike the parents. In my Chumrah, what's the Chumrah involved in striking parents? It's a question because now the parent is comparing up with the parents and companies for it. Which is what you need to ask you that mother. Once again, since the Torah is speaking in from Yisrael, like there's a bigger punishment for us. You see the way that skila is more common than chayla. Okay, skila kamiyah inside. Skila is more common inside. Because again, one of the curses I punish for and one portion of myself was punished by skila. I got actually just the opposite. Side cover, side is more common than she can use the actually and that was she wants to be cut in the memory. Side is pleasure for people to bring that us. And my chumrah, what is the chumrah here in that house? Because everything is wiped out, even property. The A's of part of it, 1 second. But I would say which one's more severe? Well, those last same conversations. Who's more severe? The inciter or the incitee? Right? Who's more severe? The one who incites or those actually worship? How the Omer call it's obviously the inciter. And they'll say, again, what punishment that the inciter get? What does he get? He gets skila. He gets skila. So when skila in that is wiped out with silent, the inciter himself gets skila. And what do you see from the other double over? So chenek, which is more common than silent, but yet skila is more common than chenek. Silent hakal kosh. So skila is going to be more common than silent. Okay. He says chenek common than silent. That is more common than silent. Once she can meet up among the other people. Because ultimately, again, what you get as a show of striking your parents, what's the severity of the act of striking your parents? Keep it out of this. We just said before, the said the copper indeed to parents, like come to like each one. So just the opposite. Silent common. Second from why? She can meet them and she can us. Because again, remember, silent is the punishment for the people of us. I says, what chumrah? What chumrah? What chumrah? Shaking Mamonam Abad, ultimately, because of us, all of the property is wiped out. If he is a court mutbah, but still, which one is more severe? Court Hamadiyah or Court Hamida? Is it ultimately again the inciter or the incitees? So the Gemara says, Court Hamida. I'm sorry, how do you know Court Hamadiyah? It's obviously the inciter. The Gemara says, I don't know Court Hamadiyah. Like if you got us, we skill up, show all the time. Okay, well, so we still be here, get a lot of money, so it's center. And what else ultimately, and what else is going to be sad. Incredible, right? The church shows us, the shows us like that kind of good. So, okay, so now we just established the two models. The model of child and the model of revolution, each really laid out in respective arguments. So we want to like a little bit. Martin of the Kumi Vekioper. Was accustomed to the religion for a jewel, but he did it in the mouth of the opera, which the conscious means that you have something to use to say frequently. The other one loves the best conscious and skiba. This is the guy who got so strong. This is a blue light Anderson, where's the best code? So it's just a boss coding who is the answer, who goes ahead and commits adultery. That's the whole the skiba. She gets skiba. And Shimon says, this is straightforward. And Shimon disagrees and says, I want to say this he very much is a belief that I don't focus in English. Right? Remember, like we said before, everyone is going to agree that interestingly enough, a Bas Kohen Arisa who commits adultery is deserving of the most severe death penalty. Why? Again, I won't discuss, but she is. So again, Rabbanan say skiba. And Shimon says, straightforward. I'm sure it's straightforward. Now, interestingly enough, what happens if I look at myself, the person she commits adultery with is her father. So the Gemara. So if she know that the skiba, if she know the straightforward. If she committed adultery with her father, ultimately again, it's the skiba, and she says straightforward. So what's just my kamash malod? So again, what exactly that Rabbi coming to teach us? That the surah, not self, the straightforward for the Arusa. For each of the Rabbanon, it's only the Bas Kohen in the surah who gets a straightforward. Everybody else, like normally, the punishment for adultery is chalak. It's chalak. A Bas Kohen is going to be treated differently by the Jews. And Allah, so she's going to go ahead and get Sometimes it's only somewhat against Sreba and not the Arusa, but the Arusa gets Skiba. And Shimon Akas Arusa Akas Lucia, Yaxus, and then Shimon Abbas coin is dealt with stringently across the board. It's previously on the scene, she's going to get Sreba. The time of my Western for this, you're showing Bolas in the Hamura, or Rabbi Shimon Sreba Hamura. Again, it wasn't flexible. Remember, everyone is agreeing that Max Cohen is going to go ahead with who is resigning because he's going to appear for this severe penalty. Now, again, whether that's a Max Cohen, Arusa, and a Simo, or just the Arusa, that's my focus also. But my focus is that most severe penalty, according to the Rabbi, according to the Shin, ultimately, at the end of the way, I must say, a lot of this is the discussion about how we're going to go ahead and interpretive speaking. I just want to point out on the website that the future speaking. One person says, the Baskish Kohen, Giseka Mizlos, if the daughter of a Kohen they commit adultery, Asavia in Haralas, she pertains to her father, but in Shetisaref, straight off. There's another person. Rothschild, Sanara Passan Zadia, Uskaruha, Aisha Eva, Afani Ubiksa. And the other person of a Baskish Kohen who commits adultery, and it's Skiba. So now, so again, the shed is going to be how we choose to interpret the process, but the point here for our purposes, is the best company is designed, it's going to get the most severe punishment. Going through an Amana, it's going to ski off, or the insurance going to be straight off. So what is that was it's interesting. At the end of this whole discussion, not community, so at the end of the day, ultimately, who cares? Like, that is as we just said before. No, it matters. We just look at it. It's kind of staying something. We don't have a camera, so they always nice to have a video. So I might say, like, why you think all this? I don't know. I can't say that. Choose the more. So it matters because if someone did two things, two acts, which are both desirable, people can get penalties. We give them the more severe of the two. So knowing which is more severe is of absolute importance. You know what's out there. But we're going to put what's another 0.1 lesson is so interesting. If you think about it, Rothschild and Margaret, the two names of Yochanan, but when you see that expression, what usually follows it? Some of the beautiful expression. Right? There are people who have this jewel in his mouth, right? It's this thing that he always used to say, but people sometimes have like that thing that they say. And it's a Margaret of a such a beautiful, lofty expression. Here, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta say, I think about yesterday, it is like a little bit of a grief with all of this stuff, right? We're gonna see some people hold off the idea, and if you just doing up the humans and look at the Bible, the words of the Yochanan, my Yochanan was, and now I'm lots of us calling it adultery, gets a steal. Rabbi Shimon says that it's strict for and this was the thing that Rabbi Yochanan always said. Rabbi Yochanan always said, first of all, again, clearly don't ask the Yochanan to say that like shots, but like that's what Lord. But what's the shot? That this is the thing he always said. So listen, it's just very funny. I think we'll talk about this more. I think it's going to be fun to hear this. What's the point of this last coin? What's what the last coin? The last coin is that what we do is a reflection on our parents. And what we do is a reflection on our family. And what we do is a reflection on their ownership over himself. Sometimes you think that we exist in a vacuum. It's like we do it every day because it's just something that is not true. What I do, how I live myself, is not only that it's reflected on my family, right? Let's call it. It's reflected on it. It's a beautiful Gemara. The Gemara says, the Torah says, the have to love Hashem. So let's say, what's the great problem with it? What's the problem with it? What's the problem with it? You can't regulate emotions. You can't tell someone how to love you. You can't force someone to love you. That's why Rashi says, as you go at the hour, when you serve Hashem, make it look like you love him. Whether you love him or not, that's inconsequential. Right? Fake it till you make it. Right? Go ahead and at least make it look like you love what you're doing, and then you will come to love it as well. The Gemara gives another interpretation. The Gemara says, "Shetahi shu shamayim misaviv al yadecha." The ultimate thing in the chapter of the is to make the Rebbe over the in the eyes of other people. That's the goal. To be an ambassador of a faith. To represent each of us are the ambassador of the emotion. What happens to an ambassador? What happens to an ambassador? I don't know. What happens to ambassadors? You represent your whole station. So you show up at an event, like you are the representative of the United States of America. Like you're everything you do represents the entire identity of the country. Says the Lord in the atmosphere, I'm an ambassador of the tribe. So what I do, and how I live is a representation of the Rebbe Shalom of himself. Perhaps that's why this was not really put together for us. So what would you going to say? If that's clear into adultery, what you're doing is, we'll get into this more, it's a horrible reflection on your upbringing. It's a horrible reflection of the parents' home. What was the chinuch? What was the chinuch? What's happening? What does this represent? Why? Because the daughter of the coin, again, is supposed to represent a lofty level. So what she does reflects her parents. What we do ourselves, what we do reflects not only our parents, it reflects not only our people, but what we do is a reflection on HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. We are the ambassadors of the Rebbe Shalom. And to live life with that idea, that what I do here, I'm not friends, if it's just me up in certain things. If I know that I'm not representing others, I know that I have to act in a different way. I'm not just come with a cover when I'm representing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How much more refined my actions have to be. Perhaps that's why it's the Magdala of the Yochanan. To live life with the recognition that what you do and how you act represents other people, not just the parent, not just the family, not just himself. That is a profound way to live, and that is a profound result to keep with you throughout life. Incredible. So, like the marriage, so like what's Rabbi Shimon? So the Gemara says, what's Rabbi Shimon? Decided Rabbi Shimon over Shnei Klavos Nemi Levaskoi. There are two rules set by the Vaskoi. The Vaskoi Vasistro. So ultimately, here we're going to see what are these two clovers. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says we'll be in order. So these 2 years, so the Baskoi, but once you have custom, you still become the Suah, the Harusa, the Flower of Harusa. So you know, it's not what we're today. We'll pick up at this Rabbi Shimon and Hashem tomorrow. Again, and then tomorrow is by the end of my week, actually, we'll talk to you, people are not. So since exactly how we pass in terms of the severity of the Yisrael's Nathan, let's say Shkoyach. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer today. Thank our actual Torah sponsor, Rothschild, and 57 by the Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Israel, for dedicating all Sherman Rothschilds this year as a Zechus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Baruch Meir Rina Dubin, a mention of the yard site of Baruch Meir's grandfather, Moshe Mendel Ben Zev, and Zipon the Rachel Yov that merit of our Talmud Talmud Shol Haver Aliyah and the family Hebrew. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning to the Hebrew in the source of our precious hostages. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu Merit Hashem continue to bring them home with Shalom and the Karas. And then just when the soldiers, may HaKadosh Baruch Hu allow them to be successful with all Ma'aseh Yidei. Also with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. A very interesting daf ahead of us. Some fascinating technicalities when it comes to these cases. Remember again, yesterday we had these looks to begin the new parak, and in the new parak again we had interesting what is additional severity of the agonism. The 4 different types of death penalties and peace. Then Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. Tanakama holding that the order of severity from most severe to least severe is Skila, Streifa, Herek, Charek. And Rabbi Shimon holding that the order is Streifa, Skila, Chanek, and Herek. So then the Gemara began a discussion regarding, in general, when the Gemara brings down an order, how much it takes, how many tickets in the order that's been espoused. So that's where we're in. That's in the middle of this. The Gemara says, No. This is Chavisa. Right? Good. So four lines up before it gets wide. So what's the cooking is Chavisa. Now, again, interestingly enough, one of the areas where everyone agrees that the order is really not specific is in the area of Chavisa. What happened? Listen to this. This is actually fascinating. Mrs. Chavisa. What is the order of Chalitza? God can actually give you like a triple word. It's a little almost like right? So it's all about that. But again, the verse is what is the order of Chalitza? All of the order of Chalitza. So what's that? So again, it's three things. Ruben is married to Rachel. Ruben died without children. Ruben has a surviving brother, Shimon. Shimon has a mitzvah of evil. Shimon doesn't want to be evil. Does not want to marry his sister of Rachel. So what happens? They come to base. Follow me in the days. You know still eight sound against them. Very much we have this from the Gemara. So based in gives Shimon proper eats for Shimon. Otherwise, for Shimon, should Shimon marry her, not marry her, right? So again, Basin says should you do Hebrew, should you do Chalitza, Shlem, right? The Torah loves seeking her, pray love. The Yomeres. So she said, Rachel says, my brother-in-law Shimon does not want to marry. Okay, who remembers my life on that? Look how fast he looked at us. I don't know. Now, all of this will take place in Hebrew, even if that, of course, is not their first time. Okay, when they change it very lot, then they ask you. So then, Rachel, his sister-in-law. So go ahead. So the Gemara says, then, what would happen to Rachel? So Rachel would come. Then ask. So the Chotza now, she would remove the shoe. She would remove the Yaakov of Hanof, and she would spit in front of it. Look, and you out the day, and it had to be enough spit like saliva that it was visible to the judges themselves. Once of Amra, she was going and she would say, this is what shall be done to the man who does not want to go ahead and rebuild his brother's home. The Nikra Shmo Yisrael, and then they would call the brother-in-law Beis Chavitah. But that's the order, that's the order for Chalitza. I'm ready to go. Litzas Chalitza, so we put these together. The proper sequence for Chalitza is, or I should say, the proper components for Chalitza are the following: are Korah and Koreh. He reads something, she reads something. Korah says she removes the shoe. Lokakas, she spits. The Korah, and she reads something else. Talking about like martial arts, the word says, okay, Rayuka, what exactly are you adding to the discussion of this? It's exactly what you just said. You just said what you just said, but you just said it in shorter form. So what exactly are you doing? You like martial arts? That's exactly what you just said. Martial arts is mitzvah. But the means more than saying is as follows. Now, a lot of I said order that is just espoused in the Mishnah, and the order that the Yehudi himself just went ahead and reviewed, that is the preferred order. That's the preferred order. However, the other, let's say they reverse the order. Let's say they're walking things, and the first thing she does is she removes the shoe, right? Or the first thing she does is she spits. So she reverses the order. What's the law in that case? Less than about. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So again, as much as the feel order by Chalitza, just Allah for myself, the order is upended. The mitzvah of Chalitza is still 100% legitimate. So I'll say, so again, just listen, why is this conversation over there? Because remember, what we're fixated on over here is that the Mishnah is the order, and here in our Mishnah, the order is meaningful. The Gemara was suggesting that in general, whenever the Mishnah makes a list, lists are generally not meaningful. In other words, they're meaningful for the implication, but lists don't necessarily keep a defined order. For example, Chalitza, where the Mishnah gives me a list of all the things that happen, but yet again, it's actually giving me a defined order or sequence in which those things actually have to happen. So there's kind of enough device that support this thing should make them Chalitza to keep up, or to kill a Chalitza. But we went ahead and took off the shoe first, and then you spit, or you spit, and then you take off the shoe. Masha Asa Asr, what's done is done. What's done is done. Without looking at sources, therefore, I can have for myself. Again, here's a perfect example of where there's an order that is listed, but the order is non-sequence specific. In other words, if you end up doing something different, I'm not for myself, are fine. Without looking at this level, let's say, for example, I'll give you other examples. Let's say order is specific. What's an example of order is specific? The This guy is Kohen Gadol shines Mishon Akim. Kohen Gadol wears 8 different vestments. The head yoke fireball. The regular Kohen only wears 4. What are the specific vestments? What are the called? It's Sonas. Sonas is a tunic coat. Tunic. Tunic is signing pants. And it's Nefes, which is the hat. Athlete, a belt. So those are the 4 basic big things. Most of them Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol wears additional formulas and Kohen Gadol wear full shiny breastplate. 8-fold. Eight-fold you translate as like an apron. Apron. It was a garment. It was a garment that went underneath of the cushion. That really tied in the back of the Kohen Gadol. So Rashi actually is interesting. Rashi in Parshas Rashi points out, he says, when he tries to comment on what the default was, he says, I'm not sure exactly what it looked like. Rashi says, in the program, my heart tells me that it's like the apron, like garment that the French women wear by their clothing. So it's interesting to notice that, just I'm going to tie it back. And Rashi was saying, the deep program, my heart says to me. This goes back to yesterday's daf, right? What are we learning yesterday's daf? Like, I have no idea. Thanks for going. So yesterday, so of the Leah, like this that's trying to sometimes when people speak to Torah have an understanding of different things. So it actually says in the Russia, people have the heart tells me not to be mind yet because it's not an intellectual thing. It's a heart thing. In other words, that I'm speaking Torah so as such. I'm too big. And it's like the apron, that the French would wear. Incredible. Okay, male, six is the middle is the gold plate. And the war against his forehead, there was a little bit of space between his with the staff as it started, and I was starting where this sits, we said Kodesh Vashem. Good. Those are the four basic garments of regular coin. Additional 4 colored accessories of a coin. You must be kind of learn. Actually, the color with Messiah is interesting. How do you know? Oh, you have to put your pants on first, right? But, well, right? How do we know that again, when the coin gets dressed, the first thing he puts on are the Messiah. So it says, Shneimar Michne Sevad, you all this out. As it says again, the Michne Sevad, literally again, the pants made of linen shall be put on his flesh. The question, well, 1 second, that's the case. My time active Sonas. So a second. That's the case. Then why the Sonas come first? Here's the interesting point. Right? The Gemara says, another halacha I saw, as the Kohen has to put on, the Kohen has to go ahead and put on. This is by Hashem's Achredes, right? By the Avodah Kippur. But the Gemara says over here, how do we know that you're supposed to go ahead and put on the pants first? Because the mitzvah is the idea of the sorrow. What's the drush over here? Al-Bisor means the first thing that comes onto your flesh are the mitzvah, are the pants. But the pants, of course, is okay, I hear that. But if that's the case, why is sonas mentioned first in the pasuk? Because when the pasuk begins, sonas ba'ad kodesh yilbash u'mitzvah ba'ad yom sorrow. So sonas, which is like the tunic, that's mentioned first in the pasuk. But yet you're mentioning that the assignment I put on first. So I don't understand. The assignment we put on first, then what? What's the logical thing? The logical thing? Mention that first in the pasuk. You mentioned the service first. So what's the try? The time of my time I activated service. Very simple. The time of my time I activated service. So what's the same for in discussing the various clothing of the Kohen? Why does the Tanakh mention service before making assignment? It's very simple. We shouldn't activate it off. Because again, Stonas comes first in the pasuk, so the Tana is actually mirroring the order of the pasuk. So the pasuk talks about the Stonas first. Therefore, the Tana speaks about the Stonas first. Even though we know the first in the Kohen has to put on the Messiah, Ukra, my time activate. So again, so we ask, so this is the question. So why does the pasuk put Stonas first? Right? Why not put this and that? You have a sorrow. Why not start? And then put Stonas. Where it says we show from the Chassid to the Kufa are different. That's very beautiful. The Messiah only covers the bottom part of your body. The Xonas covers the entire part of your body. So therefore, the garment that covers the entirety of the body is Vida Chashivos, that a baguette that only covers parts of the body, and therefore else Chashivos is mentioned first. So we'll say baguette, halacha l'maisa, that is halacha l'maisa. The first thing Kohen puts on in the morning has to be the Nichnas Hayim. And again, here, just to point out, there's another example where the order is specific. It has to be the Nichnas Hayim, and then afterwards the other vestments. But why is someone has to mention first in the pasuk if Nichnas Hayim is first to be put on? Ultimately, again, when it becomes part of the body, soreness entirety of the body. There was just point out something interesting. Fascinating to do that. There's many different aspects. Sometimes in life, what we do often when we want to advance ourselves, you ever have that feeling where, like, you're like stuck in a bit, and you want to figure out, like, how do you get yourself out of your current situation, whether it's from an emotional perspective or a spiritual perspective. And often there's this, like, a little bit of this unknown about where should I start, like what should I do with myself to move myself forward. So if you think about it, there's almost like two different approaches to change. There's a Nichnas Hayim change and a Ksoras change. Nichnas Hayim change means choose something small and localized. Like, in other words, don't necessarily start looking for something that is comprehensive. Maybe all I need to do in life is a little tweak. Like Nichnas Hayim, it covers part of the body. It covers part of the body. So maybe it's just a little tweak here and a little tweak there. It's just small adjustments or small adjustments that can make all of the difference. But sometimes in life, a person wants sonus change. What's sonus? Sonus is something that covers the entire. Sometimes to get myself out of where I am, the change has to be something much more comprehensive. Something that covers the body in its entirety. Something that really, again, not that I'm moving to the other side of the world, but something that goes ahead and really just changes, like a paradigm shift in my life. So which one is right? Choose to do a sign change, choose to do a sonus change, and what's the answer? What's the answer? Yes, this is interesting, because the Torah gives incredible precedence to both. Because on one hand, the first thing mentioned in the pasuk is sonus. That's the first mention in the pasuk. Because sometimes in life you absolutely need that comprehensive paradigm shift in order to move yourself forward. So it's mentioned first in the pasuk. Yet again, technically, what does the Kohen start with first? Very first, every single morning, with the Nichnas Hayim, with the dance, small localized change. So is it a paradigm shift, a comprehensive change, or a localized shift, a Nichnas Hayim change? They're both available to us, and depending on where we're holding life, we will determine which type of garment change we need to effect. Tremendous stuff. Before goes later. Skilos Reifa. All right, so here we go. So remember again, the topic of the Mishnah was severity of Mitzvah. I will say, now, I know some of you may be thinking to yourself, what an odd focus, right? Which death penalty is more chomer? Dead is dead, right? Dead is dead. So what does it matter? So of course, what matters, and we'll see this exclusively later on, towards the end of Daf, towards the end of, I also mean towards the actual end of the Daf, because right towards the end of our shir, I should have said about that. Towards the end of our shir is why it matters. It matters in the following case. A person commits two averos, liable to two different death penalties. The general halacha is when you affect kind of like killing the drabmin, I've said that many times, you do two things. You have dual liability, one financial, one capital. So you get the capital liability, but it dispenses with the financial one. Same thing in terms of death penalties. When you do two things, death penalties, you get the more severe of the death penalties. As such, figuring out which one is more severe is actually a practical consequence, not just academic. So that's the tension of the article. So now we are not going against the order. So once again, just to draw orders. And the Rambam said severity is skiva, sreifa, skiva, sreifa. Okay, stoning, burning. Again, we haven't seen what sreifa is. We only reason that we've really gone through exhaustively is skiva. The other thing we will look at the yet. Burning, hereg, which is death by certain actions, beheading, and kind of strangulation. That's the kind of conduct. Rabbi Shimon disagrees on 2 points. Rabbi Shimon holds streifa, skiva. He puts streifa in front of skiva, and he puts chenek, strangulation, in front of hereg. Okay, so 2-point focus, Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. Okay, here we go. So this is the Gemara. I will say, really, actually, the Gemara is going to flow pretty seamless. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, skiva chamoru b'streifa. Skiva is more chamoru b'streifa. Now, why is Skila more common than Sreifa? Because she came in the middle of the Gadi from all the Gohalim. So also it's interesting enough because who gets Skila? Skila is given to the Gadi. The Gadi is one who blasphemes, who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Obed Avodah Zarah. So these are considered to be major infractions because of the rebellion against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, one who goes ahead and curses Hashem, one who worships Avodah Zarah, gets Skila. So the fact that Skila is given to these individuals for this type of others indicates to us that Skila is more common than Sreifa. Supporting us, Michael, what's the corollary? Why do you think these ideas are so severe? Shiki Koshi Gadol Be'ikr. Because again, the act of cursing God and worshiping of Torah are acts of that rebellion against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because of that keeps them their sarah. See, just the opposite. Shreifa Kamuro, Shreifa is more Hawaii. Shiki Nikno, the last coin, Shezinsa. As again, interesting, we're going to see what's going to spend a lot of time on this case. First, speaks about the daughter of a Kohen commits adultery. The daughter of a Kohen commits adultery, she is given the penalty of Sreifa, which is interesting because generally, again, adultery is not punishable by Sreifa. See, she gets a special punishment of Sreifa. So the fact that she's singled out, the fact that when the Bas Kohen, one of the Kohen commits adultery, again, we'll have to discuss, is this her ears, is this her sword, or all of that, but the fact that she's singled out by her for the Sreifa, that Sreifa is more common. Or my Chumrah, what's the Chumrah over here? Shekin Yikala, let's ask that. Because again, when a pastor of a Kohen goes ahead and commits adultery, that energy can be covered over herself, but she is, I'll guess the right word, not my mind, she's really, is it? Profaning, right? But it goes like really the father, right? The Kohen has an exalted status of the Klal Yisrael. His child does something, I don't know, that not only is a reflection of the child, but ultimately a reflection of the parents. Think of the last page. Shekin. The Kabbalah says that we are the Kabbalah, that's what's on. So I'm going to see that there's tremendous blowback on the Kohanic parents when their child does something like this. In fact, if she's singled out for Sreifa, would indicate us that Sreifa is not at the top of blood. Kasami Rabbanon, so Rabbanon will also start out. Remember, so that is a proof to Rabbi Shimon. So what did the Rabbanon do with the fact that the daughter of a Kohen committed adultery singled out with Sreifa? What do they do with that type of blood? Kasami Rabbanon, the Suah Yot to the Sreifa, the Lord Musa. So Rabbanon hold it, it's the old. That is something of a Suah. Like only the Suah who is subjected to Sreifa, and not an Arusa. Take a look at Rashi and the Suah. As point, let's understand the Suah passes from the Sreifa. About Arusa, the very last is from the Suah, although not so fast point, Arusa passes Rashi. Interestingly enough, they hold that an Arusa Baskol, is about the same as an Arusa Baskol, right? Both of them are getting best Skiba. The only difference is if in the Suah, Baskol, the Baskol is in the Suah commits adultery. So whereas normally the punishment for adultery would be Fennec, for a Bas Kohen who is married, who is in the Suah, who commits adultery, the penalty is going to be Sreifa. You need to ask you that one of the Arusa, the Skiba, that's this Torah singled out. And Arusa Bas Kohen for Skiba, Shmamina Skila Chavira. See from here that Skila is more common. Okay, Skila Chavira is Saif, next thing the Gemara goes on. Skila is more common than Saif. Because Saif is death by beheading with the sword. So the Gemara says, Shekain, Nikla Lamagdadi, because again, you see that Skila is a punishment given to someone who curses God and worships idolatry. What's unique about these two infractions? Kidamina, as we said before, Shekin Koshe, Jado, the Ikar. Because remember again, these Avedos represent a direct rebellion against the Rimon Shalom. Adrabah, which is the opposite side color. Ultimately, if the adding should go on the Y, Shekin Nikon, Ma'anshin, Mir, and Dakas. Interesting. Also, it's near Nidakas. Nidakas is a city which has worshipped idolatry. Galop is the entire city is wiped out. How is it wiped out? Ultimately, it was Saif by sword. So you see from here the fact that Saif is the punishment for any darkness would indicate to us that Saif is my Chumrah. And ultimately, what's the Chumrah here in Nidakas? Shekin Mamonon Avad. Because remember, said by here in Nidakas, what do you destroy? What do you destroy here in Nidakas? Everything. Everything is destroyed. And therefore Allah maybe that's the Torah Yerni Dachas, and therefore Saif should be the most Chomer. To which the Gemara says, Amrit Eza Koach Meruba. So tell me, which one is more severe? Koach Hamadiyah or Koach Hanida? What's more severe? The one who incites everyone to worship Avodah Zarah, or the one who goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah himself? Who's worse? Avi Omer, I would say the inciter, right? The one who follows everyone up to worship Avodah Zarah, he's worse. And then, what do we know? Tanyo, Madichi Erni Dachas Pesida. Again, the inciter, you're right. The Erni Dachas itself is wiped out by Saif. But the inciters, the ringleaders, they are killed how? With Skila. So again, who's worse, the inciter or the incitee? And the answer is the inciter, of course. And yet he's punished by Skila. So you see from here that Skila is more harmless. Also, remember, we have a general clause that says whatever is true by Ra, whatever is true in the negative, is always more true in the positive. So you see from here that anyone cites others to Avodah Zarah, whoever says others to Avodah Zarah is clearly held with greater contempt and culpability than the ones who worship Avodah Zarah themselves, which makes sense. So it's saying that's true in the negative, if a person encourages or quote unquote incites others to do good. We forget that we have the incredible ability to go ahead and get other people excited about doing good. Each of us has the ability to be a ringleader in the positive. And when I push myself and I engage in dynamic, beautiful spiritual growth, others see that. And if I can onboard others, it's tremendous. You see that the inciters of Avodah Zarah are held accountable. Those who encourage their friends to go ahead and be even better, you gain even more strength into the mitzvahs that they did before. It's incredible. Someone goes like Skila is more common than Fennec. Shekin Mitan with the Gazde from the Obi Kohab. So again, Skila is more common than Fennec because again, Skila is given to those who worship Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again to those who curse the Torah. My Chumrah, what's the Chumrah of the Gazde and Obi Avodah Zarah? Get down as we said before, should be Poshet not no Ve'ezer. Because the act of cursing God and worshiping Avodah Zarah represents a direct rebellion against the Torah. Adrabah, it's just the opposite. Chenek Chamor, strangulation should be more Chamor. Why? Shaking Mutan and the Makir of it, and he knows. Wow. Let's say if a person hits his parents, hits his father or his mother, the penalty for hitting your parents is Chenek, strangulation. So maybe you see from here that Chenek is more Chamor than Skila, or my Chumrah. Again, so what's the Chumrah in hitting your parents? Or what's the severity of that act? Shekain Punkash Foldon, the Foldamah. Because the covenant I give to my parents is compared to the covenant I give to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Ishimova, right? Ishimova the Pharaoh, and so Ishmael. So again, the Torah equates the cover to parents, ultimately meant to the covenant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, perhaps you see, and therefore, the ultimate is that if you hit your parents, you get Chenek. So maybe Chenek is more severe. Maybe Chenek is more severe. To which the Gemara says, Rashi says over here, good, fine. So now, since the so the fact that the Torah has distinguished between the Arusa Bas Yisrael, who does commit adultery, from the Sra Bas Yisrael, from Chenek to Skiba, the Musha from Chenek to Skiba, whereas the fact that the Arusa gets a different penalty than the Sua who commits adultery, and remove it from Chenek to Skiba, right? So again, Shnamina Skiba Chamura. Essentially, the Torah says like this: the fact that there's a deviation of punishment from an Arusa to an Asua, right? General adultery is punishable by Chenek. But yet, an Arusa commits adultery is going to get Skila. The fact that there's deviation would lend us to imagine that Skila is going to be more common. Okay, Streifa is more than Saif. Streifa is more common than Saif. Burning, if you're going to us, it doesn't actually burn so much, it's actually molten clay. Let's pour down the filter through the drill, which we'll talk about. Streifa is more common than Saif, and then death by sword. Why? Shekinitim Labas Kohen, she's in Sa. Because we'll say, I love my son, commits adultery, she is judged with Streifa. So much as Michael, but what's the severity of her act? Because she profanes her father, right? She demeans her father through her negative thing. Other rabbis, it's just the opposite. Saif cover. No Saishim for a while. She can meet him and she hear any dakos. Because again, the people that hear any dakos, we just mentioned before, are wiped out by Saif. My chumrah, what's the chumrah hear any dakos? She can bamon amar. Because when you destroy any dakos, you destroy everything. Ne'emar, so the says, Ne'emar aviyah b'sifah. Ne'emar aviyah b'sifah. So the positive expression of aviyah by skila, this is talking about again the daughter of the Kohen, who goes ahead and commits adultery. So it says aviyah by skila. So aviyah by sifah. Ma aviyah ha'amar b'skila, skila chamura mistayev. So just like again, when it says aviyah by skila, skila is more chayit than sayev. Aviyah ha'amar b'sifah, sifah chamura mistayev. So to the idea that it says by Shrefa indicates us that Shrefa is more common than Sayed. Okay? So it's Shrefa, Chamura Mifra. So Shrefa is going to be more common than Chenet. Shekivnit Nalabas conscious in some. As we just said before, Shrefa is given to Bas Kohen, who goes ahead and commits adultery. So again, the fact that she's singled out for this punishment indicates to us that he's more. My chumrah, what is the chumrah? What is the severity of a Bas Kohen for this adultery? That's as we said before, because she embarrasses, humiliates, and profanes her father. It's the opposite. Chenek Chomer, this should be even more. Why? She can eat in Matmatya other email. Because again, Chenek is a punishment for hurting your parents. My chumrah, what's the severity of the act of striking one's parents? She can Ukash Chodon with Chavar Avaka. Ultimately, again, the cover of the parents is compared to the covenant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which the Gemara says, "Me'afir Achmono Milvas Kohen." They found the Sobas Sobas, which this goes back to what we said before. The fact that a Musua, a Bas Kohen who is fully married, right, commits adultery, gets a different punishment than a regular married woman who commits adultery, and it changes her from Chenek to Sifra. Right, normally the punishment for adultery is Chenek. And if a Bas Kohen, Musua, goes ahead and commits adultery, she gets a Sreifa. So what does that show you? Shmamina, Sreifa from that shows you that Sreifa is more common ultimately again than Chenek. Okay. Sayef common is Chenek. Sayef is more common than Chenek. So the Gemara says, Shekim, Yitan, Ma'an, Shekim, and Idachas. Once again, people here in Idachas are killed by Sayef. Adrava, Chenek common. Chenek, you don't know why. Shekim, Yitan, Makia, other people. Because that's the script that's right from your parents. Says the Gemara. Once again, what's the severity of striking parents? She can't Ukash. Remember again, the covenant of parents is compared to the covenant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I feel Ravi, Poshet, Yodo, Ikar, Otav. Nevertheless, the Gemara says we consider it to be the supreme infraction. Supreme infraction is a rebellion directly against the authority of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And one of those averos, that's Megadev, because the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Ohedav Al-Zara. Those are considered to be like the supreme averos. And the fact that those supreme averos are punishable by what? By skilo, indicates to us that skilo sits at the top of the Misa's Din pyramid. Okay, Rabbi Shimon says, remember again, that was down Kama. Now Rabbi Shimon comes along, Rabbi Shimon says, number one, Sreifa is more chomer than skilo. And number two, Chenek is more chomer than Herek. So Rabbi Shimon's model is Sreifa, skila, Chenek, Herek. Says the Gemara, Sreifa chomer miskila. So Rabbi Shimon says Sreifa is more chomer than why? She keeps all the past questions and so because this is the punishment for the daughter of a Kohen who commits adultery. Whereas as a my chumrah, what's the chumrah like? What's the severity of this act of a Bas Kohen who commits adultery? She came mechalelas as hadra. She's profaning and demeaning and denigrating her father. Hadra also ends the first line. First wide line. Adraba, skila kamara. I say the skila is more chomer. Why? Second wide line. She came with the limit God for over. Because again, that is a punishment for one who curses Hashem or worships idolatry. My chumrah, what's the severity of the act of the for holy level? So very simple. Poshet chicken, poshet yado v'nikra. So the Gemara says, "What? How does Rabbi Shimon Tane? Rabbi Shimon was going to do one. What does Rabbi Shimon say? Damar achas arusa v'achas nesua yosef sreifa." Because Rabbi Shimon was like this. In general, by adultery, whether a woman is an arusa or a nesua, Allah for the act of adultery is punishable by sreifa. With the Akko Rahman Allah Arusa Bas Kohen, but the fact that the Torah goes ahead and singles out a Bas Kohen who's in Arusa, right, commits adultery, Mechlal Arusa Bas Yisrael was skilled in Sreifa, and singles her out from or distinguishes her from a regular Arusa Bas Yisrael and switches her punishment from Skila to Streifa, Shmamina Streifa from Mura. That process, that's Rishon's model. Rishon's entire thesis kind of rests on Arusa Bas Kohen who commits adultery. She is singled out from any other construct of adultery, and ultimately, again, the punishment that she is given is Streifa. It's Streifa. And therefore, Rabbi Shimon says, you see from here, that Streifa is I just want to point out, it's interesting. Rabbi Shimon's model, why is it that an Arusa Bas Kohen is singled out for the worst punishment? So it's interesting. If you think about it, these two must have been there. So one, she's a Bas Kohen. She's Bas Kohen. So Kohanim are held to a higher standard. And the children of Kohanim are held to a higher standard. What's interesting is, this is very Shimon. We'll get into this a little bit more tomorrow, the next day, which is, it almost appears that adultery by an Arusa is even more severe than an adultery by a Sua. Right? What's the logic? There's almost like a heightened morality, because an Arusa she hasn't lived with her husband, which means she has not had an intimate life yet. So this idea that a woman who has not yet experienced intimacy with her husband is already out and about, committing adultery, almost seems to compound the severity of the act. We'll see it more. This is interesting. Rabbi Shimon's model is Arusa Bas Kohen is the most severe punishment. And the punishment that she's getting ultimately is going to be Streifa. Okay, and therefore that puts Rabbi Shimon straight on the top of the pyramid. Streifa from one of the kind, Streifa from the kind. Why? Mikvah Bas Kohen she's inside. Because it's given to a Bas Kohen who goes and commits adultery. My chukah, what's the chukah? That's because she humiliated her father. And Rabbi, Chelik Tomer, I'll say the Chelik is for why she came to a back out of the ego. This Chelik is what she gets to strike with your parents. And by chukah, she came to Kashkodam, the chukah Shamaka, the chukah Shkodam. Because again, the covenant of parents is compared to the covenant of parents is compared to the covenant of Shmarko. In that case, one of them is Subas Kohen, the Kohen is Subas. And it was so the fact that the Torah removed and the Sua Bas Kohen from general Muslim Bas Yisrael, right? Generally, the punishment for adultery is Tchanek. But yet, in the Muslim Bas Yisrael, the Muslim Bas Kohen gets the Streifa. Shmamina, Streifa Chamura. Streifa Chamura Misayev. Ultimately, against Streifa is more Chamur than Sayev. What do you know? Shekin Nitna Bas Kohen Shazimsa, because it is the punishment for a Bas Kohen for adultery. Or my Chamura, Kidam, what's the severity of the act of Bas Kohen against adultery? Kidam, that's what we said before. That Allah Lamaisa. Allah she pertains to her father. Adrabah, Saif Chomer. Saif is more Chomer. Why? She came meet on Ansheir Hanidachas. Because ultimately, Hanidachas is wiped out. With Saif, my Chomer, what's the Chomer? She came Mamonam Pahad. Because ultimately, again, property is destroyed. So it says, Amrit, if he is the Koach Muruba. What is worse? What is worse? Koach Hamadiach or Koach Hanidach? What's worse? The one who is the inciter or the incitee? I would say, obviously, it is the inciter, right? The one who incites others to sin is obviously worse than the one who says, which is more common than Saif. Streifa is more common than it. Therefore, against Saif, I can't all the more so by Saif. Okay, Skila is more common than Karek. Why? She can look at the negative for all the others who have people who punishment for the negative and for one who goes ahead and worships idolatry. For my chukah, what's the chukah? What's the chukah? Kidam, those as we said before, because she can kosher, does open it. As halacha l'maisa, such a person is actively rebelling against that benchmark. Adrabah, it's just the opposite. Chanek chomer. By strangulation is even worse. Why? She came to do that and not get other people. And that's the punishment given to strike the parents. My chukah, what's the chukah of striking the parents? Like we said before, she can look at hold on the chukah of the parents is prepared to coming up from 12. Which was the Afkin Achmana, La Arus Sabas Shamas. So once again, since the Torah excluded the Arus Sabas Israel from Suabas Israel, right? It's a different punishment for Arusa and the Sua. And Fenekis, Shemamina, Skila Kabura. You see them there that Skila is more common than Chana. Okay. Skila Hamura Misali. Skila is more common than Sali. She can lift them in the gathering. Because again, one who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and one person of the Torah gets punished by Skila. And Rabbi, so just the opposite. Saif Chabar, Saif is not Chabar 1. Shekin Mitala, actually, you learned that us. So you want to see, because remember, Saif is the person for people who learn Dachas. My Chumrah, what is the Chumrah of learning Dachas? Shekin Mamonam Chabar. By learning Dachas, everything is wiped out, even the property. The A's of problem of it, one second. I will say, which one is more severe? Well, there's a lot of same conversations. Who's more severe? The inciter or the incite? Right? Who's more severe? The one who incites, the one who or the one who actually does it? The Omer, it's obviously the inciter. And we'll say again, what punishment does the inciter get? What does he get? He gets skila. He gets skila. So whereas Mary Dachas is wiped out with Saif, the inciter himself gets skila. And what is he? The Omer, so Chenek, which is more chomer than Saif, the Skila is more chomer than Chenek. Saif so the Skila is going to be more chomer than Saif. Okay, he was Chenek chomer than Saif. Chenek is more chomer than Saif. Whereas Shekin Mital Maki Abadino is ultimately again Chenek is what you get as a children for striking your parents. What's the severity of the act of striking your parents? As we just said before, and Allah makes that the covered due to parents, like covered due to Adraba. So just the opposite. Saif Choma. Says no from why. Because again, remember, Saif is punishment for the people of the Garidatas. I says my Chumrah. What's the Chumrah? What's the Chumrah? Shaki Mamonam Abad. Ultimately, again, because remember, Garidatas, all of the property is wiped out. But he eats a Kach Muruba. Still, which one is more severe? Is it ultimately again the inciter or the incites? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, having over it's obviously the inciter. The Gemara says, but having over Tanya, Madifi, Erikapas, is still not sure of it. So we see over here that Allah for the nice of the inciter is with Skila, and everyone else ultimately again, everyone else is going to be with sight. Incredible. Right? Rabbi Shimon says, right? Rabbi Shimon says, right, back there. Good. So, okay, so now we just established the two models. The model of Tanakama and the model of Rabbi Shimon, each really laying out their respective arguments. So I'm going to advise a little bit. Margul of a Kumit Rabbi Yochanan. So I'll say there was a Margul of a Kumit Rabbi Yochanan means that there was somebody Rabbi Yochanan was accustomed to literally means there was a jewel in the mouth of Rabbi Yochanan, which Pashtus means that there was a safe figure. What would he say? Nara Murasa Baska, which is in Skiba. Just listen to this. Nara Murasa, this is a Kohanim. What is a Bas Kohen? Give us a secret. A Bas Kohen who is an Arusta, who goes ahead and commits adultery. What's down the hall? The Skiba. She gets Skiba, and Rabbi Shimon says, the Streifa. Rabbi Shimon disagrees, and it says, I will say, but yeah, this very much is like the root of our focus punishment, right? Remember again, like you said before, everyone is going to agree that interestingly enough, a Bas Kohen Arusa commits adultery is deserving of the most severe death penalty. Why? Again, we'll discuss. But she is. So again, Talikam Rabbanan say Stila. Rabbi Shimon says Streifa. Now, since interestingly enough, what happens if Allah for the person she commits adultery with is her father? So the Gemara said, we should know where since some Abigail, the Skila, we should know where the Streifa. If she committed adultery with her father, ultimately again, it's Skila, we shouldn't say Streifa. The Gemara says, my cash will not. The Rabbana. So again, what exactly are the Rabbana committed? Just that Mesua, Yatsa, Streifa, below Arusa. According to the Rabbana, it's only Bas Kohen Mesua who gets Streifa. Remember, it was like normally the punishment for adultery is Chalak. It's Chalak. A Bas Kohen is going to be treated differently. But the is that Allah so she's going to go ahead and get, I'm sorry, it's only Mesua who gets Streifa, and not the Arusa. Right? The Arusa will get Skiba. Rabbi Shimon, Achas Arusa, Achas Mesua, Yatsa the Streifa. Rabbi Shimon, a Bas Kohen is dealt with stringently across the board. Whether it's innocent or Mesua, she's going to get Streifa. The time of my, what's the reason for this? We showed the Rabbanas, the Chamorah, or Rabbi Shimon, Streifa Chamorah. I will say it's very simple. Remember, everyone is agreeing that a bas coin is going to go ahead with who is Mizan, who is going to get the most severe penalty. Now again, whether that's a bas coin Arusa, Anisua, or just an Arusa, that's my focus also. But my focus is about the most severe penalty. According to the Rabbanon, that is going to be Skila, according to Shimon, ultimately I get that it's going to be Shofar. I was like, a lot of this also is obviously the discussion about how they're going to go ahead and interpret the psukim. I just want to point out on my website that there are two psukim. One pasuk says, "Bas ish kohen ki secha liznos." If the daughter of a kohen will commit adultery, as sabia dimet hadalas, she profanes her father. But ish tisaref, straight up. There's another pasuk. God says, "Hanara pesach tisaref, skalua anshe ira ba'avan miksa." Another pasuk of the bas kohen commits adultery and it's skila. Skila. So now listen, so again, the show is going to be how teachers are trying to do the positive refer to the point that for our purposes on here is the best thing was the sound that's going to get the most severe punishment. For instance, the Rabbanon, it's going to be skila, and the Mishnah is going to be straight up. So Gemara says that wasn't essentially again, there's no discussion. Now the Gemara says, not communally, not communally. So at the end of the day, ultimately, again, who cares? Like that is dead, as we just said before. No, that's before the Mishnah is high. They misos tasting, you're going to the world. So they want nice time that line of right? But when I say getting worse is like why which is the more severe that goes. It matters because if someone did two things, two acts, which are both liable to two different death penalties, we give them the more severe of the two. So knowing which is more severe is of absolute importance. You can go right there. Good. If you think about it, the Lashon of Argala the Kune Rabbi Yochanan, only when you see that expression, what usually follows it? What usually follows it? Some like beautiful expression. Like Rabbi Yochanan had this jewel in his mouth, like this thing that he always used to say. Everybody else, people first have like that thing that they say. Right? So Argala the Kune is such a beautiful, lofty expression. Here, not gonna lie, like I got excited like that yesterday in the car. Maybe it's like a little bit of a break from all of this stuff, right? We're gonna see some beautiful lofty idea. And yet interestingly enough, you must see what the Margaret according to the Yochanan. Margaret according to the Yochanan was the Nara Mulasa was according to its adultery gets a skila. Rabbi Shimon says that it's straight up. And this was the thing that Rabbi Yochanan always said. Rabbi Yochanan always said. First of all, again, really don't ask what Yochanan to say it's by Charlie Shabbos. Right? That's number one. What's the shot? This is the thing he always said. So let's just understand, and again, we'll talk about this more, but there's an incredible profundity of this. What's the whole idea of this bas coin? That's what the bas coin. The bas coin is that what we do is a reflection on our parents. And what we do is a reflection on our family. And what we do is on the ownership of itself. Sometimes we think that we exist in a vacuum. It's like I do whatever I want because it's just convenient to me. It's not what I do, how I do, how I love myself is not only also reflected on my family by Mascoin, it's reflected on a coach part. It's a beautiful Gemara. The Gemara says right here. The Gemara says the Torah says the after session of Kafka. How about Shem? What's the big problem with this? What's the problem with it? What's the problem with it? You can't regulate emotions. You can't tell someone how to love you. You can't force someone to love you. That's why Rashi says, Asik Devara Me'ava. When you serve Hashem, make it look like you love him. Make it look like, whether you love him or not, that's consequential. Right? Fake it till you leave. Right? Go ahead and at least make it look like you love what you're doing, and one day you'll come to love it as well. The Gemara says, that ultimately, again, the job of a Yid is to make the Ribono Shel Olam beloved in the eyes of other people. That's the goal. To be an ambassador of the Ribono. Obviously, each of us are an ambassador of the Ribono Shel Olam. What happens when you're an ambassador? What happens when you're an ambassador? I don't know, but I would assume what happens when you're an ambassador is you represent your host nation. So you show up at an event, right? You are the representative of the United States of America, right? With everything you do, represents the entire identity of the country. says to Morris, maybe has this how many guys for the Charlie. So what I do, how I live, is a representation of the Ribono Shel Olam himself. Yes, that's why this is not really what's the difference? The boss comes in this country. What she's doing is, we'll get into this more. It's a horrible reflection of her upbringing. It's a horrible reflection of her parents. What was the truth? What was the truth? Right? What's happening? What does this represent? Why? Because the daughter of the coin, again, is supposed to represent a lofty level. So what she does reflects her parents. What we do reflects not only our parents, it reflects not only our people, but what we do is a reflection on a Kodesh Baruch Hu himself. We are ambassadors of the Ribono Shel Olam. And to live life with that idea, that what I do, a lot of times it's just me, I'll do certain things. If I know that I'm representing others, I know that I have to act in a different way. Allah has come up, when I'm representing a Kodesh Baruch Hu, how much more refined my actions have to be. Perhaps that's why it's the Margaret and Rabbi. To live life with the recognition that what you do and how you act represents other people, not just your parents, not just the Baruch himself. That is a profound way to live, and that is a profound result to you throughout life. Incredible. So the goes back to Rabbi Shimon. So what's Rabbi Shimon? So the Gemara says, what's Rabbi Shimon? Good. The sign of Shimon over Shnei follows them with Baskol. There are two rules said about the Baskol. The Baskol and Baskol. So right, ultimately, again, we're going to see what are these two rules. If you look at Rashi says over here. Now, number one, the Baskol and Baskol. So these two rules are said only by Baskol and by Baskol. Ema af the Baskol, the whole set cost of the Yisrael, the Yisrael, the Arusa, the Arus. Never seen one. That's not what we're for today. We'll pick up with this Rabbi Shimon tomorrow. Again, and what we'll do tomorrow is by the end of it, actually we'll do the Rambam. So we'll see exactly how we pass in terms of the severity of the Mitzvahs based in. Let's say Shkoyach. Good morning, Rabbi. Again, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Toast Shemach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicated all of the Shemach and Roshos this year as his host for the Sonos Tamasha and the Shah Hagam Shemizot in Eretz Hashem to see, again, aspirational design to measure Hashem materialize for our people for this year. For many years to come, our veteran sponsors for today. Sheva Pablo, of Eretz Yisrael, Ushli, her husband, Deborah Pablo, Yishu Chashmolayim, who was on his 70th birthday, lots of love, good health, good news, and definitely beautiful. Again, to the news, it's a great Asichos Baruch Hashem to learn, to Daniel, and Haram Shemizot, and Hashem to continue to swim through the Yam Shel Talmud, and may the Esim Shad Toros. Our husbands that we dedicate, and learn this Chosivah Coach's hostages will control from Eretz Hashem, bring them home the Shalom and the Kalach, and Chosivah and soldiers will be successful, the Chol and not safe. First, we got to let us do a lot to continue to do that. Plus 49, we're not going to have on the Chosivah days. 48, you turn around about that 10 lines of before it becomes one. Turn around 100, Malchus, mixtape of Allah. Those were executed by the king. What happens to their property? So the word has their property goes to the king. How many days those were executed by these days? It's in their property goes to their children. So an interesting distinction here. And usually this usually says, I'm going to be marvelous. You see that there's a place that you can look by the monarchy, their property goes to their children. So fundamentally, my book is about what happens with the property of those who are executed. Again, Tanakama, if you're executed by the king takes your property. If you're executed by Bezin, it goes to your Yerushin. But even if you're executed by the king, your property goes to your inheritors, to your Yerushin. How many Rabbi Yehuda? So it's Rabbi Yehuda. The Chamsa Rabbi Yehuda. I love Friday. Keeping the carrot doubles, actually, you're on Shami Rishko. I will add, okay, so what's I say? I think it's going down. You might as well do this. But that King Achot, if you want to tell the story, another story that Achot was unfortunately a very evil king. That had a lot of good inside of him. Was an incredibly conflicted individual. He never fully able to rein himself in. So Achot desired a particular vineyard, a vineyard that belonged to a guy by the name of Nabos. So Achot concocted an entire story that Nabos went ahead and cursed the king. We were talking about this, cursed the king, cursed God, all of these different things, and Halakha myself, and as a result, what happened afterwards is that he had Nabos executed, and Achot took the vineyard. So you see that when somebody is executed by the king gets his property by virtue of the fact that Achot got his vineyard after executing Nabos. So that's what comes with the Yehuda. Then interestingly enough, King Achor was related to Nabos. He was related to, so in fact, he was in the inheritance line. So all he needed to do was have Nabos killed. Once Nabos was killed, he was able to go take possession of the earth through the laws of inheritance. You might say, what? I don't know how do you go? But again, but Nabos had a lot of sons. What happened to them in terms of inheritance? On the other hand, so you saw also the Asmana Para. In fact, Achor married to Nabos, but he also took Nabos and Nabos' sons, Shimei. Now, the way as the Nabos last to make fun of Raisi. Plus, go along the story. So Nabos is executed. Nabos is executed by Achor. Nabos executed, but Nabos' children, his sons are executed as well. Again, why? For what? For the year. For the year. That's what the king about the Shemel had everything, and yet again, executed in order to go ahead and get this money. It's dramatically amazing. So when I was like, Rabbi, how we want to be in lots of together. Rabbi said, no, that does not mean sons, but rather again, that actually refers to sons who are fit to come from Nabos. So in other words, Achor didn't actually execute Nabos' kids. But instead, what happened over here is that Achor executing Nabos. Nabos himself was fit to have more children, but as the Torah being executed, he never ended up having a family. Incredible. So, but we saw not number the same about. So, according to the king, it says that when you go ahead and execute someone, so is executed by the king, so the property goes to the king. I need to say, but Berak Nabos Halakim. So this is interesting. All the Achor story. First of all, I'm in Thessalonians 28. When Achor set up Nabos, so remember again, when he sets him up, he makes a claim that Nabos cursed the king and cursed God. He both cursed the because this is an intricate plan because Nabos also hired witnesses. But witnesses testified falsely against Achor hired witnesses to testify against Nabos. So what they testified against was that they got Nabos the other king to Melech. So Nabos cursed God and he also cursed the king. So you must listen to this. So which does not know to say Melech? How do you say they got Nabos the other king to Melech? So I understand what the witnesses had to say that Nabos cursed the king. Because according to the Chachamim, ultimately again that those executed by the king, the property goes to the king. That's what Achor wanted at the end. I would like to end the same notion, not only remember, but according to the opinion that says if is executed by the king, your property goes to the inheritors, then why did the false testimony have to include that Nabos cursed the king? Who cares? If you want to use your logic, other king probably. Why did the witnesses have to lie and say that Nabos cursed God? Well, it's cursing God also, remember again, cursing God is punctured by what? By death. Execution. We get executed by basically. Everyone agrees that executed by these have to property that goes through kids. So, in other words, what's happening here altogether, to which we want to listen to this Ella, Lafushi, Rischa. Rather again, what Achot's plan was to go ahead and really create a tremendous sense of animosity and anger towards Nabos. That people would be like sort of conscious, they really be so overwhelmed by what Nabos did, cursing the king, cursing God. So again, when fabricating this, they must make it as bad as possible so that the dilemma themselves would not be inclined to find grounds to accelerate Nabos. So, like the say Lamela, frankly, it says that you execute on the king, the property goes to the king. I would say, Vayeras B'Yor El Hashem, Vayechazik B'Keren Chantiet. So let's read this. We're going to tell the story. When David died, he sent Shlomo a number of instructions. And something was to deal, quote unquote, to deal with certain people. Usually, David felt that he could not execute during his lifetime for a variety of different reasons. And he felt that absolutely necessary to be punished by Shlomo. One of the people was Yoav. Yoav was actually the family general of David, but it just went off the rails doing his own thing in a number of different cases which we discuss. So what happens? So David dies, so Yoav cares that he's about to execute. What does he do? He runs to the Mishkan, to the oil where he would be his and the actually not the Mishkan per se, but where the honor of his back was. And what does he do? He grabbed onto the corners of his back, like claiming like sanctuary. He's holding onto the corners of his back. And what happens? You say, it say people on this. And God says, I'm not leaving, rather again, I'll die here. Now listen, what's this mean? God should sit here and say, like this approach. Yoav wasn't trying to escape death. Or practically about his Yoav preferred to be judged by his son Henry than by Shlomo. Why? According to the Chutz Sense. Because Yoav knows his God. He knows what he killed. But if he still doesn't Henry the what? His property just means if he's executed by the murder of Keith, his property becomes the Levites. So therefore, he holds on to the corners of his back. He says, finally, to execute him, I'll be judged by the Sanhedrin, but not by Shlomo. So again, according to the Chutz Sense, notice a notion. When a great judge who says, to execute by giving, your property goes to your kids. Nine enough going to so in other words, why does that hold as a corner for his dad? Either way, he knows if he knows he's going to die, either way, he knows his property for his kids. So he's going to say, the answer, the Chayyim Shah. The Chayyim Shah is that Yoav was trying to buy himself a couple more moments of life. Right? I say that I'm not going to be executed by the king, but I want mercy. I want to chop this. I do. Chayyim Shah. He's buying himself a few extra moments in life. Really profound. Really profound. So he goes back to Aisha and Ayah and Davar the art. Cody by Yod of Mukhar. Those institutes. So that I know, says to Shlomo, okay, this is going on. Shlomo is going ahead and holding the reason for that. I mean, he's going to be judged by the king. Rather than he insists on being judged by the Sanhedrin. So that I know, sends a message back to Shlomo. It says, Cody by Yod, so what's going on here? So let's do this. So here's the conversation that happens between Yoav and Benayo, which was subsequently conveyed to Shlomo. So let's do this. So Yoav says to Shlomo, through Benayo, Shlomo can't do two things to me. In other words, it's not fair that I should have two punishments. What are the two punishments? The cut was like, now again, so just to point out, as much as the people who got to go ahead and kill Yoav, he cursed Yoav. And the curse that he gave to Yoav is that essentially Yoav's descendants would be crippled, would be poor, and would die early. Even a pretty significant curse. So Yoav said to Shlomo, it's not fair. I can't have two punishments. Listen to this. Eat cockroach, right? Kabul to say So again he said, Shlomo, here's the deal. If you're going to kill me, fine. But then you have to accept upon yourself, upon your descendants, the curse of your father. It's not fair that should be executed and have the curse. So if I would be executed, the curse is going to fall upon you and your descendants. And even though you shall keep like this and let that from not spare my life, and I'll suffer the curse. I and my descendants will suffer the curse. And us. I say Kasha, so Shlomo says, fine. He kills Yoav, and Shlomo accepts the curse of David upon himself and his. Again, we see exactly what this is just over. I'm going to give it over. Call Shekilo David as Yoav, this kind of is out from David. And then tragically enough, the curse, all the curses that David is a curse, that David loved upon Yoav actually boomerang back onto David himself, Shlomo his descendants, David his descendants. For example, I encourage the big Yoav, So remember, this was the concept of the Tefillah. Because they get his yard, your descendants will be all power. Amongst them will be Sov, Yisorot, Saras, Bakara means supported by a king, right? Supported by a king. No for Bakara, but stricken down by the sword. Chasranachim, that bread, war. And the Yoda points out all of these curses came true in David Amalek's descendants. Zar ben Merechav, Merechav was the son of Shlomo, the king of Zar. Tzid, Amalek Merechav is Amitz Laos ben Merechav, Yishai, Tzid, Merechav Merkal, Asher Yerkav, so the Yoda just points out that again. The symmetrical struggles between what happened to these individuals and the particularities. In Surah, he was young, in service. But Haskas, Kava, Viva, Al-Hash, Israel, Marima, Basha, God, Kayama, Al-Hikra, Hashem, Hajjam, Hajjam, that's Aras, Israel, okay, Maxi, Bakala, who had to be supported by a king, that's Asop. Again, these are all kings descended from Shlomo. So the Asa, Rak is so Chava as Ragba. However, you remember that Sha'atso Kudikara. He was by his element called Kudikara, which required him to use a key. He was value that's Kudikara. I'm going to make it made of that, whether I'm not making it from Kudikara. Kinaka, the Basa Akai. Kudikara is as beautiful as a needle in the flesh of a living person. That's what Kudikara feels like, constantly in the flesh. So he wants to violate. Right, Bible says, "Well, not my victories." He wants to violate. How do I know this? How do I not know what Kudikara was? So which thing was his e-bikes name up, and Nathan had a kind of state. So it says, Kudikara, not in itself, suffered from Kudikara. He had to keep it around it. E-bikes name up, they have a government, or he learned it from his Rabbi. But most of his dad said, e-bikes name up, so Hashem Nireh, or Yusuf Nireh. Which also literally means the secrets of Hashem are given to those who revere him, and his covenant to be made known to them. So it's very interesting again. Much more to say on this topic, but it's been on the concept of Das Torah. A great Torah personality, great Torah who's had a concept of Das Torah. What's Das Torah? Das Torah doesn't know, but how you probably know everything about everything. What it means is that sometimes when a person is heavily steeped in the life of Torah and spiritual development, connection to our coach by constant growth, they understand the world in a certain way and see things with a sense of clarity that sometimes the rest of us don't. Because it is often misunderstood to me, like that you should ask everything, every answer, everything, right? You should ask doctors medical questions, ask doctors medical questions, ask accountants, financial questions, ask lawyers questions, right? That's good for this part. Because the best term just means like this sometimes when a person is connected with the whole thing, it's all I was saying. When let's just care about his friends. Right? If I am in touch with my burden, I'm in touch with my burden, right? I'm good. I'm a cheer, I'm learning, I'm studying, I'm attentive, I'm tuning in, right? When the show is over, the show over again. Doesn't mean share Chalusa. I'm plugged in. I'm fucking a checking box. I'm really plugged in because tomorrow, or let's see if you're learning, and you feel different. You have a certain clarity about life. Whether it's clarity in your marriage, clarity with your kids, clarity in your career. You have a certain clarity. That's a shmish of Das Torah. When you're plugged into Torah, you understand the world and the life in a different way. Because when I'm not, when I'm listening, when I'm listening, I'm not. I just feel different. Everything feels different. That's because I'm not plugged in to the source. So therefore, so much of the area just again. So that feeling that all of us feel, right? We get to our mind and we're hard and we're there and we're plugged in. So amplify that by 100. That's what great Torah scholars have. So that little bit of clarity that we have after our own episodic moments, our spiritual connectivity is exactly what we can become and feel amplified often every day of your life because you're constantly actually plugged in. That's the concept of nuclear. That's what it says. You're not conscious level. She asked, how do you know? Because he knew. Because he saw it. Kind of like, so you want to look like no fellow who got that starting the show. They say, I know I'm more of a show. So as I said, this is, by the way, this is what Yoshio was killed by Paro who was the king of Ashur, right? This is where Assyria, Ashur wanted to lead his army to Israel. Not starting war, just wanted to bypass Israel. And Yoshio was so convinced of people's righteousness that he refused to allow a foreign army to march through. But he made a mistake. And ultimately, again, he loses his life because after he refused to enter the Hunter Code, that was declaration of war, and he was killed. And because he was killed by archers, he was pierced by so many arrows that again, his body became like a sea. That's what I like that. If it sounds a little bit familiar, this is an additional point. This is one of the most authentic heroes that we know that tricks themselves back to human bodies by Yukonin Al Yoshia. So one of the oldest heroes that we had tricks you back to the flavor. Okay? Someone was like, who was like, right? Mikhail, the same about Klaso, Abukhatoya, Yosinova. Okay? Because we learned about Mikhail, a couple of years ago, like Mikhail exiled by his show. I'm not even done. I don't know she's going to say so again. So just by the way, it's just a kind of recreation. Right? So Shlomo says to Shlomo, you can't do both. Right? In other words, if you can't go ahead and execute me, you can't execute me, and also go ahead and have you receive the curses. So if you execute me, then you're taking the curses upon yourself. Shlomo orders him to be executed, and the penalties in Kabbalah curses upon himself. So what's his verses on that? I'm going to just say, by the way, let's see this. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to mention this is what people say when this leads people to say the following is saying, to a low and below to a laptop. Better to be the one who is cursed than to be the one who curses. Why is it? When a person delivers a curse, unfortunately, sometimes it's only a matter of time until that very curse over his back on you. So God delivered a curse to God. Okay, a justifiable curse. But at the end of the day, the curse whatever that happened, the curse for bad that one didn't necessarily help you. Take a look at Ashley just a moment. Ashley says, today you talk for that time. No, I'm going to call yes, we're not the Kula. We're not the Kula. Better to be amongst those who are cursed. The Lord had a calorie, and not among those who curse. If you shall so kill us, for some kill us, not sure how the calorie, because the curse is what we were. I'll say, first I'll just say, look here, this whole part of the curse was uttered by God. We see these kinds of so many times throughout Shas, that the words of the Tzaddik create a reality, almost like an irreversible reality that cannot be undone. So once that curse was uttered and came into the world, that was a fact. It was going to happen. Now the only shine was a part of who was going to devolve. So an incredible idea. Better to be the ones who are cursed than to be the ones who curse. Incredible. As really also once again, so again, let's go back to this. It brought you off ultimately again to be judged. And it said, I'm gonna my time, I can't see Abner. Why did you kill Abner? And I wasn't going to see that you obviously brought the trial for a number of different things. One of the things that he accused that he did is he killed Abner by that. Okay, so I say a lot of these stories are just so complex because they occur in a complex time in Claudius Strauss' history, the transition of monarchy between Shaul and David. So Abner was one of the generals, the primary generals of Shaul. When Shaul died, he appointed Shaul's son, Ishbosheth, monarchy. But then Abner has a shit heart, and he decides that David is the future of Claudius, and David offers him a peaceful transition over to the side of the Claudius. So he offers him Yoav. Now remember, Yoav, who was a general of the had a profound distrust for Abner, and he was enraged that David offered him to spare his life. They offered him a position of the army. He just couldn't believe it. So you killed Abner. So Yoav killed Abner. So that's one of the things that David we never forget again. The problem is with these things, I would say, one of the hardest things about leadership is that remember when a person is in leadership, anything that happens under him is his responsibility. That or at least effective leadership is when a leader takes responsibility for everything. So for David, as much as David didn't kill Abner, his general did. His general did as such again for David that represented a heightened sense of culpability. So therefore, the only instruction so they asked, no, why did you kill Abner? Abner, go on, Abner, because Abner killed my brother Asahel. Killed my brother Asahel. Which is true, right? So when he killed my brother Asahel, I'm going to go on that. So where's his crime? Asahel wrote the Bible. You know why Abner killed Asahel? Because Asahel was running after Abner to kill Abner. This was war. He was running after Abner to kill Abner. So Abner killed Asahel in order to save his life. How long will I have to live back and maybe so I understand. Abner had to stop. Abner had to stop Asahel in some way. But he could have injured him. He could have wounded him, right? Like to shot him out, whatever, hurt him away, or give him some type of injury that prevents him from pursuing, but you didn't have to kill him. So I'm going to go. No, when someone's pursuing you to kill you, you don't have the luxury of trying to figure out how could I penetrate him in order to stop him. You just have to stop him. Whatever you have to do to stop him, you stop him. So he says, to it doesn't make any sense. I was like, Hashta, the Dota Kanish's kino, like you see, like Akim Abiyan the Akare Akonis Ela Kodesh. So he also said, I don't buy it. Because if you look at the way that Abner killed Asahel, he killed him with a very considerable, he killed him with a strike of the spear underneath the fifth rib. Right? It's a very precision strike. And why would you strike someone under the fifth rib? The Makom Shemara, the covered wound. Apparently, it's the area where the gallbladder and the liver intersect right next to each other. So you can get them both in one. So it's a death blow. It's a death blow. So that's obvious. Come on. A skilled soldier who can deliver such a precision strike to someone who's pursuing them underneath the fifth rib, and you tell me that it couldn't just injure him to stop him from pursuing him yet to kill him like that? I don't buy it. Therefore, Yoav says, I justify killing Abner because at the end of the day, Abner killed my brother. I'm the one I done. I had a right to die. I had the right to do that. I'm the right. Mesa Abner. Fine. So Mesa said, fine. Let's move this out there. Take that out there. Let's move on to the next thing. My Termo, Amasa. Why did you kill Amasa? Like you said, you're killing like black people. And why you go right? So fine, let's get black in front for Abner. Why did you kill Amasa? So you're Amasa first by like Amasa, it's very simple. Very simple. Amasa defied the king. Amasa defied David. I will say that Halacha that more than Amos is execution. By the way, there's no judge and jury. If you defy the king, here's what I will say that I often two things I think are going to be interesting adjustment as I should Shivach comes. So number one, there's one case that is fresh. There's always a fresh, very important, right? There's not like Israel means on a crush, right? The Gaguda means on a crush, the Hasidic means on a crush, the Litvish means on a crush, Hashkar means on a crush, right? There's a Kabak means on a crush. There's one that's on a crush, and it's going to be fascinating and beautiful and incredible to see how Klal Yisrael gets act together and is able to exist under one roof. The other thing is going to be our adjustment to a king. It's going to be a big adjustment. So you understand, we are very used to different leadership models. We're offering leaders suggestions, right? Much more than decisions. As a king and a monarchy, whatever the king says is what you do. And if you defy, the punishment is left. That's called word of office. And again, there's no appeal, there's no part, but one second, this is what I think. Just 2,000 years, we have the king, and we've lived in different kinds of countries, especially now, like democratic societies where it's listed, but a king is an absolute authority. Now, we saw before, it's not totally absolute. There's a checks and balances for the kings and king as well. But for myself, when the king says something, So therefore, again, Yoav says, I killed Amasa. He says, what do you do? Listen to this. You see, how do things issue the short? You see, things like Amasa. And he said, rather, everybody getting in 3 days. So much work together, people, and they wasn't with it. He was one of the Hebrews. So what happened? So therefore, he also said, I must have not complied with the order of the king, and therefore he deserves to be executed. And also, so again, trying to do come on. I must have actually I'm not the right things. I was executed. Why? So he was actually the Pasuk will be Masechta. This is so beautiful. So what happened? So Amasa came, and what did he see? Jews, the Pasuk on the Masechta was like, like the Jews were so Amasa says to himself, Amar, still courage of the so again, the boss said, I don't know anything, so you have to listen. And if you don't listen, you put to death. You know how I feel about Torah. I'm not maybe even a Torah. And if you don't listen to it, you're put to death. Not Chazak Diabas. But the boss says, it's a me, a God Chazak Diabas, but he's strong when it comes to learning the Torah. I mean, his wishes, you serve. Or take precedence over the king's wishes. So if you know the king walks into a 7 or 3 days, I must get there, put on the head and learning that theory. So I must if he's nothing finished learning, and when it's finished learning, then I will grab it. So look at more of the Malchus, but just the opposite. He listened to the Melech, but which Melech? I could try to because the desires and wishes of the Rebbe are more important than the desires and wishes of the king. So therefore, again, so it makes it so that they don't say, so you know, I'd like, no right to kill Amos. And then Gabro, the Gemara says, Gabro, but not Sada. Rather than they know that he's said to you, if anyone was working on Amos, they were not against the king. It was you. You're the person in the city. Rashua, Adi Gilad, you're not Achariah, you're not Achariah Shabbat. Let's just do this. Because the Pasuk says, and these came to Yoav, that Yoav appeared after Adonai, and opened to the gate after Absalom, he did not fear. Now this is incredibly important. They say that the governor faced multiple rebellions, like one was brought by Adonai Chagis, that I correct order. And Adonai Chagis was the son of David, who proclaimed himself as king when David was laying dying in his deathbed. I don't know the Chagis is not sitting anymore, and you can both. So people think to themselves, okay, if they David's dying, David cannot have an exclusive heir. So therefore, again, Absalom was a much more brutal and violent regard. So you want to say that Yoav, not the Achariah, again, he followed after Adonai the Chagis, but after Absalom, he did not follow. Why he didn't follow? He didn't, not that necessarily follow, not that means like to veer. He says, he wanted to follow Absalom. In his heart, he wanted to follow Absalom, but he didn't. Was still at its youthful year. When Absalom rebellion, David was still strong. Young and vital. And as such, again, smart enough to know that was getting this. So Yoav was also smart enough to know to be living inside, but he wanted to follow Absalom. So, I think it's that really showed that David literally again, David Strauss, which was still alive, that doesn't really show. I don't remember that. We showed it before. I don't know if you know how you know that. David had 400 sons who were born to fast Torah wives, one wives. So the Moses Kumat b'nei fast Torah hayu. Only godly bonus. They proved that below. First, when we were talking below this, the below is like the ponytail, like the one piece of hair that the old devil would sorrow would go ahead and grow.
Oh, beautiful. That was great. Really. Ooh. This touch this. This is that's right. Oh no. Oh, it's little. All right. Even with being sick, I can play the Rothschild. Give it to me. Okay. Got it. This one. Now I'm gonna get this one. Oh, I missed it by one. Good job, Mr. Burris. Get it. Oh, you should have got them both. That was amazing. You're welcome. That was really good. Oh, come on. Oh, very spare. undefeated woman, undefeated in friendship. Is right. All right, you get your beauty rest. That's, that's correct. All right, you get your rest. You get extra rest. Sleep in tomorrow. Make sure to take all your medicine. Drink lots of water, and you'll feel better tomorrow. God willing.
ומחלוקת בראשי הדייסות ומי במיוחד סתר מהצהרני והיט בעלי הגרופת של דחבור the muscle of the yeah, I guess I would say that just enough when that's how many enough more when other nations saw soldiers that appeared to be Gentile soldiers fighting for God. It was very scary because suddenly it felt like it wasn't just the Jews who were alive with God, but rather again it was even Gentile nations who were alive with God. Okay, so therefore again, you're smart enough to know David's got all this muscle. All this muscle, how do you know that? But again, in Noah's heart, first of all, he found out that Noah's heart is, so he was part of one rebellion, and whatever part that Avshalom's rebellion, had he thought that Avshalom had a better chance, we can do that after that time. So listen, so remember, coming down here in this entire studio so far is that Joab was antagonistic to David, right? He was antagonistic to David. Then again, here as well, he's actively antagonistic, and that he joined one rebellion at the middle, and was ready to join a second reign of Shalom. Now, once it's shown like that, there's another total version to this story. So once you do that, the mother David will also the mother David will also become another version of schema, or another version of the relation between God and David. In this version, was not for David, Joab would have never been able to successfully wage war. Joab will also come the Torah. And when after Joab, David would have been able to learn Torah. What does this mean? He David also Mishpat stuck in the Colorado. He not in Sri Lanka. David Amalek performed Mishpat and stuck on including the Jewish cases. He did that for all of Israel. And not in Sri Lanka was in charge of the earth. Not time Mishpat stuck on the Colorado. Why was David able to do Mishpat and stuff like that? Just as an aside, you see something amazing. What's the role of the king? The role of the king is to make sure that there is savior, to make sure that there is justice, and to make sure that there is chesed. That's the job of the king. And he says, why was the king able to do his job? Why? Because where it says, because Yoav waged battles. And why was Yoav able to be successful in the army? He should have done it also stuff on the because David was going to be stuck up for the entire nation. Also, this is a fact. So first of all, just a different version of the David story. Again, a story, a version of a profound synergistic partnership between and general. King and general. The king is able to be stuck in Mishpat. Why? Because the general is leading the army. And the general is able to be successful in the army. Why? Because the king is legally stuck in Mishpat. Which I say that is also a profound model for just, we'll call it organizational success. One person can't do everything. So at the end of the day, the only way there's success, if it comes into anything, is if there's synergistic partnerships between different people. So David is able to be David because Yoav is Yoav. And Yoav is able to be Yoav because David is David. But if David would have to be David and Yoav, and Yoav would have to be Yoav and David, the whole thing falls apart. The whole thing falls apart. Profound idea. And we see that David was super powerful. And by the way, David was a warrior also. Let's understand that. What I'm saying. Whenever you see paintings of David and Balak, right, he's always saying, what's he always saying with? So he's saying the harp. And then to yourself, like, I don't know if David looks like the harp. That's not the word. But how much time do you think he actually did? He's just sitting there strong the heart. Like what was the shot that was a warrior? He was a warrior. His entire life, he was a warrior. So he could have managed the army. But he also understood that if David was managing the army, he's not going to step in his spot. And that means he's not going to be his job. There has to be different roles. There has to be a synergistic partnership with parties in order to get things done. Because if David has to do everything, then David really ends up doing nothing as well as it could be done. Incredible. Well, it's like, it's not the impact. But he's talking about she goes in the last year. Now you must go back to the story of where Abner actually killed, not actually killed Abner. So what happened? So David made peace. David made peace with Abner. After David makes peace with Abner, so Yoav sends a message and he tells Abner, by the way, if you want to come back, I want to talk to you for a little bit. But she also, we bought Hasila. We brought Abner back from Bar Hasila. We went to Bar Hasila. But yet, Bar Hasila, we got rid of the Abner she had it. We went to Bar Hasila that caught Abner to be killed. And they just very quickly, we actually points out that they were outside Bar Hasila refers to two important events. David HaMelech, remember again, after Shmuel called everything that's wrong in everything, after Shmuel called everything that's king, David did not want to be king. He did not want to be king. So what happens? Shmuel now kind of uses it on David, feels that David is enemy number one of the state and pursues him. David will not fight his father alone. He will not, so he runs. So the two things that happen. One night, so Shmuel's army is camped. David HaMelech snuck into the camp, and he took the king's shield and the king's canteen. He goes up to the top of the mountain, essentially cries out to the shot, look, I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I could have killed you while you slept, but I didn't. Abner says to Shaul, it's not Shaul, maybe one of my soldiers is on David's side, snuck out items to David, but David never really infiltrated the camp. That's story number one. Story number two is also Shaul's marching with his army, pursuing David. Goes into a cave to a region. David happened to be hiding in that very same cave. I'm just going to walk with right, what happened? So what happens? So literally, Shaul's back is to David. David didn't kill Shaul right then and there. Instead, what he does is cuts off a corner of his garment. So when Shaul comes out of the cave, David comes out afterwards and says, oh, look, see, I was right behind you. I couldn't kill you. I am not your enemy. Both of those times, Abner convinced Shaul not to reconcile with David. He convinced him not to reconcile with David. The Gemara said, do you know why Abner was killed at the end of the night? Because he had two opportunities to make shalom between Shaul and David, and he failed to do so. That is why Abner lost his life at Bar and Sirah. She points out a reference to those two events, which I want to say such a tremendous Mr. Haskell. Conflict always happens. But when you have an opportunity to de-escalate that conflict and you don't take it, there's culpability for perpetuating that conflict. Abner had a great opportunity of de-escalation, but he actively chose not to take it. When you don't de-escalate, then you are guilty for causing machlokas. And there's no greater infraction in Klal Yisrael than sowing the seeds of discontent and causing machlokas. And then the Gemara says, that's why Abner Ben Ner lost his life. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So what happens? Yoav took Abner's side to speak about the Shem using it for just a moment. So let me actually don't use the Hashim. That's actually Yoav judged Abner as a Sanhedrin. My time of that was not so again. That's all conversation. So Yoav says to Abner, why did you kill my brother Asar? So Abner said, Asar over fire. So again, so Abner said, what look at me? Asar was running after me to kill me. What should I have done? So you should injure Asar. Just injure him in his life. Don't go ahead and kill him. So Abner said, well, I couldn't do it. To which Abner said, to which Yoav said, no matter. Hashta, he took him, and he says, come on, play back, and play a part. He says, come on. You killed my brother by striking him the victim, like you said before, gallbladder and liver. The doctor said that was a precision blow. Someone who did such a precision blow could have also injured my brother in his life. He would have no longer pursued him, and that would be the end. So you acquired him, you couldn't injure him, you killed him, and therefore you got me to kill you. So the Gemara says, but David told the Shami, what does that mean? To speak with the Shami. I'm going to use that word. I'll escape Shal or Shalom. So I said, actually, it's fascinating. So I carried Yoav. So remember again, Yoav was on your back. So that just to say the number over here. That made peace with Abner. Abner's going on his own. Yoav calls you back Abner. I'll call back Abner. Now, Yoav, so Abner is single, he's not the thing that he's with on. So that one says over here, that he has Abner introduction. Abner is become covered. He says, Abner, let me ask you, how is it if a woman doesn't have arms, doesn't have hands, how does she do comes up? Because after she has to remove the shoe. So I said, I guess she can untie it with her teeth. So Yoav says to Abner, how exactly would that work? So this is I'll show you. And she bends down. So she bends down and gives himself exposed. That's when Yoav kills her. So that's what it says about that. So the Russian over here, Medaber also, Shadi is a thing over it. Shalom, right? Take off the shoe. So he killed him because he was asking a question. So Abner had his guard down because he thought he had made peace with David and his generals, and therefore he was killed them. Incredible. So So again, interestingly enough, how does Yoav kill Abner underneath the fifth rib? So I don't know how the difference is. He's not going to come into it. Okay, so biblically, so happens this biblically that fifth rib blow that was the death shot. Like that was so talking about same day. So you remember like that. So that's the issue that Hashem has never out of show. Hashem said you can come from it. So the Lord said that Hashem. So now when Yoav himself is being executed, so the Lashon of the pasuk is that Hashem will go ahead and repay Yoav for the blood he has shed because he killed two people who were tzaddikim and told him people who were righteous and better than Yoav himself told him. What do you know? Sheidarshan after the So again, that's a reference to Amasa, right? Amasa, because Yoav killed Amasa because he said he was part of the Malchus. But let's find the Malchus. He just felt that coming to Hashem trumps covered to the covered to Hashem, trumps covered to the king. Right? Ruach tzaddikim. She'ayin l'peh So what's this? One of the things that Abner did not do is when ultimately again when Shaul wanted to wipe out the city of Nov. So ultimately again Abner did not do it. Abner did not comply with that. Even a Shaul. On the other hand, when David commanded Yoav to faithfully activity on the front lines, which was a correct thing to do, and he did it to a letter, and Yoav still complied. Incredible. So the brother was like, so then again, Amasa, he didn't think that Yoav was good. He didn't watch himself, and therefore again, Yoav was able to kill him. Like he combined the base of the advantage. So Yoav is executed. Also, Yoav is executed. So now what happened? The pasuk says he was buried in his house in the desert. So I did base of the Bible. I was saying Yoav's house in the desert. What does that mean? I'm not even going to Yoav's home was like a midbar. What does that mean? Not midbar mufkar v'kol. So what's that? So part of Yoav's punishment was his property wasn't even taken by the king. So what happened to his property? It was made hefker. Just like the desert is hefker, Yoav's property was made hefker as well. Another possibility is Kimikar. Not midbar mufkar v'kezel v'harayos. Other possibility is that the Yoav's house was like a midbar. What's this mean? Just like the midbar, there's no theft. Why is there no theft? There's nothing to steal, and there's no riots. There's no morality. Why not? Because there's not many people there. So just like the desert is clean from theft and immorality, so too Yoav's house was clean from theft and morality. The Yoav what does that mean? That Yoav's really against. It sounds like he's supportive of out of the city. Whatever Yoav ate, even the greatest of delicacies, Rashi says over here, which were different types of fish. Which were delicacies, Yoav would share everything he had with the poor. Even the greatest of delicacies, he would always share whatever he had with the poor of the city. So it's quite amazing at the end of the narrative, right? Because the entire Gemara is talking about the duplicity of Yoav, right? Killing people who are unsuspecting, going over to rebel. How does this end? That Yoav was attacked. There was a time in his home. There was not a trace of immorality or theft in his home. That Yoav was incredibly generous. Everything that he say, so what's going on here? Like, how do you reconcile this? So I say, how do you reconcile it? And we live with this episode that even great people do terrible things. And even great tzaddikim make significant mistakes. It's not a stigma. Each of us have parts of us that are incredibly beautiful, holy, and incredible. And then we have other parts of us that are incredibly compromised, broken, and impure. That's what it is. And that's the inconsistency. And the incredible part is my impurities don't obscure my pieties. I don't know if that's my pieties. Pietishness, right? And my, on the other hand, my because my righteousness also doesn't go ahead and eclipse my negativity. We live in this constant state of almost inherent contradiction. That is the nature of the human condition. Even in your there's clearly certain duplicity states behavior, yet that's certain elements of himself that are so profoundly righteous. The beautiful part is what this is what he doesn't look into the Shabbat. This is why no matter how badly I mess up in life, I can always cheer myself up. Why? Because for everyone, there's always that bucket of good that's still there. There's always that beauty that's still there. So no matter how bad the bad parts are, because the good is there, I can simply go for that. How do you know? We find the other side. Mazel tov. Let us on this. Having himself is more wasted. Therefore, the next execution, even if it's wasted, skill is having the kind of skills to move it. So, but I was going to go for it. Skill here. So, burning, means again, decapitation, but not just the decapitation of sword, and kind of strangulation. So, I said, that's the order. That was it. We're going to see that what the Mishnah said is this. Your Mishnah, Rashi points out over here, Sitra. This is an order of severity. And schema converts again. Most common schema is so on and so forth, right? From most severe to the severe. I'm sure he says straightforward schema, the so it says, let me show you the order like this. Straightforward schema, right? You have to see exactly what the focus is over here. So, it says how to spell it. I said that which we learned before. We learned all about skill. So we have the entire process of skill. So I'm in general, whenever Chazal make a list, I gotta make a list. So the halacha is the order does not be the order specific. It's just list, except instructions. Except, for example, the Shiva Samar. The one said that this not what's this case? It's not Shiva Samar and Ma'avina Rakasa. So let's say that the woman has a stain on her garment. And what do we not sure about? We're not sure is it blood or is it something else? So we have to do this to understand this. It's essentially wash the garment with 7 different things. But after washing it with 7 different things, and it still remains, then halal b'leisa. But halal b'leisa, it's blood. So what is 7 things? So the Gemara said, "Talk on saliva, make use of saliva for the oats. Rabbi and your lesser bonus of the green regions." So it says, "Halal b'leisa," and all of you are very specific. Because when you see because you won't be seen drunk. People should also get a little awesome before. If you use this out of order, or use it all at once, the process is invalid. So again, it looks things like this. Look like this. When Chazal gives us orders in Mishnah, orders don't really matter. They're not really order specific, except for the right. So it's your Hassan, you should get up. I'm source. You can not be sure that that's what Chazal. No, Mishnah. Mishnah also was Mishnah is also order specific. Right? How do you know that? So the fact that we shouldn't argue on the Tanakh indicates to us that the order is specific in the Mishnah. So what's that? So that's the case, then why doesn't brother this as well? No, they're not talking about cases where there's enough of this. If it's part of the case of the cleaning agents, that's the case for everybody. Shabbat says, I'll say your Yoma, even the order of Yom Kippur. It's not comments with you, but I'm going to say that 15 nights like that. What's Yom Kippur? So it's a very specific order for the Avodah. And if you go ahead and you disrupt the order, there are no comments in the order. It's a valid. So why doesn't God include that in the list as well? That's just having the severity of Yom Kippur. It's not a big shot that any part of that Avodah is more important than the other that I should go first. It's just because of the solidifies in order for the avoda. We're talking about it here in order because of severity of items. But here we're going to show, we're obviously the tummy. What about the other the tummy? The tummy, the tummy. The tummy also have to have a certain order. The how the mitzvah, and then they say, no, the tummy, that's just the chatzibah. Chatzibah is really in order, but I don't know if you change the order, it's all focused on that. Once you have to stop with them for today, more than I don't see in that last part of the moment, and that's what catch up tomorrow. Straight up the way. Well, you said that's another great day. All right, so good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all of the Shurim and Drushos this year as it's close for the stars from us and Yisrael Halavish Kizocher Netz Hashem to see that aspirational desires to Netz Hashem materialize for our people for this year. For many years to come. Our thank sponsors for today. Sheva Pava of Eretz Yisrael wishing her husband Daniel Pava of Yishuv Chashmonaim a mazel tov on his 70th birthday. Lots of love, good health, good news, and dafyom. Beautiful. Okay, so we wish it's a great physical Baruch Hashem to learn from Daniel and Halavish Kizocher Netz Hashem to continue to swim through the Yam Shel Talmud on the Esim Sharim Tovos. This was as always we dedicate our learning and discuss our precious hostages may Hashem bring them home to Shalom and the Karel discuss our holy soldiers may be successful. The Chola and Maaseh B'Dei. But with that, let us go relax as we thank today's Daf's meditation. You're picking up on the Testament dates. 48. You turn around about 10 months after before because why? Turn around Harugim Al-Hus those who are executed by the king. What happens to their property? So the Gemara asks, the property goes to the Harugim Bezdin, but those who are executed by Bezdin, their property goes to their children. So an interesting distinction here. But because of this, he says, Harugim Al-Hus, no. Even those executed by the monarchy, their property goes to their children. So fundamental focus about what happens with the property of those who are executed. Again, Tanakama, if you're executed by the king takes your property. If you're executed by Bezdin, it goes to your Yerushin. But even if you're executed by the king, your property goes to your inheritance, to your Yerushin. Okay, so this is enough. You might as well really this. That by King Achor, you might tell this right. And now he tells the story that Achor was unfortunately a very evil king. Had a lot of good inside of him. It was incredibly conflicted. He never fully able to bring himself in. So Achor desired a particular vineyard that belonged to a guy by the name of Novos. So Achor captured the entire story that Novos went ahead and cursed the king. We were talking about this cursed the king, cursed all of these different things, all these for myself. And as a result, what afterwards is that he had Novos executed and Achor took the vineyard. So you see from here that someone was executed by the king gets property by virtue of the fact that Achor got this vineyard after executing Novos. So that's what comes into the Yehuda. I'm on the head of this is then of the for Ryan Yarshaya. No, in fact, interestingly enough, King Achor was related to Novos. He was related to him, so in fact, he was inheritance line. So all he needed to do was have Novos killed. Once Novos was killed, then he was going to take possession of the vineyard through the laws of inheritance. But again, but Novos had a lot of sons. What happened to them in terms of inheritance? On the other hand, so he found it also as Balakara. In fact, Achor not only killed Novos, but he also killed Naboth and Naboth's sons, Shimei and Nar, and Mo as Timei Naboth, as Timei Bonav brothers. First, the overwhelming story. Overwhelming story. So Naboth is executed. Naboth is executed by Ankle. Not only is Naboth executed, but Naboth's children. His sons are executed as well. Again, why? For what? For a vineyard. For a vineyard. I suppose the king of Baruch had everything, and yet again, he was executed in order to go ahead and get this vineyard. Really dramatic amazing. Remember, it was like Rabbanon, Ahuban Haroim Bashik. Rabbanon said, that does not literally mean sons, but rather that actually refers to sons who are fit to come from Naboth. In other words, Yaakov didn't actually execute Naboth's kids, but instead what ended up happening over here is that Yaakov executed Naboth. Naboth himself was fit to have more children, but as a result of being executed, he never ended up having a family. Incredible. So according to the king, that says that when you go ahead and you execute someone executed by the king, so the property goes to the king. I know this shit, but they're not you. So it's interesting. All in the Achav story. First one line on the Testament is 48b. When Achav set up Naboth, so remember again, the way he sets him up is he makes a claim that Naboth cursed the king and cursed God. Did both. First, because this is an intricate plan because Naboth also hired witnesses. Right? The witnesses testified falsely against Achav hired witnesses to testify against Naboth. So what they testified against was that Naboth so Naboth cursed God and he was cursed the king. So the verse is to them.
Can you hear me? No, dog. Can you hear me? Yeah, what up, Sam? How are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? No way. Oh, no way. Yeah, my friend, I can hear you loud and clear. So you saw me retweet. You saw me retweet you. Oh, 1,000%, my friend. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Ogilvy, can you hear me? Well, I could hear you. I can hear you now. But that's absolutely phenomenal news that you found out about me from us. Ogilvy, you're the man. So I could hear you, but I can't hear you now. But I'd love to tell you about myself. I'd love to find out about you. So you can't make me work out the technical aspects of your device. But yes, I am the famous retriever. You're the man, Ogilvy. You just give me that. I am already by telling you that. Shout out to Ogilvy, everybody. Ogilvy's the king. I'm gonna let you work out your technical challenges. Let me know if I can help you. Ogilvy's the man. Shout out to Ogilvy, everybody. Ogilvy is amazing. Ogilvy just made our day, folks. Ogilvy, yes. Yeah. Ogilvy. Can you hear? I like Ogilvy. We were able to work through their technical challenges relatively quickly. It was miraculous. We were able to talk to each other for thousands of miles away. Virtually instantaneously. There he is. How you doing, my friend? I can hear you now. Ex- Excellent. So you had me retweet one of your tweets. Is that correct? Okay. Can you hear? Yeah. Oh, phenomenal. Okay. Uh, so you found out about me. Hello. But excellent. Well, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. It makes it easier. I've got two channels in here. One is on a podcast. You can see my letter right now on the screen. You can use that one. Make it easier for you. Well, thank you. Well, okay, very well. Well, Ogilvy, thank you for being here. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Ogilvy, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Jim Carrey. Yep, absolutely. Exactly. Exactly. Well, then you're familiar with someone who is live on camera all the time. That's what I do. But you didn't know that the Times Magazine in 2018 stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Opie, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations in your home. How does that sound, Opie? One hundred percent. I'm based out of California. Absolutely. Well, you know in the future we're going to make sure you have a house here. You're going to have a house in the UK, and you're going to have a house in the United States. I'm going to make sure of it. Absolutely. You should know. I also talk about helping the world through ending red efforts with the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, which it only merges, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the less fortunate, like in Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the life truck program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump seawater onto land to make it drink. How do those things sound? Like, it will be 100%. Excellent. I talk about it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can. Um, I'm also a futurist, so I'm someone who likes to study the future, to study the future's astrology, and I like to discuss things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. I like to talk about things like bionics, cryptocurrency, quantum computing, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I like to talk about things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful big extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Tiberian ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded by Colossal Scientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. This is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So I think it would be really exciting. I talk about other things that affect you if you want. I want you to be able to have the opportunity if you want to be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology. Uh, when you were born, both of you, the average life expectancy for you, someone like you, was probably about 8 years of yourself. I want to increase that to 100, 120 if you want. You can use some technology such as oxygen therapy, glucose, hormone stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, things like ambrosia therapy. Just one moment. Skyward healing. Just one moment. No, I did. Skyward, just a moment. I'm going to tell my great overview something that was piece recording. Um, basically, yeah, absolutely. So basically, I want you to be able to live longer than you never would if you want. This is all what you can say. But you may live to be 120 years old and you say, Rabbi, back in 2025, I didn't know what to make you do. But all of the things that you said came true. It's been amazing. I've lived to be 120 years old, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is the difference that you don't have this, you don't have to have it. But if you want, you may be able to utilize that technology, which is mind-blowing technology where you can set your brain, you can do it, to later download it and Android and Empire software to something including a part of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But such an opportunity, all you do is that you have an opportunity with digital in your life. What are your thoughts? Well, so we've already started doing this, and when I say the scientists have already started memory transfer in small games. So it starts with taking something like a mouse and having it memorize how to complete a maze, and then there are multiple ways to do it. You can like literally replace a part of the mouse's brain, or you can scan it. But essentially, there's the idea of transferring that memory into another mouse, and then having the second mouse be able to complete the maze without anything missing out. So is being able to do this, within the generation or two, they'll be able to do it with human trials, and then eventually we may be able to escape death to some extent. Now, if you're like, well, Rabbi, let's not try to futuristic. I don't know if that's going to happen in my lifetime. I understand. I didn't think that brain computer interfaces would happen in my lifetime. But in 2001 or 2021, we had the first successful brain computer interface implant in a human with a man named Owen Aspro, who was a quadriplegic person. I hear I'm breaking up. Apologies. He was a quadriplegic person who is now able to use a mouse. He's able to use a mouse and basically navigate a computer faster than you or I can without using his hands. And I think that's just an extremely amazing accomplishment. And I imagine that type of technology will continue. But if you had asked me 15 years ago if a brain computer interface would be possible, I'd tell you that that is futuristic technology. We're moving quickly towards a future of not just brain computer interfaces, that's actually the past, but mind of it. So it may be something that might be an option for you in the future. I want you to keep your options open.
Yes, it's interesting. It's a position I love very good. It's proceeding.
Well, I'm a rabbi. Rabbis use it for future. In St. Rothschild.
So, is that
Yeah, my last name's Rothschild. I'm a rabbi. Rabbis use it for future. So, it's self-explanatory. Um, I certainly, I certainly am someone who has a religious background and traditional beliefs. However, I am someone who also has a very progressive way of thinking and have a lot of faith in the future. And I'm excited for where the human race is going. More than anything, I'm going to make you rich, and you're going to live forever, and all that other stuff. You should know over me that I'm here to be a positive person in your life, that I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And just most importantly, I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything you can do for me, I want you to know I'm here to support you.
is it good? So, never get a chance to sit down and face
No, I haven't. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's good to um, but that's somewhat primitive technology, of course, full on brain speed. But I hope that Wendy, how's your day? Excellent. And then we have another friend here. Is this your friend Rowan? Rowan? Hello, Rowan. How are you? Sky, Wendy, Rowan, your friend.
I don't know.
Okay, Rowan, how did you find out about me? You saw me on TikTok?
You might be followers.
Well, that's a possibility. Okay, so
Selling followers.
no, I'm not selling followers. So,
And then after that,
have I ever touched grass? I was outside in the grass. I was in the garden. What about you? Did you touch grass today, Sky, Wendy? Uh, well, I don't try to the continuous live stream. I just want the most amount of data. So if you want to know, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now with 360 views. Yeah, it's a big tap. Exactly. So what did you? What did? You just were on TikTok. You're like, who's this rabbi? I gotta check him out. Oh, you saw? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you can see I'm live on. Yeah, so Sky Windy. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you see a red circle which says 24/7 YouTube streams. Just put that into your browser, and you'll see more YouTube streams than anybody else you've ever seen. Hopefully, you do the same if you can. In the upper left corner, okay, well, it may not matter to you, but it can matter to other people. Okay, hopefully, what did you do? Thank you so much. What did you do today, my friend? You watched tennis. How did it go? Am I from Westland? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. One of the major goals of Mossad is to know how Sky Winfrey interprets tennis. You should know that's at the very top of our list. Why do I have a lot of one on this list? Sure. So I've got redundant streams in case one of the streams goes down or an app crashes or I lose this connectivity. I want to have backups and backups of my backups. Additionally, YouTube occasionally will purge its data for copyright infringement or a number of different reasons. So if they ever take down one of my channels, I have backups of all the backups. And on top of that, I'm streaming on Rumble. I'm streaming on Twitter. I'm streaming on other Well, I've got a number of people in here, but I also have a lot of people in this other Discord. So as I look, I've got like 14 people in one Discord, another 28 people in another Discord, and another one. I've got another 6 people. So probably all in all, just in Discord alone, I have about 40, 45 people watching. Well, I mean, you don't just have to sit and watch me exclusively. A lot of people do what they want to do and just like to go somebody else's there. Well, That's what I do. I mean, I stream as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the mountains of desert. I've streamed in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills and Houston. So I did do some iOS streaming, but basically it's easiest for me to be close to my laptop. So I stream in one. I mean, I don't really um, promote myself too much on TikTok. Well, I do have quite a few TikTok accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 TikTok accounts. I have more social media than I'm pretty. Word. Absolutely. So, Rewind, you don't know the other people here, you just found me coincidentally with. Okay, excellent. Rewind, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Apologies. Yeah, yeah, I love that. So we've got my friend here, Brandon. It's Thursday night football. San Francisco 49ers versus Los Angeles. Yeah, in the future, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Scotland. The United States become football, American football is football. So, you know what okay, you should know in the future, they would call football soccer, and American football would just be known as football, simply because the NFL is more than the Premier. Yeah, yeah. Well, I know some of it. I know a little bit about it, but I'm not in any way. Uh, I mean, I know about American soccer. I know a little bit about the Premier League, um, but it's not a major sport. It's not a major sport. It's not a major sport in the United States. Nevertheless, no need to get stuck on semantics of what we call playing with the ball. We went to concede, yes. Sky Windy, please be respectful. We're speaking Sky Windy, at Sky Windy. I'm going to ask that, I'm going to ask that, I'm going to ask, politely ask that you be quiet for a little bit so that I can learn about you. We learned about you, yeah. Okay, so wait. Okay, excellent. What your favorite color? Okay. Do you like Island Opera? I believe is Spanish Island Opera. Okay. Do you like Combat Junkie Bit? A little bit. Okay. Very well. What about female players? Do you like women's tennis? Okay. Very well. Do you know what Coco Golf is? Yeah, she's pretty good too. Black Mamba. Oh Okay, so so we just finished the U.S. Open, right? So what tennis have you been watching? Yes, that's right. Very interested in my viewers' tennis habits. So I'm going to be asking you all about tennis. If if I may ask, Sky Lee, oh, welcome, Zoo. Zoo, how are you, big dog? Zoo is not here on time unless you know something that I know. Zoo is a stand-up comedian from Australia. He is a successful stand-up comedian from Australia. Okay, so all right, Zoo, you come back whenever you can. Okay, cool. Zoo, Zoo comes in. He makes a celebrity appearance. I did not pick up on that. I'm lucky to too. He I play games all night. He's a very good friend. I understand that, too. I understand. Okay, so back to your tennis topic. Hey, do you know who Boris Becker is? Do you know Pete Sampras? Pete Sampras. Andre. Yes, he does. Yeah, you're exactly right. Andre Agassi. Okay. Yeah, he did very well. All right. Well, we're gonna have to make notes in a Mossad official Mossad notebook about that. Yeah, good job. That God knows about Andre Agassi's cocaine habits. Very, very good. Excellent. Let's see here. Who else we have? Arthur Ashe. Am I just- I can what? Can you take drugs when you're Jewish? Some interpretations say that you can. Some say that you shouldn't, that it's immodest, but depends on what line you want to fall. There's, yeah, exactly. But there is a growing consensus that at least cannabis is kosher, and there are some halakhic or Jewish law organizations that are starting to certify kosher cannabis products. So I think that in the long term, that at least cannabis will be seen as a approved as an approved drug. When it comes to cocaine, there's an argument that cocaine is kosher as well, since generally it comes from a natural source. So um, there are arguments, there are halakhic rulings that think that cocaine should be allowed as well. You're okay. Nice to meet you. No, I'm from the United States. You're 50% always shouting that stuff into me. Okay. That's what I say. That's what I say. I'm about world peace. I don't have the right to put my hands on you. You don't have the right to put your hands on me. We talked about this yesterday. Yeah. And then we talked about the flag. How the flag is inverse of the invasion flag, except it's got a little bit different color with it. But it looks like the Monaco. Okay. Okay, just one moment. We'll explain it. We'll explain it. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so there's the line of spirit. Looks like they took a time out, maybe. I've been saying Ogilvy. Ogilvy, how do you pronounce it? I'll be the first person to say that. I'm an interesting individual. we've only known each other 2 days. Wait, wait until it's 2 years. There you go. I'll take it. Good sir. I'm based out of California. I'm based out of California. Hey, hey, Skyrony, let me answer the question, please. I'm based out of California. No, close though. Like 90-minute drive. Do I what? An Audi? Like belly button? No, I don't have that. But well, you got something. That's okay. Guy Wendy, it's only 2 days. I wouldn't trust anybody after 2 days. Let's give it 2 years, okay, my friend? Please do. It's very good. Your You know you're always welcome, Scott. Any blessings to you. Boom shakalaka. I love that one. Boom shakalaka. That's one of my favorite sayings. Oh, good. Did you see it on like TikTok or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I love that. Excellent. Well, just like Sky Weekly, you're always welcome as well. You don't have to go, but I'm just making you know that you have an open invitation. So, Ruben, you have some interest in American football, is that correct? All right. Okay, do you have a favorite team? Okay. Well, the NFL started to expand in Europe. It had a game the first time in Dublin last weekend. And then this weekend we have a game in London, and they're going to play in Germany a little later this year, I believe in November. So maybe one of these days they'll get to where we are, and they can get a team, and you'll like the sport as well. Do they play American football? Does anyone play it where you are? Okay, do they play rugby? Okay, just football, just soccer. Do you play soccer? What position do you play? Oh, midfield. So you have a lot of endurance. You can run a long time. Do you ever score goals? Or just okay, that's your goal. Okay, that's fine. Do you ever play forward? Okay, right. Excellent. Did you ever play defense back in the day? Right back. Okay. In the midfield, do you play right or left? Okay, are you right-footed? Okay, well that helps. Okay, that's right. Do you play on a team? Okay, and is your team good? Maybe yes, maybe yes. Okay. Do you win more games than you lose, or do you lose more games than you win? Okay, great stuff. And excellent. And you currently play on the team? Oh wow. Okay, great. Do you know what your team's record is? Okay, you know that. How many? Okay. Okay. Are you excited for the World Cup next year? Is Poland going to make the cup? Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Well, it's going to be played in the United States. I'm excited about that. They're going to have some games in Los Angeles, which will be cool. We live around in like New York, Canada, Mexico City. We all live in North America, so that'd be cool. And then 2 years after that, we've got the Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028, which would be cool. Do you So did you see it at the let's see here. It would be crypto.com arena or the Staples Center. The stadium is called Staples Center or crypto.com arena. Okay, very well. Okay, and so you were in Los Angeles not too long ago. A year ago. Okay. Excellent. What did you think of Los Angeles? Did you like it? Yeah, just like pretty women, right? The best. Excellent. All right. Do you like any winter sports? Do you like skiing or figure skating or anything? That's okay. When you were in Los Angeles, when you were in Los oh ski jumping, okay, that's a good one. When you were in Los Angeles, what did you do aside from go to basketball? Okay, you drove. Okay, you drove around the city. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, you're on the beach. Do you know what beach you went? No, no, that's okay. Did you go to Disneyland? Okay, that's okay. You went to a winter game. Okay, so you drove around. Was it warm? Just like okay. And was it sunny? Excellent. Okay. When you went to the beach, did you go in the water? Yeah, it's too cold, right? Exactly. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Oh, on during Halloween. Okay, excellent. So that is like maybe a year ago. It was very it's invigorating. Yeah, yeah, big difference. Big difference around Halloween. Yeah. So, for how long were you in California? And that's enough time. Did you stay in a hotel? Did you stay with friends in a hotel? Okay. Do you remember where in Los Angeles you stayed? That's okay. Was it downtown? Was it in Hollywood? Was it on the west side, Santa Monica? One west side. Okay, great. What did you think of the food? Very fast. Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay. Did you go to In-N-Out? It's a it's a place in California, like a fast food place. Did you try? Can you think of places you would have gone to eat? Do you remember where you went to eat? Oh, okay, regular places. Did you rent a car when you were here? Los Angeles Lakers versus the Houston Rockets, and the Los Angeles Clippers versus the Philadelphia 76ers. Oh, actually, did the Lakers and the Clippers, did they win? Did that? Okay. Let's see. Do you have any plans to return to Los Angeles anytime soon? Okay, maybe someday. What'd you say? In the future? What in the future? 100%. Excellent. And are you from Poland as well? Are you friends with Scott, Wiki? No way. So you both just happen to be from Poland? Wow. That's, that's incredible. Okay, so how did you find me? Did you find me on YouTube first or on TikTok first? Okay. So you were just going on YouTube and you saw me just randomly streaming. You were like, hey, this person has a Discord, like, I'm gonna check them out. That's what I want you to do. That's exactly right. Excellent. Well, I've told ODB this, and Sky Wendy knows it as well, but I'm here to, for whatever you need. If you ever need support, if you ever need a positive person in your life, if you ever need an optimistic view on the world, you need hope, I'm here to give it to you. So you should know I'm always here to support you, okay? Well, if you have any questions, I'm here to yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, I'm here to guys have any questions. Or if you want to talk about anything else, feel free to watch your game. We've got that going. I'm watching some podcasts. I program robots, so I got some robots that I'm going to program. But feel free to talk amongst yourself and do whatever you want to do. Talk about whatever you want. Ask me about any questions. Yeah, actually, that's how you found me. So what I do is I have robots that I create that essentially, under best case scenario, they will create a Twitter account and they will populate it with information and just basically a bio. And then what it does is it goes through everybody who has recently included anything on a few different subjects like crypto or NFTs or Bitcoin, and then it reposts whatever they wrote, and then they hopefully give it to you, which is saying, what is this? Who is this person? They check a Discord and we check them out, then we become friends. That's great. And go ahead. It's serendipity. Basically, I've had I've had crossed in the universe. Hopefully, this isn't the last time. But yeah, over the course of a given day, the bots tweet about usually anywhere between 5 and 10,000 people, and it's a cat and mouse game with the moderation of Twitter. But I mean, I'm not really doing anything wrong for an individual. It's strategies. I've done it on Twitter. I've done it on TikTok. I'm very well known on TikTok. You know what that is. I've done it on Twitch. I've done it on YouTube. I've done it on Blue Sky. I've never done it on Blue Sky. Um, but the one that I've chosen currently is Twitter. And until they build some type of system to stop it, do what I can to basically take advantage of the control. And then when they close that control, I'll figure something out that. But hopefully I won't be too hopefully enough people will find out about what I do just using the strategy. Yeah, no, that's not yeah, so basically they are macro recorders, so they just record national events. But additionally, they have optical character recognition and OCR capabilities and image recognition capabilities. So basically, the one that I currently play is pretty simple. It just goes to searches the term crypto or NFT, and then it, I focus it on just English posts, and then because I'm usually, people are speaking English. Not that I'm not for all people, but if you see my profile and Japanese, you don't know English, it's not going to help you that much. But then what it will do is it lists the results in chronological order based on most recent. And so people who have tweeted or replied within the last few seconds show up first. Then it just goes through and includes people. And I've done a lot of these different bots. I've had follow bots or like bots or comment bots, and they all work. But the retweet bot works, I find the best because you aren't limited that much. Hello, welcome back. That's okay, welcome back. Yes, it is. Agreed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. How can I help you? What's up? Some people say that. It's a very large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, 10,000 of us globally. So, I'm a small cog in a big puzzle piece. very spiritual. That's right. Um, sure. You're pronouncing it. Yeah, just as I'm sure you're proud of being from your family or anyone else proud to be from their family. Um, there are things that are more important that I'm not so proud of, but then other things that I'm proud of. So it's a mixed bag. So long as we do unto others as we want them to do unto us, I'm happy with the results. Well, I mean, some people say you want to believe the history is written. If you go to Frankfurt in the 18th century, there are few more powerful families than mine. However, if you go to missionaries in Germany and centuries before that, you have Jacob Rich, Jacob Kruger, who arguably was the richest person at that time. And then it really depends on look. But there's no doubt that my family is significantly But again, it's a big family. There's 10,000 of us. So don't think that that's not how it works. No, that the banking branch is just part of it and a small part of it. Most of us are professors and business people or homemakers. There are some of us who are rabbis, some of us who are in tech, some of us who are environmentalists. So it's not all 10,000 from one group. Eventually, yeah, but I mean, in comparison to the Smith family or the Johnson family or the Morgan family or the Jones family, it's very small. There are millions of Smiths. There are millions of Jones. There are billions of Johns. There are billions of Washington and Jackson. So those are much larger families. And then if you get into Lita, the Lee family is gigantic. Yeah, I mean, it's larger than some, but certainly not the largest. Well, I can trace my DNA. That's fine. You're thinking better. I understand that, but you have to understand it's very hard. How about you guys? What do you guys do for a living? Obvious. Obviously, you didn't even have to mention that. The fact that you're here, we know that. Exactly. Well, it's my title. It means teacher. Moshe. Moshe. Yeah, it's Moses. Yeah, in English. What did you say? Really? Do I have a moderator of the Discord that you asked? as little as you trust this guy with you, I trust you less. Give it 2 years and I'll make you married. How about that? You're the only person I would pay at. No, I don't. I still don't. But you should know that, like, basically, if you're over 18 and you are acting before a maturity in here, you can be here as long as you want. Okay, perfect. So you just have to act as mature. And I get people out here who control me. I get a lot of people here who aren't 18, and I have to kick them out. Tell them to come back in 2 years or whatever. And I get people who like control, who like to play really loud music or chainsaws or sound of. Go ahead. No, I'm calling you like. No, you're the one who comes in here who will come in for 2 seconds and say free power stuff and then leave. Oh, because you're trolling. Wait. That's absolutely true. Because you kept coming in and leaving, coming in and leaving, coming in and leaving, coming in and leaving. It's very annoying. Today, you're much more mature. Oh, would you ask? I'm 39. I'm 39. I'm 39. I said it like 5 times. I'm 39. 39. I'm 39. How old is who? Okay, if you're 12 years old, I'm happy. Yeah, even so. Ruin, how old are you? Okay, 21. Okay, very well. No, I took them out. I don't want to talk with, I don't want to talk with, no, I don't want to talk with children. talk about future topics, and they children should be children. They should be talking about some of the things that I talk about. I get people in here many times who talk about their sexuality or their mental health. These are not necessarily topics for children. No, no, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store. Project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me to live. Yeah, okay. I, I don't sell flowers. Did I sell followers? No, it says that I have over 10,000 Instagram followers and 40,000. Oh, that website? Yeah, that website is a cool website. Okay, okay, my followers for that. Yeah, so I had that website years ago, but basically nobody would go to it. They would just go to my YouTube and my Discord and stuff. So I just gave up the licensing on it. But I didn't. Yeah, I have so many different accounts to say that. It's like, I have like and some of them I don't even remember the passwords on. So I'm just like, okay, I figured out. If anything, if anything, if anything, people will find new people. That's all I want. I would have to change hundreds of people. That's a lot. A little bit. I can make a little bit of money from it. And I have sponsorships, which and I have sponsorships that allow me to make money. Yeah, definitely. Usually through investments or the different platforms offer monetization on it. The best one is probably Ken that will pay you up to like $60 an hour to live stream. I have a lot of friends who do that. Then if you get to be pretty big, then you can do YouTube. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of them are gamers. A lot of them gamble. A lot of them just talk to their chat. Some of them do IRL streaming. Some of them just music. But I have one friend who's been able to purchase several cars. Just sits at a chair, starting at like 6 in the morning, and just streams himself on the chat all day. Sometimes he goes fishing and stuff, but aside from that, he just has been able to buy multiple cars, go on several vacations by just getting paid for the game, by just literally doing what I'm doing, sitting in front of the computer. monetizing your account or doing endorsements. People will just buy subscriptions to you, where for like $5 a month, they get exclusive opportunities on your channel. That's another way that people do it. Or people do Patreon, things like that. Or just take donations. If it's something that you want to do, now's a good time to get into it because we've got about 230 days or so to launch a Grand Theft Auto 6, which is going to be a giant event in the world of gaming. A lot of people are going to be invested highly in it. It's going to make $1 billion on its first day, and a lot of the online community are going to shift their focus to being online gaming. So you can get in on that. I don't really know what you mean by technology. What do you, that's, that's not my website. Yeah, but I mean, I've got written in like 1,000 different TikToks. It's not too big. Okay, okay, so I'll think about it. Excellent, Skylar. You take care. Bye-bye. Excellent. Pleasure to meet you, Raven. Take care, my friend. Oh, Boogie, I think that's going to do it for me as well. Let me get some sleep. And I want you to know how much I appreciate you coming in. Absolutely. Please come back soon. You're always welcome. And again, I know I said it previously, but I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future and give people hope. There's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
To this. So which one am I understand about I understand so I understand why the weaknesses have to say that there was because according to the Chachamim, ultimately again that those executed by the king, their property goes to the king. That's number one act of one to them. Element the other the same version, Lama but according to the opinion it says that even if you're executed by the king, your property goes to the inheritors. And why did the false testimony have to include the levels first? The king who cares? Well, the time it was using the logic, that will keep leveling. Why did the witnesses have to lie and say that Noah cursed God? Whereas cursing God was much further again. Cursing God is punishable by what? Punishable by what? By death. Execution. What do you get executed by? Basil. Everyone agrees that executed by Basil has your property. It comes to your kids. So in other words, so what's happening here? That people make certain reflections that they need so love. I want those things God. So again, when fabricating is not something celebrate. Incredible. It's really like to do something like that. It's another. But it's hey, your property goes to the king. I don't see. Like, you know, go up all that shit. Like, I think the parents in this it's the story. Something about that. Something about that. Give such trouble a number of instructions. The second was to go on approach to kill instruction. These people that don't have felt that's right. They felt the action was said to be catch level. What else was dog? Dog catch. Shadow of the battle. It just went off those dreams and the number of discuss. So what happened? Somebody we go up here to these documents. We run to the country like this, so that they're all ready for you. Yeah, and we're going to say, we're other yeah, what does it do? About corners of these of the house of over sanctuary. You know, it's only one of the first of this and what happened? Safety. I remember the safety clause. And you know, it says, I'm not leaving. Rather than I'll die here. I was in this. Russians think of that this quote. Noah wasn't trying to escape death. What's happening with that is Noah hurt judged by this hatred by Shlomo. Why? But it makes a lot of sense. Because Noah knows he's going to die. He knows he's going to go. But at least he's still better than the lots. The lots, property goes to his kids. He's executed by the governor. Property becomes the monarchs. So therefore, he goes onto the corners of his back and says, finally, that's me. I'll be judged by the Sanhedrin and not by Shlomo. So again, when it comes to Copernicus, it makes sense. I know it's in the ocean, but according to Rabbi, it says, he may be executed by the king. Your property goes to your kids, mine not to leave. So in other words, why is that one hundred corners of his death? Everybody knows he was going to die. Nobody knows his property for his kids. So the fight is shown. The fight shows that God was trying to find himself a couple more moments of life. Like, I say that I'm not going to be, I say that I'm not going to be I want to travel as a veteran. I show. Find yourself a few extra moments of life. I should. Not only one. Hope you got God at the finding. Let's listen to this. So, I know, okay, there's what's going on. Joab is going ahead and putting his back, and he's going to be judged by the king. Rather than he's suspected judged by the second. So, I know, sent him back. Hold you guys go up and call him. So, what's going on there? On the way. So, listen to this. So, here's the conversation that happened. Joab, he shall subsequently be Shlomo. On the way. Still, Amalek, says, so Yoav says to Shlomo, through Rayo, Shlomo told two things. It's not very much like he cut the slave, not again. Just the whole guy, go ahead and kill Yoav. First God. And the person that he gave Yoav to essentially Yoav's descendants crippled or died from even a pretty so Yoav said, Shlomo, it's not fair. I can't have two punishments. It's a deep cut this way. How would you say, God, yeah? So again, he says, Shlomo, here's the deal. You're fine. But then you have to accept it on yourself and on your descendants in person of God. It's not that I should accept it. So how do we accept it? Because it's going to follow on your descendants. Maybe you are shot you with the or if not, spare my life. Then I'll suffer the curse. I might descendants will suffer the curse, but not another loss. I say, I should be my boy back there. So Charles is fine. Shows God, who's God, show the curse of God. Again, we'll see exactly what this is. I'm going to cover that. 12 colors, which you know that is not traditional level. And then try to curse, the old curse, the old curse, that covered level upon God, actually boomerang back on the level of ourselves, whether it's Christ is God, sorrow, that's Allah. No further parent, Father. So this is the person that perfectly God sends all amongst them solve. So right side as that's Allah is support by no further parent, or Father that or point out the job all of these places through gather highest. Charles the David Father the Father Hamid Stars and Hamadi's Shine. Sid, Hamad Asher Yakabala, symmetrical shovels. What kind of visuals and Sora is known to have Estas Kama Viva Adash, Sarkoma, Kaliba Basha, and Yabo Al El Viva Basha, see, that's Aras, okay. That's Kapella, you have this sort of that's massive. So all kings set so the answer has the other answer. But it's comma as fact. The graph shall also put God. This is God to find it. But the color, I want to that not the process. Courage is as an eagle in the flesh of a you know, I don't know this. I don't know what which was his key points in the month, made the Shabbat Saturday. This is a good way of himself suffering from the God. He had here, he was the month, there I think I don't know, very old, from his bed. There was that's not so much else, who's still with God. Which also literally the secrets of Hashem are given to those who are given, and it's covenant to them. Don't do that. So that's very interesting again. But when I say about what this kind of has fantastic, the late Torah personality, great Torah is fantastic. What's fantastic? As Torah doesn't know the kind of people coming to go everything about everything. But what it means is that sometimes when a person cannot see the life of Torah and spiritual development, connections that are constantly growing, they understand the world in a certain way and see things with a sense of clarity that sometimes the rest of us. The concept is often misunderstood to mean like that you should ask, God, no, yeah, you should ask questions, right? That's not questions. Ask accountants, ask lawyers, questions, right? That's confusing. But the concept has time that just means like this is some point where the person is connected. You know this one always, so that's just friends. You know, right? If I am touching my leg, I'm a touching my leg, right? But I'm a cheer, I'm a learner, I'm a taking, I'm a tuning, right? When the shear is over, or again, let's do shear for yourself. I'm like, I'm plugging it, I'm checking it out. You plugged in, goes to tomorrow, or whatever. You feel different. You feel different. You have a certain kind of clarity in marriage, it's a career. You have a certain clarity that's shaped, that's Torah. The part of that is understanding and life in a different way. The first thing you know, when I'm not, when I'm listening to so I'm not, I just feel different. Everything feels different because I'm not plugged in to the source. So therefore, so much of prayer, just again, so that feeling that all of us feel, right, when we're struggling, we're hard, we're there, and we're working. So amplify that even by 100. That's what great Torah scholars say. So that little bit of clarity that we had after our own and the sad moments of spiritual connectivity is the sad word that we have amplified often that we feel like because of that's the point. That first word says, people have not just know. Just like, because it's so incredible. Senhor dos Aicos, não falta nada. Da questão do chão. Eu sei, eu não vou falar do chão. So this by the way, this is the Rothschild. Rothschild was killed by Paro Flo, who was the king of Ashur, right? This is very again. Assyria, Ashur, one to sell. Not start war, just wanted to buy guys ready to sell. And Rothschild was sick of righteousness. And he refused to allow foreign parliament to march and mistake. This is like obviously very easy to mention how the part that was the punishment of war. He was killed. And he was killed by archers. He was pierced by so many arrows that literally again his body became like a sea. This is what out it says a little bit further. This is an additional point. He says, what from the guys, I use the family out to Shia. It's one of the oldest tools that we have just back to the okay. Someone was like the first one who was like right behind them, said about the first one I think like okay, because we learned about Ikhaya, a bit of companies but exiles. So again, so just by the way, let's see. So Shlomo, you can't go ahead and execute. You can't execute. And also go ahead and have you see the verses. You can execute the verses by himself. Shlomo orders you to execute. He's the top of the verses by himself. Supposed to be verses for the reason. Supposed to be I'm going to become that. Information, this is what people say. This is people say the Bible say. Talk about that test. To a low God, belong to a bad God. Better to be the one who is cursed than to be one who curses. Why was it? The person who lives in curse, unfortunately, is sometimes looking at it right. Until that curse, it's bad. I like to live with the curse. God, okay. A justifiable person. But at the end of the day, the person that whatever that person very bad, I'm going to say, how do I take a look at that? She said, well, it's not. She said, no, and go, no, I can't do this. I don't know. Whatever it was. Better to be amongst those who are cursed. The Roman had a cure. The man who comes first. If he should solve cure us, also, fuck the child. So kill us, Russia and Avocado. Person get rid we'll say the first one you see it stay with good. This whole how you person's body has that developed the seeds of the human cancer chance. The words of the sounded create a reality that is the birth of reality that cannot be done. So what's that first? This how you create the world, not just that, it's called that understand the world was so instead of like get better to be what's going first than to be what's incredible. As for the officer, once again, so what happens again, it's like what the officer, the God's gonna open up their hand to be judged. And it says, you are already on the night and what possible after why did you kill after there was going to see the from child for a number of different things. One of the things he is killed out there and he's himself that he's chest. Some complex because they're creating complex time on these sources, transition of learning between show and dub. So other was one of the general characters of show life, what show so they have never there site, what so office transition over to all the side. I don't know if I just think about anyway. Yoav was the general head of the founding trust for Adam, and he was rich. The governor of spare his life enough in that position of honor. He just couldn't be killed out there. So Yoav killed Adam. That's one of the things that remember when the person's position, anything that happens under him is his responsibility. That's the book, or at least effectively responsibility for Duncan as much as Duncan did for us. He's general. I did. So did as such again Duncan represent that. So therefore, you all instruction first. So they asked him, why did you go out there? I'm related. No, I thought that I saw it. I was because I just killed my brother. I saw it. Killed my brother. I saw it. Which is true, right? He says, well, killed my brother. I saw it. I saw both of them. Yeah, you know what? I'm here because I saw it. Because I saw was running after Ahmed to kill Ahmed. This war. He was running after Ahmed to kill Ahmed. So yeah, out there, I saw them to save his life. I'm like, how would I not see that today? So I understand. Out there, I had to stand. I saw it so right. But it could have injured him. It could have made him right. Like, shot it all, whatever. Hurt him in the leg or the, give him something. That's what you have to kill it. So I'm going to go no, if someone's forcing you to kill you, you also have the luxury of trying to figure out how to try to stop. Just listen. Drugs and person says, oh, like, hush up, don't think for me, she's killed. Like, I came out there, but I'm coming after this foolish. So also identify it. Because if you look at the way that I killed Assault, killed him, very killed him with a strike up there underneath his rib. Right? It's a very precision strike. And why would you strike someone underneath his rib? The muscle shambara, but cutting through that very gallbladder and the liver intersect right next to each other, so you can get them both in one. It's a death blow. That blood. So because I was skilled, a skilled soldier who can deliver such a precision strike to someone who's really like and you're telling me that you couldn't just injure the saddle for person and you had to kill him like that, I don't buy it. Therefore, Yoav says, absolutely, I'm justified. I'm there because at the end of the day, I'm there to kill my brother. I'm the one Adam. I got a right to do that. I'm like, he's out there. Fine. So basically said, fine, let's leave this side out there. Leave this side out there. Let's move on to the next thing. My Trevor had Amasa. Why did you kill Amasa? Like you said, you're both why? So fine, let's begin again for Amner. Why did you kill Amasa? So you would have Amasa first why died. Amasa died. Very simple. Amasa defied the king. Amasa defied God. Is execution. By the way, there's no judge and jury. If you defy the king, you're the also going to overthrow. You're going to be adjustment against the Shia. So number one, there's one day Semi Crush. Somebody says, right, it's very important, right? So it's not like Israel is Semi Crush, right? The Al-Qudr is Semi Crush, the Shia is Semi Crush, the Shia is Semi Crush, the Shia is Semi Crush, then the Kalbach is Semi Crush. You know, there's one Semi Crush. How Klal gets its act together and is able to resist from the other. Is going to be our adjustment to the king. It's going to be a big adjustment. So let's say, you understand, you're very used to it. Very often, you make suggestions, right? Much more than the decisions. And let's say the king and a monarchy, whatever the king says, what you do. And by punishment step. That's called for the mountains. And again, there's no appeal, there's no fraud, but you don't have what's that? 2,000 years, and did such democratic societies where these is absolutely right. It's not going to be so before, it's not going to be active. There's checks and balances for this. But for myself, it says something. So therefore, again, God says, I killed that myself. So you run off, it's the same. They are off on myself. I think he's the shoe, this one stuff. When he's together, everybody for me in 3 days. They end up in Muslim, I think it's you done. So Muslim together, but you done, like you tired, and what happened? So what happened? So therefore, God said, I'm Muslim here, Why would he call that? Therefore, I want to release again, he deserves the answer. I must all. I'm relay. So again, it's not the other. I must have actually I must have been the right which is beautiful for the why. Yes, actually clear, but wasn't a little bit of sector. This is so beautiful. So what happened? So I must have came and wanted to see the Jews being possible sector. They're learning that from me. They're learning that from me. Like the Jews were learning that from me. So I must have said to him, so come on, sit concentration cameras, people each must in Russia, the contract, so you must. So again, the boss says, he says, well, you have to listen. And if you don't listen, you want to death. You also have really straight to it. I would have thought people even if it's very well, and they don't seem to get put to death. Rock, outside, peace. But the boss says, rock to me, rock is like, let's be strong. Or God's wishes you serve. Take precedence over the king's wishes. So it's because the king wasn't for 7 or 3 days. I must get there. They're going to head and know me. So I must finish learning. And I went back. So he wasn't worried about listening. But here, just the opposite. He listened to the Melech. For which Melech? And the trouble with the drivers and wishes of the ownership of the long time more important. Besides, which is the king. So therefore, again, so the things that they always said, so you know, I have no right to teach them how to say. Ella, who got wrong, he says, Ella, who got wrong, rather again, when he said, God, anyone who's worried about those who are about against the king, you're up against him. Sin, Bashua, Baal, Ad, Yoad, Yoad, because the Pasuk says, these came to Yoav, that Yoav here after Adonio, and ultimately again after Avshalom, he did not fear. Now this is incredibly important. They say that David faced multiple rebellions. What was brought by Adonio Ben Chagis, that Jed Aikar, right? Adonio Ben Chagis was the son of David, who proclaimed himself as king when David was laying to die. He was deathbed. Like Adonio, الرياض الحديث مستسير المرأة so he proclaimed himself as king. David did not appoint this heir. So therefore, again, Shalom was a much more brutal fire that you done. So the verse says that Joab, not the Achayah Joab, again, he followed after Adonai ben Chagis, but after Shalom, he did not follow. My vote was he didn't follow, but he didn't. Not that he didn't follow, that means like to fear. He says, Amra Yudah Shibiki and those who are not well. He wanted to follow Shalom. In his heart, he wanted to follow Shalom, but he didn't. Mike but it was right, he showed up in chaos. His David was still at its youthful age. When Shalom rebelled, that he was still strong. He was young and vibrant. And as such, again, Yoav was smart enough to know that was going to be peace. That's not good. So Yoav was also smart enough to know that they were going to decide, but he wanted to follow Shalom. Dios me no ver. Acá en Stagnini shall David Kadavid. David again. David's province is still alive. This so it's come before. I really also look at how you live with David had 400 sons who were born to the fast four wives. So there was this company fast four wives. And the godly below this, they include their below this. Below this, they always like the one piece of hair that the old captain is sort of the hope of the Russian dinosaurs. They would be the leaders of David army. The hang body had no function. They were the muscle of David. I guess it was just enough of David war when other nations saw soldiers that appeared to be Gentile soldiers fighting. It was very scary. But certainly it felt like it wasn't just Jews who were like that, but rather Gentile nations were like that. Okay, so therefore again, Job is smart enough to know David's not only this muscle, the oldest muscle, probably not that good, but again, Job's heart, first of all, now that I know that this is part of the rebellion, and it would have been part of the Shalom rebellion, had he thought that Shalom could have better chance. I think you really have about that. I suppose I remember the common factor in this entire series so far is that Joab was antagonist of David, right? He was antagonist of David. And again, his last attack the antagonistic, and that he joined one rebellion, I don't know, and tried to join the second night of Shalom. So the person himself like that, there's another total version to this story. Of course, the moment David lost love, the moment David lost love, was his version of another version of relation to God and God. His version. Were not for David, Noah would have never been able to successfully wage war. Noah was never been able to. Noah, David, was good for it. Right? David ontspannt stuff the Farage. Ja, willst du aber sagen, ich glaube, spannend jetzt noch cases. Interesse for all the parties, no? God that Tria was in charge of not having us and having spannend stuff for the Farage. Why was David able to spannend stuff out? Was it not because of Islam's reason? Was the whole king? The whole king is to make sure that there's a savior, make sure that there's justice, and make sure that there's justice. That's the job of the king. And the verse says, why was the king able to do his job? Why? Where it says, Joab al-Sada. Joab was leading battles. And why was Joab able to be successful in the army? David also because David was going to do Mishpat and Stada for the entire nation. It was like a simple fact. So first of all, just a different version of the Joab story. Again, a story, a version of a profound synergistic partnership between king and general. King and general. The king is able to do stuff and Mishpat. Why? Because the general is making part of the general. If he wasn't successful on it. Why? Because the king is leading stuff and change. Because the battle is also a profound model for just what organization success. What percentage of so the way the success, you can plug this into anything, is that there's synergistic partnerships between different people. So David is able to be David because Joab is Joab. And Joab is able to be Joab because David is David. But David would have to be David and Joab. Joab would have to be Joab and David. Profound idea, and you say something. David. By the way, David was a warrior also. That's understanding the real thing. Whenever you see things of David, right? He's always saying, what's going to say with? So he's at the heart, right? I don't know what the heart. That's the one way. How much time you can actually like just struggle the heart, like what's like what was the shot that was before. He was a warrior. His entire life, he was a warrior. So he could have managed the army. But he also understood that if David was managing the army, he's not going to be stuck in the spot. And that means he's not going to be shot. There has to be control. This is the part of the problem. So in order to get things done, David has to do everything, and he has to do nothing. As well as people. Incredible. Goes like, please, young man, David, they should have a lot of money after that. She goes on the rest. Very much the next story of where Abner actually killed. Sorry, Joab actually killed Abner. So what happened? So David made peace. After David made peace with Abner, so Joab sends a message. And does Abner, by the way, if you don't mind, come back, I want to talk to you. But she also, the Bar Hasiba. Brought Abner back to the Bar Hasiba. Where's the Bar Hasiba? And when you have Bar Hasiba, was the part of the Sira that caused Abner to be killed. I will say just very quickly. Rashi points out that the difference between outside Bar Sira refers to two important events. Remember again, after Shmuel called him to this after Shmuel called him to this king, David did not want to be king. He did not want to be king. So what happens? Shaul now then loses it, but David feels that David is making them one of the state and pursues him. David will not fight his father. He will not fight. So the two these one night, so Shaul's army is camped. David slept into the camp, and he told like the king's shield and the king's camp. He goes up to the top of the mountain, essentially cries out and says, Shaul, look, I'm not your enemy. I could have killed you while you slept, but after there, it says Shaul, it's not Shaul, maybe one of our soldiers from the other side snuck out his tiger without having that's story number one. Story number two is also Shaul's marching on the target, which is about David, goes into a cave to relieve himself. David and Bella have time right, what happens? Right, so what happens? So literally, Charles dies. She probably could have killed Charles. Like, I'm gonna say what he does is he cuts off one of his garments. So when Charles comes out, he probably comes out afterwards and says, "Oh, look, see, I was right behind that. I knocked your enemy." Both of those times, I've been convinced to show not to reconcile with them. You convince them not to reconcile with them. The Gemara said, "You know what? I'm going to say, my God, because he had two opportunities to make shalom and David, he failed to do so." That was that bar, and Sirashi points out reference to those two events, which was a such a tremendous conflict happens. Conflict always happens. But when you have an opportunity to escalate that conflict and you don't take it, there's probability for perpetuating it. Avner had great opportunity of de-escalation, but he actually showed that when you don't escalate, you are guilty for causing nothingness. And there's no greater infraction in Klal Yisrael, so we see that this impact of causing nothingness. And if for a sense, that's why Avner made it was like incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So by Yoav Al Hashem, that was from Shem. So what happens? Yoav took Avner's side. These people are named Shem. So Rabbi Yochanan, essentially Yoav judged Avner as a son. My time at that wasn't our son. So again, lots of conversations. Yoav says to Avner, why did you kill my brother? I saw our so look at that. So again, so Avner says, when you heard from the son, so how you know about that? You cannot solve just his life. Don't go ahead and kill him. So I said, "Oh, you're kidding. I couldn't do it." Which Avner said, "Just not a liar. Hashdo, no, just come on with that. I'm going to tell you that." You know, which I go, he says, "Come on, you killed my brother. I strike him with the so all matter of that was a precision blow. So it was a precision blow. Also, like you're a liar, you could have injured him, you killed him, and therefore you're going to kill you." So the Gemara says, "The David told us Shavi." What does that mean? Shavi. I'll escape Shalom or Shalom. So say that's fascinating. So Avner had to go out so that they get Yoav calls Avner back. So David just got to see what happened. David made peace with Avner. Avner's going on his own. Yoav calls back Avner. I'll call back Avner. Now, God, so Avner has no reason to do it. So right, the verse says over here that he has not yet fresh out of the apartment. This Avner is asking, how is it if a woman doesn't have arms, doesn't have hands, how does she do chalitza? That's what she has to remove. She has to remove the shoe. So Avner said, I guess you can untie it. So Yoav says to Avner, how exactly would that work? So this is we'll show you. And he bends down. He moves himself exposed. That's Yoav's church. So that's in a sense Vayidaber. So the Lashon over here of the Daber also the Sheli is a pair of words. Shalom, like Shalom Tishnalo. Like take off the shoe. So he killed him because he's asking the question of the sound. Avner had his partner to forgive his beloved and his generals, and therefore he was killed dead. Incredible. So So again, interestingly enough, how does Yoav kill Avner underneath the fifth rib? So I would look at the different conditions. What condition are the coming to you? So it's at least that fifth rib. That was the death shot. That was the sequence. So we know the factor. So we know the Ishmael Estabo Aaron show. Hashem said so we know that Hashem. So now when God himself is being executed, so Rothschild is that Hashem will go ahead and repay Noah for the blood he has shed because he killed two people and totally people were righteous and better than God himself. Although so Rothschild after the right. So that's a reference to Abasa. Like Abasa, God told them to burn it off. It wasn't my office. Just God had come to Hashem. Trump's covered Trump's covered for the king. Right? It's like Sha'in the bat, Sha'in the also, on the other hand, they don't go out and place Korea on the front lines, which was correct. And he did for better, and God still was incredible. So he was right there. Muscle would reach my parish of Yad. I'm actually pushed to her again. Muscle, didn't think the film was good. He didn't watch himself, and therefore again, I was like, I part of the base of the movie. So the film is executed. Well, so the film is executed. So now what happened? The house was executed. That means the house in the desert. So I'll be basic. Well, I don't think the house in the desert. What does that mean? But we're out. Keep it back. The house is like a what does that mean? Man, meet my move from the phone. After being searched, you have moved from the phone. Also, so part of God's version was his property wasn't even taken by the king. His property was made heftier. Just like the desert is heftier, Noah's property was made heftier as well. Dobra, another possibility is to commit by my view from the Gezel Baharayos, on base of Shayab, from the Gezel Baharayos. Other possibility is that the Noah's house is like the Midbar. What is this? Just like in the Midbar, there's no Gezel, there's no theft. Why is there no theft? There's nothing to steal, and there's no Arayos. There's no theft. Just like the desert is food by the theft anywhere else, it's food and theft anywhere else. Your gift, because your gift here, Sha'ar here, what is that mean? That was literally again, it sounds like it's supporting a lot of this, but you got food, it's so hard, whatever you are, even the greatest governments, Rashi says over here, these are different types of fish. 3 types of fish, which were delicacy, all of them share everything. Even the greatest of delicacies, you would always share whatever you had in the qualities. So we'll say there's a couple of reasons to end the narrative, right? Because the entire Gemara is talking about the duplicity of the life, right? Showing people who are suspecting going over to rebellions as a spread, but there was time. There was time. There was not there was no trace of immorality or theft in this home. That God was incredibly generous. Anything that you can have, he shared with everything. So let's say, so let's not like, how do you reconcile this? So let's say, how do you reconcile it? You live with this every single day. Even great people do terrible things. And even great such make significant mistakes. It's not a zero. Each of us have parts of us that are incredibly beautiful, holy, and incredible. And then we have other parts of us that are incredibly compromised, broken, and impure. That's the way it is. And that consistency within the incredible part is my impurities don't obscure my pieties. This righteousness also doesn't go ahead and against the negativity. We live in this constant state of almost inherent contradiction. That is the nature of the human condition. Even a yard who is really so because of this behavior, yet has so many elements of himself, so many contradictions. Beautiful part of this is this is what gives us the ability to function on. This is why no matter how badly I mess up in life, I can always tell myself, right, why? Because for everyone, there's always that one that's good that is still there. There's always that beauty that's still there. So no matter how bad the bad parts are, because the good is there, it's still beauty both of them. How do you know? Because on the side, that's not it. How do we solve this motivation? Therefore, because execution of basically, skill, straight I had to put my next morning, straight from when I was going to go to more skill literate. Straight on, correct, is again calculation. So it's a that's the order. That's the order. That was like we're going to see Mishnah says like this. The order of Mishnah, Rashi put that over here. Sitra. This is an order of severity. An order of severity. Right? Skill of the Murab, so again, most common skill and so on and so forth. Right? From most skill it's like straight on, skill on, and then the direct from it, etc. The shows that the order is like this, straight on, skill on, right? You have to see exactly what I'm going here. Still, it's just a start. I will say that which we learned before. We learned all about the entire process. It says, process in general, whenever Chazal make a list, right? Whenever they make a list, so the order is not really order specific. It's just a set. It's set, for example, Shiva Salomon. It does say that this man, what's this case? It's not. Shiva Salomon Mahavira like that. It's like it has a secret of the right. But how do we not sure? We're not sure, is it one or is it something else? So the way to do this, you understand this, is essentially wash the garment with 7 different things. And after washing it with 7 different things, still remains, then come out with a nice sock. And I got a nice sock, it's blood. It's blood. So what is 7 things? But the Gemara says, don't count on a slide on, but usually slide out. And the holes, meaning that body impurity, that's the holes of the different types. So listen, I love what I said. One of the choices. When you see, Shabir Shabbat, or Shabir Shabbat, if you use this just kind of water, or if you use it all at once, the process is valid. So again, with persons, it's normally when Chazal give us orders, in Israel, orders that we have orders it's not what they are. There's a couple of thousand children, other themselves. Not the fact that no, not Mishnah. Our Mishnah also has our Mishnah also has right? Why have you done that? In fact, that Shimon argues on Alabama in these thousands of specific Mishnah. So it's like that case, why doesn't govern this as well? He does the total of that, and then it will transfer that case to this mental piece. It is part of the case of the cleaning agents, because that's the case for everyone. The Rabbi says, I say Yoma, even the other than people. It's not less than people, not less. What's the keeper? Torah gives a very specific order to the Avodah. And if you go ahead and you this order, there are local rights to the Avodah. Is it valid? So why doesn't work? Oh, Kumra Bahal. That's just like the severity of kippur. It's not the shot that any point that Avodah is more important than the other should go first. It's just because of the Kumra of the day, the Torah solidifies the order of the Avodah. We're talking about a order because of severity of items. But whatever we're going to show, we're not seeing it coming. Why not never become it? We know when you come out, set see it coming. How it also has to work. You know, a whole small company. That's just the sense. That's the issue of the order. But I love the rest of you change the order. It's all for this. I was like, it's not the different today. More of it. Using that last part of it. You guys will catch up tomorrow. Right. All right, step by step, have a great day, everyone. someone else to purchase other upgrade. But I don't know if so how you close on someone with you. So that's really hard to right. So that structure that you will touch on open source that comes together on the whole community around this so so She's back at the house and sets up. say you use and usage in order to go ahead and validate the question of how much of the assume you should say for that you should say I don't know how to say that's because we cover like what the box for a certain or a future so that not sure which others for her crash so that she that's not sure that was the time that you have to do that is consequences Okay, that's not about this. That's If I take all of our responses for this position today, our responses for touching the home, our responses for Mishpacha, Josh's this year. Es ist Fluss, so ist auch sagen, die Verwundungsbasis für die Richter, in der Art der Politiker, die auf der Sarah Classic, so what we have on that Verwundungsbasis for today, Jacob and Judy, from the Leading Mishnah's Captain, Yam, Barak, so gave his life for so parents of this today. And actually the sponsors for today as well, Sabina's in the Hebrew Mishnah said his mother, Hashim Bas, Mayor Moshe, and the of her first legs. You know, that I have all the shows on how we are the families that have 12 children, all our hostages home, and our whole children should be successful in the class. Once we have us, we have a lot to play on the chance. And today, maybe she's ahead of us, but I think that's the already on the design phase before she said and we have all had like ash on it, not just I think that's really exciting. It's what you're talking about. I guess it's also what you get from that. The talking about all the there for the state. You know, like the certain was like all the concept of the sometimes was something sex side. Before. So even today, people holding it over afterwards as well. First, as it's like, even a fashion, even a this is like what it was, I think was, I was going to make it still support. So, I think it was technical features from the time that it used from it was like, I thought it was like, when was my color? It was the elements have color. One is right, one is death itself. Part two is better, and then part three is part second. I think this is I think this is the kind of things for when does cut color? Also decide if people put them. So don't try to do it from the moment that the end of the really begins. Which again the questions people position. So it's like what they choose. So I'm going to push the first out. There's no shiver. There's no shiver. It's not like this. So again, what's what is it? What is it? The fact is that Shiva right after current, when does current beginning of decomposition? When does Angelus begin? Kind of the big step there. The problem is that Angelus begin and Shiva would have in mind you can't sing Shiva because the execution of Israel that goes to Shiva Hara. Therefore, again, every Mishnah goes no Shiva when it's in the third. No, no. All we need to do found out what I said then that once something once something is unique once something can all things that get the also that is already the water so what's that is system in essence that power only occurs in actual competition. The guy that wants to see that that's that something and that's the reason why it makes competitions body. I mean, it wasn't just said. I love that it was we go ahead and not camera almost obviously decomposed. But why do you decomposition? Half total again, and just that partial decomposition that you put on is worth flash. That's actually just the definition. Whereas it was a books of body decomposed, can't be because it's false apart. So therefore, either it has to be that procedure of body state, or you wait for the position, then you can go ahead and do the goal down. Okay. We say so again, just another proof that tells it that both the two once something is set aside. Good. So say that it's interesting. Good I have checked the parent knows that one of the things for the streaming of So again, I don't know if it's that much of a lead or also third general, but apparently people that's still water. And then for our first day, so it says, so you are the driver of that, the that, you are the short, so people short, so that is the camera drive, go ahead. This is about this appropriation is something dedicated to that. So making sure that I don't know, here's how the shows it like shows it why because I go over the type of that says shows that it's type of first and first that was like see like actually that's that is the was in the show but it was to be that it was like not the whole thing so it's that both the other does like sorry about people you must not respect me I'm not going to step up so we got to compare it that is together so now it's was the thing I hold the sorrow and that I said was before so it's something that has ground has been was the same. I share a notion also as a opinion on how you handle it. So the reaction has to become stuff that you are part of the one, right? So we have to eradicate all best issues of our life. So first we have to ensure that you parents, right? I share notion also as an opinion on how hard it is. So the parents are decision and production of here because of hard and ahead, but they have hard and it's not the big guys and them, it's not the big guys who's hard enough. In other words, let's see what you decide. You know what? I feel like some it's not going to start. Right? It's not going to start. Right? This mountain is not going to start. I don't think that it was it's not involved in kind of involves in outcomes. There was a different chemical melting about the sun. You can't do this about the sun. So the plastic airs about the Zara to a cabin to a bridge. So the same way, the same bit that about the next about the Zara can't control about something that focus on the bridge. Can't involve how can I be for this? So again, that's why God said, she said, it's not a problem if you take the birth from God's spirit, from His word, truth, His birth, His faith. So basically, there is a pressure. I put it kind of out of the so let's say we give us this father, try to act with God. So let's say we get God to pray for his father, but it turns out that he ended up using a different phrase for his father. God prayed A for his father, but third father. Was first of our global ones. So again, so that grade that we're going to usually put for his father, and so that sounds like okay, we're going to further qualify this. But that sounds like a lot of nice stuff. It sounds like a lot of nice stuff. That bird does become good. Which might say, you know, I'm going to ask you to kind of be, but it's talking about the reading actually put the structure on top of God for his father. There are a lot of names now, and both structure of that is that structure that becomes significant. I will say that one example of what is that is what happens in the organization. It actually says that the requirement, I tell you about this people with the smart race, the S I would God. It's not that who I think that's so I kind of like the rest of the also where's the super here, but this case is not specific in that they go before it's not. Anyway, once you do the grade for someone, so there's a lot of things happening in this case. You're going to unravel it a little bit, but the idea for us in the school is I look at my son, ground does get put which is another one I'm talking about ground, what I'm talking about, and I'm talking about okay, get that published with the back on, so I say right, very gentle, with the back together, the rational together, wasn't getting but they actually said, oh yeah, the lower mix was going to have a plus with stamp, or the chicken was going to mix with it. So we'll say stamp, a break is done, not for anyone. nice again. It's not the band off. Okay, so the Gemara is the good point of health, but these of us usually going to this cage or a skateboard. So you might be very happy to get a survivor. All good thing of the survivor. So it's when you see from there, you see the river also the river itself becomes more of a friend. Which was a little half an enemy, you can once again on the top of here and above down flush. Above down flush. Okay. So Kashma, inside, over shoulders, balance of the versus the reality of grapes, there are three different types of camera handles. Camera handles are those that you discover a camera in the brother. Right? And when you discover that somebody might have a camera that means is somebody that you can get in your brother. Right? So reminds us, let's call camera handles. That's very good. That brings things camera handles. It's a camera and argue, but without it. But everyone else never posts damage recovery. There was a damage recovery. So actually, here, for example, the camera is situated in the public phone, and I love the nice podcast after the Truma with the nice other item that eventually work as a result of the machine of the camera. Those are what powerful camera is. So let's say if you find a grave in your project, somebody will be that on my project. What's up? That's no, I want to the total power, so the Canada. And that is by power. And what did I got? And that's the big one. That's the but I like to go there. But I believe it, I would like to use it, and the areas Canada, I got 2 hours, and the areas go to get somebody very good that I might not believe. Also, so Canada, we know, Rothschild and Canada, I don't see that's how we're focusing on it. The idea of here is to see that I'm not going to make cargo. I'm not saying it's not then no, but if you do it, the common power is going to get power, but also power. So once again, you see whether it uses and the unauthorized or unauthorized area itself of the is also the higher. Once again, not learning, we can talking about over here about structure, both the topic. Care about it so much that other person decide. If you find that just allowed to be what about distribution? Basically, it's kind of a maybe it's nice this way. But maybe you can find somebody that on my back why somebody's trying to get on my back and what's not on it's really very easy stuff. Like we find something for that they say why there's no change it's not and this needs to the pricing is different but as a whole it has a whole when you go about it. So let's say so again, that would be what's the third step. I want to the next step. The third of the cover itself is not necessarily a survival. And that's why again that's what you will test with. That I want to the next step. I want to the next step. They can take the dirt from the cover of the of one tree. Sounds like the same thing from kind of outside. It's when you have some now one dirt of the cover also by God, because in comparison between a grave and a holy scholar, if I happen to call on anything that's charcoal, put a charcoal, it is a survivor. So it's like charcoal itself is a survivor. First, a big structure will get off of a grave, that will be a survivor. Okay, because it's now very difficult. Get hard, only negative, so let's say it's fascinating. These attributes as a lot of different applications. So or what happens? Somebody brings a requirement for this. And so again, for the back of drive, and even once ahead goes to head and he's a beggar for so all these things like that. I can see a little bit, but as a good old custom, so you guys says, oh, it's like, or exactly, it's not still watching society and they they shrouds keep out what we just watch what's happening. So I so much as shiny, so I do that. She says over here, yeah, Ori Begalins, the after shivers. So it says now, Yaakov died, losing make up for the meat shrouds. So it says now, shiny these, what is the status of the shroud? So Abai over Osir. Abai says it's Osir, and what is that? Osir. They were rather almost what God says it's Osir. That's what says the last. Abai says, cannot be that shroud there for something else. Rabbi says, Zabai as one of this. Abai says, designated something that used in galaxy like this. So therefore, once you go ahead and look at the shroud, that becomes very shroud. Even if as that used to be like this. And therefore, I love the message from Pastor Gandalf, just like any other accessories of the dead of Pastor Gandalf. Rabbi, on the third, notice Pharaoh is looking right as far as this. Notice that designation does not now matter. Right? So again, Rabbi says, when does a shroud become also violent? Congratulations. That's what he does. This is a useful thing that is that the way we see lead stands and nature like that. As one of us guys know about this. Because designation, the gap, identity, or the gap. I think this somebody tells me that Zabayu says that has one of us. That designation and guys like that. Once it's done, we're going to get Drummer, show the head down. So this guy that buying things is a shovel of show from the head. This was just what talks about that Havas Sham Miriam, back to Hagar Sham, and the Hagar Sham, and then like that says what Sham and you said like that, and the Ekran Mufat, the earth Sham as Ekran. There was a cavity, there's a Sham. So Sham by that, Sham by Ekran. Since we're my Ekran, the last one is Surah, Ekran is on, the moment there's the truth is, it's not really the moment there's actually conceptually here. It's the moment you driver event, right? So once you do it, it's a driver event, that's the designation. From that, you can go designated as a grab. Well, from that, oftentimes, a survive grab. So I'm not really guys going to be okay, just like any other law, the most designated is a survive law. So to again, I got that accessories are automatic. That's why I have construct. That has a different serious struggle of structure. Level result. Level is what last level. This is our process of this I hold this our president from us by definition only through worship. For example, let's say I say this table is going to be at Bodhisara. The table at Bodhisara is simple, right? So the designation of the table is at Bodhisara. It's not the level. It has to be active worship. Down to the highlights of that. So for meditation to put a carbon on it, like the designation itself is not treated at Bodhisara. So the Quran says, just like Bible is something as well as Isra, often that is something like accessories as mother and Isra. Incredible process. So really, literally two different zero shots. The Rabbi, I find it about that. Rabbi, why don't you wear there as well? So Rabbi, why don't you wear that? So the Gemara says, I'm going to call Shamshin, and that I will find that he from Kisha. It's better to live out. Some accessories from that. Because never again for them are accessories. What are accessories? As opposed to the Arufal, which is the quicker at both itself. That will get fast. Second line, that I get. I love that. Why did you learn that? They were the should learn common things after common things. In other words, one or two common things. That can have on the side. So tactical. So but I might say that can have on the that's common. I do that. Okay, I want it. I'm sorry. Don't always have I make them recovery expert. Why not that side? Why doesn't that buy look at cover I'm going to come. When I come to the country, I got it all. And yeah. But okay, I want to go in the lab. It's good. It's good. The older guy was not good. Was that? Now, I'm just saying, I'm struggling more aspirational than actually, because I got to say, okay, so there, I really also think it's better for truth, die, and in a ground. So I swear that after the God, probably so that again, the point that I think is let's compare things that truly exist or what's the like and I go to what are some of those answer to us. Why put them on as contradiction? Okay, also say we're not just at the table. What's the focus as well as most of that does the designation of an item balance with its identity for one. Abaye says, yes, as well as also Rabbi says, no, was a finale. So there we go. They say there is a catch up, bonds should come in edges. So let's say you have a scarf, the whole scarf, two edges. There is also again, it's coming to my actually, Shaf, who brought on the edges, and should have held up to Shepherd's Halal, or which NS Russia is was better than West Mattress. West Mattress is any time that is stuff will sit on something or rest that's something that goes with or sun or something. Hopefully they get it and it's called West Mattress. So a shawl or a kerchief. How about West Mattress? But again, hit on it, sit on it. Let's say you have too much common interest. It's not going to be safe. The most exciting is what happened. You took this shawl, this zip, and designated it as a safe Torah cover. Okay, what's this? As a safe Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to sit on it. No one's going to rest their weight on it. What's now the whole part of it? This is how I'm talking about this. So, again, it is now God going to us this way as well. And that's the way that you have that immersion for the because it's designated for safe and total use. But it's still checked off of the quest guide. So let's say, so what do you see here? What do you see here? Now, wait, we read or it is designated because it's a files, covers, and as an action, so I designated. But yet, says it's dark of West Mattress. What does that show you? What does that show you? That has autonomous, that designation, identity, which the said, no, email, not something traffic. When you use gradually agents, and that is that has autonomous. It's not designation. What is this? This is active use over which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, that's not the graph this dog, high school like that as it's an experience was it this first lesson. You actually receive that as a conversation that's obvious. Teacher says no. There's another project. This project for this stuff. This is fascinating. When it comes to this okay, what's going to be similar to stuff? High school like that as really the nature like so that so you have a once you get a show. And you're using this as designated it as sort of that. On the left, like sort of is short. Side is sort of, and I use it for filling. Also, made so that you're not about to use it as that. When there's once I use it for filling, I can't do that like that. So, because it's asking the both sides, they can both ask the but I want to get an end. That's the or use the didn't designate it, showing the nature of it. As a money back. So I was like, this is the fascinating position of the study. But this says, in order to now have the one has one up, right? designation and use. And use. If you don't have designation and use, the item is not cycloton, which is actually comparison. So it turned out, by the way, that there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Rabbi, and Rabbi. Rabbi says has one of those designation without cycloton. Rabbi says as one of not knows, so designation is not in the identity. But Baptista says you need hasmona and shimush. You need designation and use in order to get that identity. Rabbi, according to Rabbi, says that the designation does have identity, but it's not you're going to have one of those. So Rabbi has one of those. Hasmona, apagato, side. According to Rabbi, he says that designation is significant. So a lot of those even if you did not use it, it still has its identity. Saturday, the wife used it. The husband go. Rabbi says, in order to make our identity designation, that designation has uses God. The use of that designation for the Rabbi does not endow with identity. So still trying to figure out this Tashma. What about that? What is protection? And that is actually like a moral, a grace too. So interestingly enough, I met actually showed like where it's supposed to keep for someone who's alive. I know, but whatever it is, so a nice song, some things are not being right. So a nice somebody's obviously go ahead and essentially construct the models. What's not the whole? What's your band on? This is what the band on, right? Because again, it's close from the church to the culture from the person. Therefore, it does not take on the identity as anything today. Rashi says, Nefesh, Bigyan Sha'ana HaKever, Shebeno, Shimkai, Shiyomos, Karago. So again, this is an above ground structure. That somebody does, they can be buried there. So again, so she makes possible. We're not focusing on something who's already dead. There is Asrabana, right? Asrabana. What does that sound like? Yeah, it sounds like the building for a person who's already dead, or one that had not yet been buried dead. It sounds like what's happening, right? It's Hasmana. It's designation. It says Asrabana. It sounds like the Hasmana must like it's was turn off of a the number of spinner of the son is very good versus okay. You might hear your old. So say that's the piece of money you have to mention, what you have to mention. Anything about adding or additional layers, you almost not be not go. None of this is not supposed to solve anything. Don't go ahead and add it. That's what I know. It's the first what you thought. So once again, thinking about I got that kind of so say the structure remains usher. Carry it somewhere else. Because other aspect by how about that stuff and how you feel what's us something exactly remove that structure of those question mark. Okay, was that whole team Kevin object? All that thinking about Kevin so it's not what this is. Yaakov died. His son goes ahead and hopefully Kevin makes it for his mother. But it rushed it, with stones, right? He moves aside stones in order to go ahead and make it together for his father. But how left the government of Rafa, and then moving into apparently his father in a different place. Okay, so I was also wasn't Shiloh. What's the status of the first grade which was done? Already said they covered multiple books. Ultimately, again, moving the first grade forever. Versus wasn't so again. Why is it himself? What's it sound like? It sounds like this is in of Hasmana Dosa. Hasmana Dosa, but it's definitely different versus really how should we come up? No, it's actually nothing to do with Hasmana. It's giving people out. Giving people out on her father. So because of his father, if I'm a blessing forever, that's covered for his father. And I understand when you see for go over after 40 all of it will come out there. Somebody who decides to pray for his father, and he ended up very close. Or he's at the television forever. Was the character's function for other chapters. This is a thing that people have in the time has mother. Those say, but ultimately, again, it's a dinner has mother. Talking about Ariga, new people in my color. So this is interesting. Again, just like people shrouds themselves, when you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, does anyone see that that's one of those it's one of those cycles as well, where the shroud itself is complete. So sometimes you get this question about who's in capital, things like moving the side stones, only the side stones. A lot of the lights that that's it makes sense. Rather than what you have to say, what you have to say in this case is a separate like keep it up. So it turns out we can form the second language in this case. It turns out that the person needs to play for the parent and takes a parent friend to raise. That's the first group becomes husband for the different for the child. Why? It's very important as mother. What is it? It's a thing to keep it up. I think instead of because it's not for a parent, it should not be used for anything else. Incredible to touch on. Never published with the background. Comparing grade, by our source of data was the published. Never published the stuff. Right? Just stand dog. So one says, get your background. It was one philosopher background. If there is still more than there is there. And it goes as your background. It's a better reason you push the reform. Because often is a very strict base. Right? This could be a character, this character, just give this component. So it's not going to for the base. So therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as if it's if you just bury the people in there, all of these are survived of it on the political as well as what is in there. It's only once you bury the people in the grave that they become survived of. So what is in there? Only once it's active, designation is not enough to make the answer. Especially when it's what the enough to make it like actually choose the image to look at the greatest answer without cooking the version of the this comes with the structure of our in the telephone sector. Trudeau says that in general, the slope of miscarriage does not go ahead and down the area of the status of the brain. But puts the definition of the what's the case over here? I'm sorry, just touch mom. Most families for this. Most families most all of this is not a hope, it's a very novel as well as this as well about this. Interesting. Let's say Yaakov passed away. Then we go ahead and collect money for Yaakov's burial expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you do with surplus funds? So there's a most of makes this. Okay, whatever is surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds, all right, we don't need for Yaakov. Most of makes the shop. So that's very famous. There's a general collection, right? We're collecting for needs of the dead, right? So the past away, a non-discrete collection, and there's surplus, so that includes in the burial fund. What happens if, let's say, we collected for something specific? We collected for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away, so we got to find out, turns out, yes, we needed $5,000 to pay $7,000. But that process goes to the children. Goes to children. Goes to the teachers. No, I'm asking, what's the reason here? She come on my time, and I said, what's interesting about this is fathers. You know, the rations, this is why I'm the ration, you guys have your shop. And honestly, the Russian get the surplus money to benefit from it. How about us, about the Wilson? Was the reason for that. So that way it's designated. That way it was designated for that. It's very expensive. The other thing is surplus. We use the surplus money. Because kids, what do you see there? As well, by this, the designation does not keep out something. Each person, no, I'm asking you, should go on with time. No, we collected this whole thing is alive. It's no longer, right? My son, again, we did the thing that you done. They do that, they look at current expenses, the one thing collected. And they collected alongside, I must say, very different. That is okay. They're collecting money for better expenses of someone who's still alive, so therefore, again, it's not full money associated with that. And therefore, the Mason should be different. Where it says, hello to verse I, hello to the that's how it says. It's not Moshe makes the Mason. Moshe makes the Joshua. Leftover money is part of the general fund. And then he's the burial fund. Moshe means that money's left over for the dead, or it's collected for a specific money to die. To the kids. Turning out long. One big verse, what they said, but fine. They said, Kate said, double of this stamp. Said Moshe makes the Mason. Those are these case number ones. In general, the collector general meat, that goes into the general burial fund. The basic set, so Ruvain of Yaakov, right? That's specific funds for this case. Surplus funds going to kids. So listen, it says that the money was Yaakov's already dead. Well, it's not made. It was the narrow and deep up on it. It turns out that this is actually a reaching record. So let's listen to this case. Right? So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're raising general funds for burial expenses, again, I know that I need these funds for Yaakov who died. But the way we free the collection is this is what needs of the dead. So it's a general collection of expenses. Any surplus funds remain at the burial fund. And now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov's life cost $5,000. You need to go ahead and use $5,000. So what do you do with the extra 2,000? So the account says it goes to Yaakov's Hirsch. So the mayor of America, well, you go ahead and actually money together. And there it says don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not clear. It's not clear what to do with that money. So therefore, a lot of the rest of the people that do it, you are not those. I mean, that's what the other it says, God send it to us on Kidron. Use the extra funds for Ruben's Matseva. Use it for the Matseva or structure. Use it for something associated with it. Or sprinkle wines out of that. Or sprinkle it says the money has to be used for the God that is as used for the deceased. So let's now watch this. Or it says, Emma, buying guys to their brother. Both are buying and both interpret this place of importance of the stuff. It's going to go. I buy you guys and kind of put on my one of this. I buy you since everybody needs the definition. You guys get it. So kind of come myself with the fuzzy lady, copies, low fuzzy, low copies. I buy things, I come things. Right? It's one of those. But I smell only for the things. Only the money that is necessary for the burial of Ruben is down with the burial of my dead. The rest of the money is not. And therefore, I love the place it goes to the ocean. That's kind of how. But I remember South Korea. Talk to Silo, talk to Shane. There's not sure. There's not sure. Does the husband involve with all the money collected or only the money necessary for burial? Therefore, they'll talk or he bought what he will buy. Therefore, again, but here says, don't touch me. I think that's how you know that. But the son, she like the Friday office, they'll go gas 70%. Because he says, no, it's not. That's what it is. And therefore, again, you realize that he involves upon all of the money, and therefore, I'm not convinced of all of the burial for our guys. We're over here. I'm not saying ourselves. One time today, Robert has spread fully out as my luckness. Everybody learns Rabbi. Everyone talking about that. Everyone. Because it does not be down identity. And I tell someone, cause you play out. So a kind of general collection of money for one's back home is embarrassing. It's embarrassing that a person can't get for themselves. Nevertheless, it says, Achul Fahel, Lisa Gabiyosh. Nevertheless, again, these is both out for the Gersh. That's one Gersh that is south and thing, and therefore it's both out, and therefore less for the first Gersh. But there is something that you not to do at all. Like here, it's not sure that it's therefore, it does not go to the therefore, don't touch your name. But he doesn't sheet like the ball bottle, and then he says, that it's not wrong. Therefore, I think guys, the people's out all again, for that. So okay, fine. So I'll say, so again, the point over here is that a lot of myself, the focus on high and above all still remains in existence. Good. So the verse says as follows. The verse says, all right, so I'm going to go over here, is that whether or not the person gets suffering after his death, he had two offenses. Both are on our dead, so that's just kind of comes up with about it. If Chaim Achli was interested, when he was alive, he was also again on his embarrassment. The Nathan Shis, Baja, after he saw so, he's vocal that he'll be embarrassed after his death. The Hadah starts for the benefit of his children. Okay, so it was bottom line is what the life of the focus of the Tell other people to go and see it. In other words, in order to Rashi, the Saba ala Hela Sashkat Avoid also got looked up at all. Dina Shabbos I didn't come over that. How about tomorrow about Yossi like a hot soil. So still people speak because the parents are going back, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. So let's say, now what is trying to look for others to go ahead and step in the to us as Mona Live was the designation was this designation was significant and a lot of my son and a lot of my son it was other things. What's something you should like that case is different. Why is that case different? Because about the rest here, the parents aren't making an informed decision. What's happening? They're so consumed by grief that they're just going with all of their stuff. There's a lot of dance. So this is not a thing that has gone across as well as so there's no dance of it. There's no dance for about the rest of others can see that and do others who have that information. So should have not believed that. So it says when is that so when the items being thrown have not touched anything. It was that they were sitting over here and truly buried over. And I'll go over with us. But again, I want to say so the consequence of the same thing is going to get a touch of funeral here. But if touch of funeral here has survived now, that means that you have like for the dance especially talk about who look at me that has when you say touches the bed, it's not talking about the funeral. It was like essentially there were like two different things. There was one mikvah which Grace was carried, right? But then there was another mikvah which Grace was buried. So when the parents are originally throwing garments and going on the mikvah here, which God ceased to be carried. So that again, other people to come rescue the items, save the items, because again, no one's going to have any trust in this and they can salvage the items. But by the items are thrown on here, on the bed, on the structure. They don't look good. That's the sun is good. Very good. Once stuff is going to thrown on it, you can take it off. Why not? Because anything thrown on here, which is buried, almost burial shrouds. And we're concerned that if people start taking stuff off that bed, then what people the burial shrouds from this stuff off. Okay, Kashma. Kashma, please. That's all I want for. I want to back person. They have a pouch that is made for turn back. Also, I need from most. So ultimately, you can't use it for a money pouch. We have folks for it. So that's right. So that we have folks for exercise, you get a bag that is made for this woman. You can't use it for money. And we have folks for it. If you only use it for money, the pouch was not made for this woman, but rather it was a pouch. You have to put it for it. Like what? Like that's football. So it sounds like that's one of those songs. It sounds like that's a new shoe, ultimate forgiveness. Which was a primo assault Mia culture. Also, the Mia balls, this stuff. But you know, that weakness from us. Make the pouch, and you use it for throwing, then you can subsequently use it for money. Use it for exercise, right? That's what this stuff. But so again, what is to say, or what Alpha is to say, you need designation and usage in order to go ahead and endow the item. So, Kashma, I'm not going to let the city teach us, if they're not teaching Twitter, I go to the class and say, you need to make me a cover, like the box, for a Sefer Torah, or not teach a Torah, you just put that. What's that? Actually, which kind of ahead, Kodesh, so Kodesh, water, was if I not yet used the items in the consecrated purpose, then ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Right? However, establish my Kodesh, partially established at the time. But if I once I use it for a consecrated purpose, I can no longer use it for something money. So I'll say, what does that sound like? What does that sound like? That sounds like Rabbi, that's like Hasmona, how that goes. That's each counts. So it doesn't, so long as it is done, ultimately it does not have identity. What's the reality tonight? this whole thing is ironic. As long as I'm no see, it's not focused ironic. The sign that we go, sequence of function, array, or so if you decided to focus on it sounds beautiful, right? But it's like that, right? For that matter, like, they use high dynamic slows, ultimately again, it's not a concern. So all the control is shares the weather, right? The weather to the bush, and a lot of solar pressure. I'm not sure the punishment because even though the height that we essentially would not tend to strong. And good, and it wasn't punishment. The two of them says, I'm for them, but the owner is yours, I should be punishment. So someone else says, no, it's not a physical height. But that you also have to have a mind that was again the purpose of the story. However, you know about that. These people I'm okay. Just as the point over here is once again, this is my focus. The mercy you are suggesting that this focus whether or not handling the Shema, ultimately again my focus on dying and Rabbi as it's as one of those okay. Rashi says over here, after the Shema, after the words of the Shema, that's my Rabbi, see my focus. See my focus. What's the only word? I get Rabbi, get my focus, get my focus. Okay, I'm going to do Rabbi. So this is Rabbi. So Rabbi, the following. We look at the Rabbi, they base the hard back into this. So we'll say, by the now, after this whole thing, this brings up such a thing. Remember how this whole focus on dying and Rabbi got started? Lush was only beggar for this. If one beats beggar for this, that's how this whole thing got started. So I said, so now Merz asks, well, what does that mean? Beggar for this. So is there such a thing ultimately again that one is beating the beggar for this one? This is going to sit there, just going to lie there while you're beating the beggar. It's tempted to do the beggar first. What was the shot? Beating a beggar for this. Which Merz said, no, it happens. Then he goes shutting down the window. They have shutting down the window. It was a window. It's a very important thing. But they are doing like a different reason. What happened is someone would die. Someone would die. And about the Mesa, after they would die, they would kind of scratch together, scratch and make that. Yeah. Okay, that's right. So it's like, that's what don't such a busing that died. Yeah, okay, don't such a busing that. So it's like, unlike my focus after. Others are like follow a value or levels. So again, the first follow a value as well as also second is a dollar follow level. So as well as others. So what's the alpha song? How about the level? The alpha follows level and has one ultimately again, I love for myself. I love for myself. Destination does not doubt the generally, that's how we proceed. That's how we proceed. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say it buys a better tool bag. I'm going to buy a tool bag, right? It says it's filling on it, right? It has my name on it. So pretty much, it looks like a tool bag, smells like a tool bag. Interesting enough, technically speaking, it decides to repurpose that as a lunch bag, right? So it's a lunch bag, right? Technically, you should really technically do that. Why? It's not about this. Always do a reservation now. Once you put your toilet in there, once there's a toilet in there, and it's once it's used for toilet, you can put your lunch bag, but technically speaking, as for like rubber, as well as that's how it's called that. Other cases in halacha may not be as clear, but the first one will be like rubber, as well as that. It's destination of something for the purpose does not validate it. Also, there's a tremendous Musar Hasid in that as well. What is going to ask the Musar Hasid a lot of things. So it looks like, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. Actions. So when you put your toe in the that. So nice and create reality, thoughts and intentions that, like I said, such a tremendous booster like that. Look like so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, goals, dreams, patience. Should all for those beautiful and incredible for a meaningless unless we act. As Mona Rab intentions, destinations do not create realities. Only actions do. That's what I saw, and that's not what I saw. So what's I everyone's going to make their look. Alright, so before you let us begin with our sponsorship and then to one of the give I think all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our number one sponsor for Culture Hey. Alright, so the our sponsor testing Schwab where it's responsible to show Joshes this year as a plus for the Star Stones and so we have running sponsors of the Hobby and Connor Richter. There's a hit off for the Richters, your grandfather Sarah Bass, Shivens, and Others of I've got many sponsors for today. Check number 3 Richter, Leader, Mishkas, Captain, Ayal, Mubarak, Tuto, Shivens, Comes Alone. Gave his life fighting for him. So Eric's so today. I've got two sponsors for today as well. Sayyid and Sayyid the Hebrew Mishmas Sayyid's mother, Hajj Bas Rab Meir Moshe, on the occasion of her first year of Sayyid. You have that right all of the Shamsad the families want to come up, structure all of our hostages home, and everybody should be successful and home and mass Sayyid. First with that, let us be moving about. We have a lot today about Hashem. Everybody's day. Which is the head of us, but I'm not going to make it as 40. But not page 47. You have to all as I should call that. That's others. I think that's what it's like in this house. What is something that's the where does the process of remember again? The you know, talking about you don't study at the chance to all the people there at the state. We didn't quite finish up the city. First talking about the whole concept of that sometimes once something is set aside and cannot be performed, so at the end of the day, it can't be performed any longer afterwards as well. So you says it's hard. Even the national, even I did some such before. When it was, I did this. I have 1.5 others. And most of the students I go on. So again, I think it was technically the use for you to know that the degree is full. So you know, it's one side. Kapara is like when does Kapara? That there are three elements to Kapara in death. One is right, one is death itself. Part two is burial, and then part three is decomposition. So the part says, I think this is a little bit more the type of thing spoken. When does Kapara begin? Because you sat, I don't keep up with that. So literally translated from the moment that the pain of the grave begins. Which you get percussions means when you give them decomposition. So as I supposed to shoot, so I never again. The Mishnah pointed out that when something is broken inside these, there's no shiver. There's no shiver throughout this. So again, what's the shiver? What is it? So what is the shiver for the doctor? The body says only shiver when after kapara. When does kapara begin? The beginning of decomposition. And when does Adelis begin? Kind of the thing. So there. The problem is that the fact that Adelis is here, that shiva would not be done, you can't sit shiva because the execution of the trial that can shoot the kapara. Never again, if the Mishnah is no shiva, what is he considered? No problem. All we need to do is it's our one can I said that once something is once something can't be that there is for everything. young philosopher. So what's it? It's interesting. I guess it's self-aware that how all proposed actual competition. The guy thought that's not competition. It's something competition is doing. But that's the case why we competition moves the body. Remember the was Mishnah said, now look for the next song, go ahead and move the body to kind of almost have to sleep the most. But why do we decomposition? After all, again, it just that partial decomposition that was Rothschild. That's actually just the image. But it was the books of body. Therefore, either it has to be that either in terms of the body's complete, or you wait for complete decomposition, then you go ahead and do those. Okay, we say so again. Just another proof to the concept of both into once something is satisfied, it's satisfied. Good. So I said, I'm checking the application, so that's sort of the parameters is one of the techniques that is for treating a fever. Treating a fever, a first aid fever is herbs. So we use the take herbs from the ever of the lab to treat a first aid fever. Okay. There was going to be sensitive here, look at our questions of here, she said that's what it's not the books are offered. So again, I don't know if it's that for like grave dirt or just dirt in general. But apparently the dirt has a medicinal quality. And therefore the dirt so the verse says so the verse should be taken from the daughter of Rabbi, of Rabbi. So he likes to preach what so people about this go ahead and shoot him. It seems like it's a appropriation segment dedicated to the dead. So he can choose. I'm a little. Yes, I can choose it. Choose it. Why? But I don't. I don't. Choose it. Again, it's high point earth, and earth is never coming. Yeah, what's that? See, I actually has a problem. Everything was in the snow, but it becomes more something down the whole level. It's like that whole sort of dust on the front of the home. Because the Nike should have a whole stuff. So if you don't compare it, it's compared to Florida. I don't know. I want to from the Sarah because it's very interesting. Sarah, about how I'm something like I tried to vegetables. I said, okay, I'll follow you. I got what's the box like that? One of the contracts. So, yeah, I keep all the best pieces of our so first, so that you should parent, right? I should not show some. And I'll to the guys. So my guys should take care of it. I have to process. I'll probably have AI. I will have probably have a let's say somebody decides to say, you know what, I hereby declare 7 legal travel to Sarah. Right? Sarah. Right? This mountain is Sarah. I hope it doesn't involve a it's not involve character. Right? I hope it's not like involve someone objects. I want every chemical melt. I hope sorry. I hope sorry. The plastic pairs I hope sorry to a carrot to a grape. So the same already, the same grape, but I also myself. I hope sorry. Can't involve on I was so good with the functions of the grape. Can't involve on my says, how can I take over the so therefore again that's why God said Shmuel said it's not a problem with the earth. And God's pretty for his knowledge first makes the money to cash out. I hope it pointed out the whole of the case. So let's say he wants to start it, and it's probably not good done. So what do we do? He thought that they told his father, but it turns out that he ended up using a different word for his father. He thought he paid for his father, but very his father was so let's for example, each card all over. They're real money. Don't structure that. That structure that becomes for that. So let's say like, why is this values for the practice of the Rashi says that because when you are a lot of the people who are the base, that's how the culture go. It's not like the who are the what's the third I have a hard time with that was the first here that this case is not specific in that we get like the first time anyone once it's great for someone. So there's a lot of things happening in this case for our gravel that they did. But the idea for us in this moment is to come up with a stuff ground does become which was this other way of talking about ground, what we're talking about grounds. That becomes okay, touching on cover coverage with the guy on. So let's say brand new cover, what's a brand new cover? The guy doesn't benefit, doesn't it actually says over here, the low release was not alafats no stam, or the Christian was not lazy already. Someone says stam, a grave is done, not for any one in particular. So it's mutter kahanga, mutter kahanga. I don't know this that way, right? But the lens again, it's mutter kahanga. Okay, so the Gemara says, take a hold of it, right? So if you put a paper was you should put this carriage or a stick or so you might be very deep in the cluster diagram. All the taken to the cluster diagram, just as I'm sitting there, but what's the self consequence of benefit, which was the of the need the cabinet. Once again, what we're talking about here, and about that structure. About that structure, okay. Tashma, Winter, and Shalish, Boris, and Tashma. So says, we have grades. There are three different types of grades. Camera handlers. Camera handlers is that you discover a camera in your property, right? Or you discover that somebody right now, somebody will be very good at that. Right? So it's nice, right? So that's called camera handlers. That's category one. Category two is camera handlers. Camera hardly look at it. You look at it. And then the two camera handlers. Camera like that. Um, damage to the public. There was a damage to the public. So actually points out over here, for example, camera is cheap to the public welfare, and how about for let's say you bypass with Trumo, with rice, with other items that I mentioned before, with not obligation camera. Those are the how of the camera itself. So let's say if you find a grave in your property, somebody who you can very dead on my property, well, let's tell us so that's usually better. So that's no, I want you to come up hard, so ultimately again, the area in which the dead are, I multiply them. And this is just I want to go to the dead. And the area is camera either you are you're not allowed to do this. No, go ahead and talk with this. Rothschild and take time on it. Say that's the power focus. The idea over here is to see that how long the lights on the cargo was coming. No, I should say must survive that. However, I'm not saying it's another thing. Somebody takes a camera that has damage or forces damage to the girl. Then I love the most but that's the thing. No, it's very good. But I'll survive that. So once again, but unauthorized the area itself of the clay is Pastor Bahadra. Once again, Alkanami, the camera maker. Talking about over here about a structure built on top of the camera needs so much information about as much as that, it just as I saw it. If you find a big of the project, you're just allowed to move it. What about the situation? No one is something who basically is going to problem. Maybe it's mitzvah. But maybe again, right, somebody got dead on my property with the wife. Somebody was found dead on my property. And what's kind of a so maybe you bury a basic stuff. Right when you find it, you require the evidence. And they have values that you can say, so that's good. Maybe to use this stuff, you should put that. Which once I check this stuff, call it a state. But this use for the applies in this different. say, so again, this is what we're going to do. What's good? Ever itself is necessarily a survivor. And that's why that's what like a lot of myself, they take the dirt from the cover of ground and go deep. Sounds exactly what I said when you're so when you have something now why would the dirt cover the survivor? As a comparison between a grave and a home solid. It's like a home solid, everything is covered with the charcoal, over these survivor. So the charcoal itself is like a survivor. First, the big structure, right? The top of the grave, that will be a survivor. Okay, so it's now very interesting. So that if not, how are we back into this? So this is fascinating. These attributes as a lot of different ramifications. So yeah, how are we back into this? So what happens? Somebody makes a garden for the deceased. Right? So again, Yaakov died, and he goes ahead and use the method for so don't see a little bit. So no, that's what feel bad. So you guys as well. So if not, already back in the mix, now watch this. Somebody went ahead and made that straps. Yeah, that interesting. Watch what's happening over here. So I've actually shine it for Rashi. Rashi says over here, yeah, Haori Begalames, the Acher Sheniks. So let's say, so now Yaakov died. Ruvain make for Yaakov straps. So let's say, now the strap that he used, what is the strap? So Abai says it's husband. Now what is that? Abai says, you cannot use that shroud there for something else. Rabbi says, yes, you can. So Abai says, has none of this. Abai says, designated something for a particular use in the galaxy without idea. So therefore, once you go ahead and give it a shroud, that becomes a regular shroud, even if he has not actively used it in that way. And then once it becomes also just like any other accessories of dead okay, Rabbi, the third, Rabbi says, why? As far about this, Rabbi says the designation does not endow an identity. Right? So again, Rabbi says, when does the shroud become possible? After my knowledge, after these things. That's what was that. This is the sort of focus that the point is really extends the main things. As one of those numbers, it doesn't designation endow the identity or not. A focus on Abaye that focus on analysis. So my time with Abaye is Abaye who says that has money on this. The designation endows with identity. Once it's done, very good about Abaye. Gabar Shama the Egra. So we've got Abaye to Shama of Shama the Egra. This how he talks about Takabas Shama to cover Sham, to cover Sham, and then Daikas has much of Sham and you said like that. The Ekla refers for art to Sham as Ekla. You will decapitate, cap there, so Sham. So Sham by that, Sham by Ekla refers. It says the Rama Ekla provides one of the Surah by Ekla refers, the moment to test, which is not really the moment to test progression. It sounds weird. It's the moment you bring it to the driver, right? So once you the driver to that has the destination. From that point on to destination as a ground. And from that moment on to survive ground. So I know you have what it's okay. So just like the Rufa, the destiny has a ground, so it's one like that, that necessities are automatic. That's why I have to public treasure. The Shan Shaka, I don't know. So that has a different tier of Shan Shaka. We got off not works that goes back home with the sun, comes to the railroad track. I told this guy that's nothing until 5 minutes. Push For example, let's say I say this table is going to be a multi-story. The table are multi-stories. Right? So the designation of the table as a multi-story is not a multi-story. There has to be active worship down to it, to that clause, or like H to it, or other matter, and the designation itself is not really that multi-story. So the Rabbi says, just like Bible has one of the stuff, Okanami so to identical accessories as model of this kind of process. So really, literally two different scenarios fascinating. The Rabbi, nighttime and the day, Rabbi, why don't you there as well? So Rabbi, why do you do that? One says, I'm going to call Shamshu, Shamshu. I will call that. It's better to learn out about the Zohar accessories for them. Because both of them are accessories, or more accessories, as opposed to the Arufah, which is bigger and both itself. Top of your dress, second right, Abaye. My time or Darda will buy it. Why do you bring it out from it? They want to call me or the argument. That Abaye says, you should learn common things out from common things. In other words, where are the common things? That and I'm sorry. So that's common. Versus I'm sorry. That guy might come somewhere else. Why doesn't that be said? Why doesn't that guy learn out from the Vegas 100? I'm going to call the architect. Learn out from the what's happening. I got fun and that. But who got this one? So that's let's do it. All these are now, sometimes start to be more aspirational and actual practice. So maybe the art of Shekeret, I think it has such things. It's better for to design and to bring it at value for. This is about Zora Asura Mabo out the Torah. There's all long uses of that practice. Again, the point that I see, but let's compare things that truly exist in the art that's what we do. So what exists in the art that we do, that is the next part of the tradition. And those are something that is possible to us. Why bring them up as a part of the okay, go aside. So now we're not finished. Just at the table. Discuss the focus as one on those of the song. Does designation of an item doubt with its independent identity of God? Abaye says yes, one of those songs. Rabbi says no, it's one of those. Suppose it's valid. So here we go. Next day, there is Kasha. But on the edges, so as actually you have a scarf, which is a wood scarf, edges. That is ultimately again, it's coming from us in the Gachi, Shaf, who are even edges, and Shemikafal told you Shepherd's Halal, Polish and as well as Tumas mattress. Tumas mattress is any Tumas, for example, soft, with sitting or rest is replaced. Or above, ultimately what's called Tumas mattress, a shawl, a kerchief. In the top of Tumas, take a head on it, sit on it. So that, let's say you have a keeper from coming like this. The last thing was in there. That was the very interesting. What happened? He took this shawl, this zip, and designated it as a safe for Torah cover. Again, as a safe Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to sit on it. No one's going to rest their weight on it. What's that about? Talking about this. How about talking about it? So open up. He's now going to West Texas, again, and actually goes out that a person is going to talk about it, but no one's going to too on it because it was designated for safe and total use. But it still can check more from us now. So as I say, what do you see from there? What do you see from there? Now, the way we read this Gemara is designated as an option. Then it says, talk about Tumas mattress. What does that show? What does that show? It has one of us, the designation, the nouns, identity, which was a no, email, that's not something for us. You know, it means is you actually enter the Torah. practice. It's not as much. It's not designation. What is this? This is active. This is all right. What is the one says? I'm sorry. That's not the grafto. This dog. Nice to try to ask me to internet. So it wasn't. So the first was something. If you actually listening to that, so what's the conversation? That's how it's. There is another one. There's another part. Sparks for this stuff. This is fascinating. We're going to come to this. They don't know what you're going to see. They're going to stuff. High sleeper that has been able to interact for it. So if you have a point in a show, usually it has designated as it's filling that. And the last night filling in this show. It's started filling, and I use it for filling. Also, the big side of the sheet. You're not allowed to use it as a money grab. When there was once I used it for filling, I can't use it as a money grab. So it was Asmine below Saturday below Asmine, but I went ahead and designated. I didn't use it or used it, but didn't designate it. Sorry for the intervention. Use it as a money grab. So I said, this is the fascinating position of the stuff. The sister says, in order to doubt, I don't know, there are two things. Number one, hasmana, by designation, and use. And use. If you don't have designation and use, you either understand it's identity, which is actually kind of fascinating. So it can turn out, by the way, that there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's a Rabbi and a Rabbi. Rabbi says hasmana. Sounds like Rabbi says, Hasmona Lagno, so destination is not having the identity. And the Kista says, you need Hasmona and Cheech. You need destination and use in order to adopt identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, I'll buy the Homa Hasmona no city. According to Rabbi, you said that destination and identity. I'm going to stop joking. And Hasmona no city. So I'm going to buy Hasmona no city. I was going to say, I forgot those times. According to Rabbi, he says that destination is significant. So I'm going to destination even if you connect, it still has to take it. Saturday, the wife, she has to be in the home. Rabbi says, in order to make our identity designation, the designation that uses enough. The use of that designation brings Rabbi does not endow identity. So the verse looks like Tashma. So let's try to figure out this type of metaphors. Tashma, Nefesh, Shekau, Shekai, Mutabana. Supposed to say the definition. What is the definition? The definition says she's like a portal, a break. So you just you built a definition to shame time. Like you built for someone who's alive. Whatever the nice so the nice some people are not really great. So the nice you built somebody who's obviously go ahead and essentially construct models to the life. What's not the whole? What's your band on? This is your band on, right? Because again, it's both for the person, because it's both for the person, therefore it does not take on identity as anything. Actually, big image to have right? She almost kind of go something that's sort of that if somebody does it any better. So again, so the shame is awesome. Interestingly enough, because somebody's over dead, then it's Esther by now. Right? Also by now. Listen, what does that sound like? Yeah, it sounds like looking for a person who's already dead, or one that had not yet been buried. It sounds like what's happening. Right? This is horror. This designation. And the test is Esther by now, which sounds like again, that's one of most like a my age. So it's going to ask, somebody who's buried in the versus okay. You have to know you might hear your host. So say that's the piece of what I have to mention, what you have to mention. Anything about adding or any additional layers to the host is not sources all the thing. Don't go ahead and that's what I know. So you must what you call sorry, host of none. What you call I've got the kind. So it's interesting. Versus the structure of its hustle. Carry someone else. So first, I'm a lot of stuff, and I got my kilo on salsa. The exact thing that was not after the first right. Remove that structure of the hashma. Okay, so what's that? Once you care about it, all of the kilo that was supposed to be so it's not focused. It's that life. The sun goes ahead and married his father. Okay. So I was also wasn't Shiloh. Shiloh was his status the first which was done. How they exactly covered all of us. Ultimately, again, came even became first brave forever. Forever see myself was okay. Why something is that wants to sound like sounds like this is the king of Hasmona son. Hasmona son. It's basically a different thing. Towards the real. How should we cover it up? No, it's actually nothing to do with Hasmona. It's a thing to keep it out. You need to put out the father. So because of that, for his father, if I want to see him forever, that's covered for his father. And I understand that Tennessee thought that she didn't know it. I thought she got a lot of it. All that thinking about that, somebody who decides to pay for his father, and he ended up marrying her somewhere else. Or he said, look, her she never used the gate again. Forever, or she never called other shackles. It's a game. She would define Ellen she has spun out. Those are the has spun out. Talking about even like God, was his sister. Again, just like people shroud themselves, shrouds together. Does anyone see that that's one of those sad? It's one of those sad. Watch. When the shroud itself is so kids question about don't sit together. Side stones. Side stones. I'm not going to say that that's rather what you have to say, what you have to say in this case, is a separate thing that you put out. So it turns out, I'm throwing it secular in this case, it turns out that the message with their parents, and as a parent, that's the first thing that becomes us found out for the deeper for the child. Why? It's not a thing that has blood on. What is it? It's a thing that you put out there. A thing that I review, and it's that it's not for a parent, should not be afraid. It's incredibly touched on. Never published with the background of brand creating to buy out specific never published. Never published just the good that's not right. Just start dog process with the background. If the body also background, if very very and it goes also background, also better easily question is often because it's not discrete base. Right? It's to be a kind of miscarriage, it's use the word in other words, it's not there. Right? Coordinates. So therefore, again, if you go ahead, it's almost as if even if you just buried an ankle in there, ultimately it's not surviving off ankle. It's also let's see here. It's only once you bury the ankle in the grave that you can survive off. So what do you see here? It's only once it's active. Because the nation is not enough to make it also. Switch the rest of what did I forgot to like it. Actually, see if you continue with the ankle in the grave, it's also not who you can share it up. This comes to the construction of the farm in the farm Jesus. Julian says that general miscarriage does not go ahead and the reality of the status of the because when it comes to that, how come it has to be done? What's the case over here? I'm sorry. That's wrong. Also, I make sense. Also, all of this is not survival as well as let's say Yaakov has to go ahead select button Yaakov's gathering expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. Surplus funds. So much the most are makes a list of okay, whatever is surplus stays for all the burial funds. Burial funds are Yaakov they get for the future price. Most at least in your shop. So actually very famous. General collection, right? For collecting things of the dead, right? So that's like a non-discrete collection, and there's surplus, so that is the burial fund. What happened, let's say, the collection is something specific. The collecting got no pass away, but if you got to buy that, turns out you needed $5,000 to raise the $7,000. Right? Next, you got done, the process of collection, those are children. Those I said, interesting. No, I'm asking what's the reason here. Chicago Mekai, then I said, what's interesting about this is as follows. You go to Rashi. Rashi, this is in the wildlife of Rashi, down your shop. And what else there? Your shouldn't get the surplus point benefit from it. However, has one out loud and most what is secret there. So that money was designated. That money was designated. That was very expensive. But now that it's surplus money, it's surplus money. So of time. No, I think it's all looking is alive. It's all awkward, right. But the son, again, really doesn't need to die. They knew that that the very expenses they wanted to be collected. So they collected all the time. That wasn't that that is okay. That you're collecting money, but that expenses have someone who's still alive. So therefore, again, it's not all money associated with that. And therefore, the Mesa should be over. But it says, other verse I, other Tayah, that's not what it says. It's not most of the Mesa, but they say most of the Mesa are shown. That's over money. That's like the means the burial fund. Most of the Mesa, anybody who's left over for the dead or is collected for a specific person who died. The kids. Turning out wrong. What the person was the first one was saying, kids are double the Mesa. It's not. Said most of the Mesa. It's the words. General. The collecting for general burial. That's somewhat specific. General means that goes to general burial fund. The Mason said, so most time it's collecting for living. That goes right. That's specific funds for base. Surplus funds go to kids. So I was saying that sounds like collecting the money once that is already dead. Well, the time they came and they were already by an actual discussed was in terms of that this section reaching that point wasn't necessarily this case. Right? So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're getting to the general burial expenses, again, I know that I need for Yaakov to die. But the way we bring the collection is this is for the needs of the dead. So it's general collection expenses. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. And now let's see Yaakov dies. Yaakov's 5 plus $5,000. We need to go ahead and use $5,000. So it's 7. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? So the Kama says it goes to Yaakov's Yosh. So here, Omer, so you go ahead and actually and then I said, no question. No question. It's not here. So it's not here. No, look at that. So that's not a lot of it. You can just put it on that times. Okay, the argument doesn't says, yeah, I said it was out here. So use the extra funds for rebates, let's say, use it. Let's say, or structure. Use it for something associated with it. Whereas it must have to go. Or zero or force people want aromatic. Whereas the message says the money has to be for that. So let's see how much where it says Ella Bankas never has both a line of the interpret this place of quotas with their respective positions. Here we go. Abari attacks the family fully Amas for this. Abari says everyone needs the designation, has the identity. So kind of comes up the cosplay office, the cosplay office. It's different, but Abari says it comes like this, right? It's one of those. But as one of them is a case, really the money that is necessary. Burial approving is down burial fund identity. The rest of the money is not. And therefore, the place it goes to the ocean. That's kind of common. But here in the south, the topics, no topics. Here it's not sure. Here it's not sure. Does the husband involve on all money collecting or all the money that's in the burial? Therefore, no off or evil so you can buy it. I should have a deal. Therefore, again, the here says, don't touch the money that's on the other place. But in those times, you should really the paradise office. Look up, yes, it doesn't say it was obvious as well as and therefore again, the burial identity develops upon all of the money, and therefore both the rest of all the must be used for the use of the burial. The burial uses for paradise, and the funeral here of a save out sorry, of the Roman times of it, other comes to bring fully outlaw has been a lot of this. Everyone can learn this love, everyone can fight for love, everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. And I tell someone, because you play a fully buffer, so I think I'm this general collection of money for what's better than it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that a person can think of themselves. Nevertheless, the US is a fully buffer to listen to the action. And nevertheless, again, means vocal for the ocean. Doesn't want the ocean not to be sound of anything, and therefore it's vocal, and therefore localizing the lake goes to the ocean. So I made this time to be local to go before. I made this not sure that therefore he'll not go to go by. Therefore don't touch the lake of the lake. But he also sheet the lake to go local, and then he says ultimately that it's not local. Therefore again Yasek was out once again, the book is the book is Abayi and Rabbi still in existence. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, fine. So I thought in the female over here is that whether or not a person ultimately again is vocal on the fact that he's going to suffer after his death, or the idea is vocal on that death. So that's such a kind of concept because of a lot of Echayim Achlim say. When he was alive, he was very vocal, ultimately again on his embarrassment. And therefore, she's Gaza, the Achlim Sasso, it's vocal that he'll be embarrassed after his death. Now, I lost notion for the benefit of his children. Okay, so those are bottom line and talk about notable Mashma. Higher already was argument even since this was a like there's within a rock of water to the child. What happens when they're so distressed that they're taking all of their items, literally again the garbage, and they're throwing them onto themselves and they're taking on top of the grave of your son. Right? As almost like Rashi points out over here, it's like a display of nothing meaningful anymore now that we lost our child. But the problem over here is they throw everything on the header. Does that become a survival now and create a significant issue going forward? So how you other people is that located? It's not our tell other people to go and see the blood. In other words, Rashi, it's not about no one else about secret curriculum now. They are Shabbos I the Bible is that. How about about no CP like a Hatzal. So I said, well, see other people as the parents are funny that, pick it up. Well, what do you see from this? That others can go ahead and step in and pick up the garbage. Us, as one of Rav, that designation is not significant. Because the designation was significant for the race up. Now, for the race up, it goes out. Plus, that case is different. Why is that case different? Because the local race is here. The parents aren't making an informed decision. What's happening over here? They're so consumed by grief that they're just throwing all of themselves. There's a lack of gas. So this is not a thing that's not a no size, not a lot of themselves. There's no gas up. So because there's no gas, for a lot of the race up, others can stay for this. And others will have to go. So, Shalom, not going to leave that. So it says, when is that so? When I was strong, I had not touched the people that they were saying that they're early diarrhea. About not to the class, but again, I was so the nationals, it sounds like this as long as they didn't touch the floor here. But if touches the floor here, I'll spread it up. That understand if there's not that form of gas over here, so I should get it. So if we might be that, no, but we say touches the bed. It's not talking about the floor because essentially there are two different floors. There's one dog which is scared, right? And then there was another dog which the race is there. So when the parents are originally from targets and working on the dog here, this is the target. So that again, the other people become rescue items, safety items, because again, no one's going to have any choices over this. And then self-key items. If on the other hand, items are thrown on here, on the bed, on the subject, they'll hold here. That serves very good. Once stuff is being thrown on the beach, why not? Because anything is thrown on here, it's very almost burial shrouds. And we're concerned that if people start taking stuff off that bed, then what people the burial shrouds become stuff off. Okay, Kashmir expresses Kashmir is just already a photo of the back of you have a pouch that was made for turn back also a nickel for days. So he had folks for him, so just design. He shows a lot of the says you get a bag that is big for his family. You cannot use it for money. And you have to for him if you only use it for the pouch. The pouch was not made for his family, but rather it was a pouch. You had to put what's called it. Then we have balls. Ultimately, again, you can put money. It wasn't significant enough. So it sounds like I just want to know something. It sounds like that's a sure ultimately again. Who's the most prima a solve the also the idea of balls and stuff. What's the other idea? Take the pouch, so, and use the flexibility. Then you can subsequently use the full. Who's it been side of side? That's what this is. What's really again, what's the say, or the other is to say, destination and usage. In order to go ahead and endow Mashma, I'm not the woman, I say you teach us, but not teach us, really. I go into the class and say, you guys, make me a cover, like a box, for a single Torah, or not to Torah, and give to a man. What's halacha? Actually, it's kind of for home, Kodesh, so Kodesh, more Torah, but since I've not yet used the items in the consecrated purpose, then ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Right? However, the establish my focus, partially establish number home. But if I once I use it for a consecrated purpose, I can no longer use it for something mundane. So I'll say, what does that sound like? What does that sound like? That sounds like Rabbi, that Hasmona Rav this. That's which not or designated. So what is it not? Ultimately, it does not have identity. Which versus the reality tonight. This whole thing is the method. Hasmona no see. Isn't my focus on it? The same way we don't see on the solve, bullshit, so if you decide to close it, it's really sounds beautiful, right? But it's like that, right? Part of that matter, you use high cultural slows. Ultimately, again, it's not a puzzle. So part of it, no long clothes, shingles, if you use the weather, like the weather for the culture, the lines, it's not a pressure. I'm not too sure people are short business, even though the hides that we use for it were not tanned the shrub. Like the tanning wasn't going to shrub. The Shimon says, I'm more than what the owner slows, I should get shrub. So Shimon says, when you're 7 of these kosher hide, but that you also have to have a hide that was tanned for the purposes of swimming. I'm going to agree with Rabbi. He took the predominant thing here. Fine. So this is the point of this. Once again, if this is focus, if the verse suggesting that it's not focus, but that tanning the shema, ultimately again, like focus at diving and Rabbi, as this has none of the seal about this. Okay. Rashi says, over here, Abadav Shma, who the heart of Shma, that's my God, no see the most fast one. Say my focus, what's the Holy Ghost still here? I'm buying it, Rabbi, to get my focus, and then you take my focus, and okay, I'm going to give it Rabbi, so this is Rabbi, so Rabbi, finally, we either put the probably needs to hide, that gets this. So they said, by the account, after this, brings up such a thing. Remember, I'm buying it, Rabbi, that started. Russia was a moving decade for this. It was decade for this. That's how it's moving that stuff. So now you might ask, well, what is that? Decade for this. So is there such a thing ultimately okay that one is reading the decade for this one? At least secret is the provider while you're better accepted for that person. But what's the shot reading a decade for this? Which requires that little happens. If you don't shut it down, you can't shut it down. Because the kind of is a very important thing. And there will be a completion or having someone to die, someone died from myself. After they would die, we would kind of scratch together her scraps and make them together. Okay, that's what so I'll say, personally, what's like a bossy bad guy? I'm going to go for a bossy together. What's like, one month left of this one day. Who does that one? Follow a Abaye or Rabbi. So we did the first thing that follows Abaye as well as himself. Second thing that follows Rabbi. So Abaye. So what's it about Pesach? How about it? Halacha follows Rabbi and Hasmona Lav Yos. The ultimate thing, Halacha Pesach, designation does not doubt with identity. I won't say the trees. Generally, that's how we pass it. That's how we pass it. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new tool bag. A brand new tool bag, right? It says Tefillin on it, right? It has my name on it. So pretty much looks like a tool bag, smells like a tool bag. interesting enough speaking, decide to be purpose. That is a lunch bag. That's what that's lunch bag. Like technically, why? Because as one of those, all this many presidents now, once you put your tone in there, once you throw in there, then it's always a piece for tone and the lunch bag, but technically speaking, as for the rubber, that's how it's called bag. Other cases in halacha may not be as clear, but the Muslim will be on a rubber, the designation of something but the purpose does not invalidate. There also is a tremendous Muslim festival in that as well. What is the Muslim festival on this? So I was like, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. Actions. So when you put your tefillin in for that, so myself creates reality, thoughts and intentions. Like I will say, such a tremendous Muslim, with like so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless you act. As one of the love intentions, designations, do not create realities, only actions do. That is Rabbi when I saw it. And that's Rabbi was like, there was the other big area. No passage stuff. This is part about Jesus. just podcast and so like so it's a personalized story for the film. Recognized as a device. This is a really good one. So it's like the revolution, back to that. That's what that's about. That's some of what it actually said to be better. It actually said it's not good. So, It's a trust between seller's happiness and furniture and go seller's happiness. For suggesting it's not about selflessness. They don't get this out of the seller, and that's what they're going to us. Touch my finish this stuff. So, some people want carbon to come to other people through that. Touch my, I used to go to So it's just fire, not us. So I think we have to track us bones on the back of the what is that? What is that? So there's a tremendous disruption. This bill was a tremendous sound. It's not threatening. The amount of quality, absolutely fine. Create the advantage of this. So we can try and find to show that it's not it's the accumulation of experiences despite that shows it's tells them at some point we need to slap in the middle of it to say that it's not what you see the and like so much more that if you like the so that is like It's happened to us. We're stripping up a simple enough to cover the water because I think it's discomfort or it's less I have to suffer the things. I spiritual practice. Some things that we totally almost less punishment, but less important. It's just something that happens. It's a kind of the whole even if I can't, something doesn't right without things that I look into it. Just that. something has been set aside for God and peace. That peace that so the organization sees the funding was owned by a shutdown to the and subsidies same again. I won't call it a civil, still offer on the back of the party. Once the public set aside for our use, set aside for our use. So I do both of these things. So it was the first place I could have learned all my resources. I was words are drawing. Then I some of this, and they're going to mix back up. Essentially, the company was owned by someone whose husband it's forever set aside for life. Even if the person's status changes, he had to set aside forever. Consciousness, set aside for life. And what you have is there's like a message as well as it is. What's the choice? What's the choice? So probably coming to those areas. The police there's a this thing that I went back to go is that they're protected them. There's an exit. That's going to protect them. It's just that there's consequences that happen so around them. I mean, like you got that star on the show. It's a show. How people there's executed because of vicious. Somebody dies left the forces of the Russia. It's a slavery show. If you want to come out, it's good. You come out. Yeah, that is a show. I didn't have there's a recent legislation. The first was Russia, and the guy who wants to take it as a Russia, then and the version of Russia and the exit because of just Hi, guys. Hey, good morning. Good morning. I got to ask. How's it going? Have you got up with your standards? Basically, but English. Actually, a huge conversation that like almost an hour. Hey, I was very much. Very much. I was so all the very dead. Very As long as you don't even have the only good decisions, your choices, and the impact let's go. My question on you, for example, what's the thing about the examples? Because you can, I don't say I've done it. You can, yeah, the picture, I'm going to do the camera, you can do that, you might have said, that, all right, so I think it's not even for us, some good reason. No, so I think that's what I said, it's natural, why it's other exact parts, so gas and hope, so yeah, was a wonderful with the most profound in the very of the Highlands. In other being studied for art, but then there's no such thing as decided because those even when he died, he's still Deutschland, dann Deutschland, Finally, okay, was that? Therefore, you got what the reason is for that. That as the following question. Like, so it's more of a professional framework that's not WAI, right? Or is it that would actually put at the best because that's the complex always higher what is it? Have public that's the side of much more. I never had focus on the so you do try to order and to try. That's nice. That's like it's possible. That yeah. That's like so that it's not that. But that's good. the verse says, no, what's that? All right. Good. Yeah, that's not my fault. Good. All right, let's go. First one. The supplement called the slug card. The supplement called the slug card. Also, okay, we're just those that you I didn't down. Shalom, others. Suppose I will set the operation for the Can you support the God by the unknown? Speak to God. So this is like go. Go, let it go. Those were diamonds. Either is up. Good. Yeah, do that. You get two of that. The other is should get the fire. Nine up here. I'll go with living city. Not forget the smells. It must be balanced. So I think that would be a better to do the same as body so Someone died in a I don't know, maybe someone dies at the right? Or it's a pretty site for right? That is right? So great site. Or right? So I'm not going to get the hesitant. Right? Or nice to my pathway. Nice to my pathway. Oh, you know how to use okay. Imagine if someone said, right, if someone said, you have 5 more years for your spouse. Not that was something. That's all right. That doesn't say so. So that's what it is. I'm just saying this in context. Somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your mother. 5 minutes to your loved one. That's what it is. That's the it's not the picture, the pictures. Those are all very nice things. That's great. But the place that on the mindset. And all of that is that I know. That's not what it is. The unity is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The mace is right there to speak to the mace. Speak to the mace. Said, and you never got a chance to say, learn to see the right way, learn to say it now. Then, trust is ultimately the head. It's for the head. It's that how we say Next time it was that you did not go ahead and start the not take 6, 7 as someone who died very well. Always like it's not the approach. So, very bad. What happened? Not that much practice. So, very most of them like Harappa, well, hundreds after that. We would not go ahead, there was no evidence. There was nothing. It was just, oh, there was, but there was evidence. So even there's other other what you say is in the heart. Because these are like fucking for having the heart out. The older was supposed to be executed. But I don't know if it's a but then more. Which was the academic mental. The really have art is a conclusions. The more execution. The burial, the composition. Therefore, if you are able to get not into the composition, which the mother says, like you know, it's not saying I lost the luck in the side numbers. Oh, shit, the one is not so that shit. I hope that's not too bad. And my yes, driving folks, it has to very ultimately the best thing that's what I want to say. Listen, the kind of person that's going to be a lot of place on that's what happened. Personally, the Russia. And now they try to work through this. Natural part. And if a Russia guys a natural party, what's the status of the constitutionalists? That's on the Russian status? Zero. Still Russia. Only guys has been killed by what we call killed by Chechnya because he's a Jew, so he's Jew, the word Malaka, that is the problem. Like that died up in Hashem, I don't think Hashem, that's absolutely the problem. But there's a third type of death. So what happened? The basic execution of Russia, so those are so it's not for us. The one is requires number one, number two, burial, and number three, yes, I know. So that execution of basic from the outside, I mean, it's going to be said. There was like, when you were 10 hours away, he says, what did they say? What did they say? Right? The Sparta. Not the people. But secret that a death by itself is not the type of resuscitation. Why? Because in order to people, in order to confess sins, the fact that you can't prove people, not yet confess the sins, indicates to us that death by itself was not the matter. Besides, basically, it's not the matter. That's okay. Even death by itself still going to apply number one, Shabbat. Got to do people before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, we'll say it's not over here, but it's one for them. It's right. It's their fault. We were supposed to get to the end of our days yesterday. It's all on its pursuing easy special. I'll say, start up everything. All right, good morning. Good morning. Good to us. Hope everyone had a beautiful uplifting and Shabbos. Grace plus one, to continue and begin a new week on the surface of education. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors today, our door sponsors for the year of Tulsa, our door sponsors, social responsible of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the Shemur instructions for this year, as is also the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Our learning sponsors are Rabbi Yitzhak Richter, Rabbi Richter's grandmother Sorah class, Shemur supported Rabbi. Last week, we hope that the family and of course, as always, we dedicate our learning with this special precious hostages. And as well as we continue to bring the hope to Shalom and the Charles and American Holy Soldiers, which as well without being successful, the whole saved. Let's do that. Let us be here. Come on, Mark Hashem. Very incredible that God ahead of us. Okay? All right. Okay, so let's be supposed to say that side. Give me a second. I can be away from the left ball about 6 seconds to 1 line. Got directed by a little. Good. some really interesting cities here. Now, of course, that's the type that follow is 46 feet, about 6 times the wide front. Going to Whereas the national Guru Mission, sort of mission, when we buried dead, we buried the dead ultimately again because not to bury dead is specifically a sign of degradation, or humiliation for the dead, or is it because the burial effects are powerful? So the Gemara says, the burial effects are powerful. You might not know what is that, or Amar, look what the rule of Abu Gabra. And then a person says, right, you think about die. But you say, you know what? Don't do that. Don't carry it. I know that everybody finds it's expensive. Just don't carry it. It's all right. So that's all I would say. Don't carry it. And the most of the times, the other machines know that we'll be there. So it's about degradation and humiliation. So remember, again, it's not just degradation and humiliation, but it's going back to head. Let's say that's the time. It's humiliating. It's going to be have someone unburied. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Rashi says over here. Not the whole thing. Rashi almost right across. To be signed with the Roma because it is an embarrassment for the relatives. Same as it is in the that the deceased person is dead. That person is dead. But the part about being dead is nobody's embarrassed. Right? Well, that's right. So in other words, so like so when I say again, at least when the dad is not humiliation. So it's not this kind of when we say degradation. What's the family? Because the family is having their relatives unburied.